John, I'm just checking from my office. Are we good on your end?
Yes, sir. I heard, who just talk? I'm sorry, I was doing something else.
No worries. We just switched to individual offices. Wanted to make sure I was still.
Oh, okay. No, Mr. Snyder, you're good. Audio and video look good, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, Commissioner Hughes.
Hey, John. How's
How you
my
doing
audience now today?
Audio and video look good, sir. You're good to go.
Thank you, man.
Sure.
Good morning, John. How are you doing this morning?
Not too bad. Audio and video also look good. You're good to go.
Thank you.
Sure. Anyone who's not done an audio video check, now is the time to do it.
Good morning, John. This is Gudrun Thompson.
Good morning. Audio and video look good. You're good to go.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, John.
Good morning, Commissioner Duffley. How are you doing today?
I'm well. I hope you are.
Not too bad. Audio and video sound good, look good. You're good to go.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, most important person of all. There you are, Tanya. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner Clodfelder.
Good morning. If you're lonely down there, I'll come down there and join you, but it's just a little, I've got everything spread out up here in the office, so it's a little easier
Gotcha.
up here.
That's
But if you
okay.
get lonely down there, let me know and I'll come down and get up on the dais with you.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Great.
Commissioner Clodfelder, would you mind having the speakers, commissioners, or whoever they are, the attorneys speak, who they are, because sometimes the screen doesn't show who is speaking, or there's a delay at times.
It doesn't show the names?
It does, but sometimes there's a lag or delay, like a second.
All
or
right,
two.
I'll try to remember to remind them on that. And
Thank you.
if you catch me on it. If I don't, and if at any point you need to interrupt, you take precedence.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Got it.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell.
Good morning, John. Can you hear me?
Yep, audio and video look good. You're good to go.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, John, we've got so many people that I don't have a complete participant list. I'm just trying to make sure we've got all of our commissioners. Has everybody checked in with you?
Commissioner Clodfelter, if Commissioner Brown Bland is not yet on, she will join us shortly.
Okay, we'll hold on then for a minute or two. Thank you for that.
And you may want to proceed without her.
Is she going to be extended late or?
It could be. It could be. She's going to join us
Okay.
as soon as she possibly can. So I would suggest.
All right, well,
proceeding.
thank you. With that then, I'm looking to make sure we have everybody else. See Commissioner Gray, Commissioner Duffley, Commissioner McKissick, Chair Mitchell, Commissioner Hughes. Are you out there in the virtual universe?
I am indeed.
You are indeed. I see you now. Thank you. Let's just take 60 seconds more, be sure. Okay, Tanya, whenever you are ready to go.
Ready to go, Commissioner Clodfelter.
Thank you very much. All right, good morning, everyone. Madam Court Reporter, well, let's open the record and everyone please come to order. I am Commissioner Dan Clodfelter and I am presiding at this conference this morning. Joining me via WebEx are Commission Chair Charlotte Mitchell, along with Commissioners Lyons Gray, Kim Duffley, Jeff Hughes, and Floyd McKissick Jr., and Commissioner Brown Bland will be joining us as soon as she is able. This technical conference is being held in docket number E-100 sub 165, which is titled in the matter of the 2020 Biennial Integrated Resource Plan Reports and the related 2020 Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard Compliance Plans. That's a mouthful. For Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress, and Virginia Electric Power Company doing business in North Carolina's Dominion Energy, North Carolina. Under General Statute 62-110.1C, the Commission is to develop, publicize, and keep current an analysis of the long-range needs for electricity in North Carolina. And in order to assist the Commission in that responsibility, the Commission conducts an annual review of the integrated resource plans that are prepared by each of the three utilities I named earlier, those being the three largest utilities under the Commission's jurisdiction. Commissioner Brown Bland, good morning, has now joined us. On May the 1st of 2020, Dominion filed its 2020 Integrated Resource Plan. On September 1st of that year, Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress filed their Integrated Resource Plans. Many parties have been allowed to intervene and to participate in this docket. The Commission has received comments and reply comments, and in some cases, subsequent reply comments on the integrated resource plans from the parties. We have held 6 public witness hearings to receive evidence from over 200 public witnesses, and we received, in addition to that, several hundred written consumer statements of position from interested persons. The written comments, reports, the analyses, the studies, the compilations in this docket run to several thousand pages. The Commission has found all of these submissions to be of very high quality, and for that reason, on most of the issues that are raised, the Commission has concluded that no additional benefit would be derived from evidentiary hearings in the matter. However, after considering all of the filings, the Commission identified 3 topics of interest in Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress's integrated resource plans that we wanted to hear more about and hear you talk about in person. So that brings us to this morning's hearing. On August 24th this year, the Commission issued an order scheduling this conference to gather additional information about those 3 topics, which were identified in the order, and they are, first, the methodology for evaluating the economic retirement of the coal-fired generating units for Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress. Second, the potential use of all source or all resource procurement processes by the utilities to secure their next identified needs. And third, the grid impacts of the different resource portfolios that were presented for consideration in the two integrated resource plans. The scheduling order discussed the commission's interest in these topics and why the commission had selected them for this conference. We identified in that order the parties who have presented comments on those three topics and invited those parties to make presentations. For purposes of the technical conference this morning, the presenters will be Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress, that we'll collectively refer to sometimes as Duke. They will also include the public staff, the North Carolina Attorney General's office, and then jointly two groups of intervener parties, the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association and the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association, that sometimes I'll call the NCSEA parties for shorthand. And then another group jointly, the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, the Sierra Club, the Natural Resources Defense Council. Sometimes I'll collectively refer to them as the SACE parties for shorthand. As was provided in the order setting this conference, Duke will be allowed up to 1 hour for its presentations on each of the three identified issues. The collective group of the intervener parties, the SACE parties and the NCSEA parties, I'll sometimes call them as a group the intervener parties, will be allowed up to 1 hour collectively for their presentations on each of the issues. The Attorney General's office and the public staff will each be allowed up to 1/2 hour for their presentations on each issue. And let me say, I hope it's not a surprise and shouldn't bother you, but the order doesn't say so, but I will allow the Attorney General and the public staff to yield their time to one another if they choose to do so. If one of them wants to say more on one topic than the other, as long as we stay within that hour range for the two, I'm fine with that if you want to yield time between you. In the case of the intervener parties, where we've got a large number of presenters or potential presenters, I'm going to ask you that at the beginning of your presentation on each issue, you let me know how you've allocated the hour among you, and sort of in the manner that's done when there are multiple parties on an appellate argument. If you'll do that, it will help you. I'm not going to hold you to those allocation of times, but it will at least allow me to call your attention if you're beginning to run into time that you've wanted to reserve from one of your colleagues on the same issue. And so that would be helpful if you can do that. The time is yours this morning. You don't have to use it all, but I'm very sure you will use it wisely. Now, for the order or sequence of presentations, we'll take the topics in the order I identified the topics. On the first topic, we'll have presentations from Duke first, then followed by the intervener parties as a group, then the Attorney General's office, and finally the public staff. On the second topic, which is the all source procurement, and we're going to vary a little bit from the order that established the conference. We've decided it would probably be best if the intervener parties, the NCSEA parties and the SACE parties present first, since they are the proponents and advocates for the all source procurement process. That will allow them to flesh that process out and for us to explore any questions about how we might want to consider that. And then we'll take the Attorney General, the public staff after that, and Duke will back cleanup on that issue. And then on the final topic, we'll go back to the order of presentation on the first issue. Duke first, then the intervener parties, then the Attorney General, then the public staff. I went through that fairly quickly. I hope it's all fairly intuitive. I hope most of it is consistent with your understanding of the order. If you've got any questions about the sequencing or the time, I'll be glad to hear you. If not, I'm going to roll on and you can. Yes.
This is Jack Durack on behalf of Duke.
Yes, Jack.
One very minor procedural issue we want to raise to your attention, make sure that you're okay with this. And given that this is a technical conference and not an evidentiary hearing, it's perhaps the case the commission already intended to treat presenter appearances more informally, but out of an abundance of caution, we wanted to address one issue. One of our panelists, George Brown, who's going to be handling the all source procurement presentation, has a pressing personal matter to attend to that has arisen somewhat unexpectedly and at the last minute. So Mr. Brown will still be able to present at the appropriate time, but with the commission's leave, we would just ask that Mr. Brown be excused from the technical conference immediately after his presentation and commissioner questions so that he can attend to his personal matters. Again, that's perhaps the expectation anyway. We just wanted to confirm that would be okay with the commission.
Mr. Jurak, you are correct. That is the expectation. This is not an evidentiary hearing. It's not an adjudicated proceeding as we said in the order by the terms of the statute under which we're operating here in this docket, and as confirmed by appellate court decisions, we're sitting more in a legislative capacity here in this proceeding than in an adjudicative or judicial capacity. So we won't be standing on the kind of protocol. We won't be swearing parties in. We won't be hearing witness summaries, thank goodness. And parties don't need to be formally excused. They can come and go as they wish. If they're absent, well, you know, it's because they have something better to do, and that's fine. I understand. The goal of the conference today is just to help the commission gain a better understanding of these three topics and provide an opportunity to ask some questions to deepen our understanding. So as we've already indicated, there won't be any sworn testimony or cross-examination. We are going to make, as you've already noted, we're going to make a record, a written transcript of the technical conference so that the commission staff and the commissioners can review anything that's asked or said. So please help the court reporter out this morning by speaking clearly and speaking directly into the microphone as if you were testifying in a formal proceeding. With that be said, let me since I think this may be one of the first occasions, let me introduce our court reporter to you this morning. Tanya Vines, raise your hand. She is the newest member of our court reporting team here at the commission. We're glad to have her with us, and I know she's going to be a valuable addition to our staff here at the commission. So I want to thank all the parties for filing your presentation materials earlier in the week. This was very helpful. It afforded staff and the commissioners an opportunity to better prepare for the session today. I think I speak probably for all my colleagues in saying that the presentation materials are, I consider them to be of very high quality, and that means I'm expecting an excellent session for all of us. Finally, before I take appearances, one necessary reminder. I think everybody on this virtual session has become old hands at this process by now. So I'm not going to go through all of the ground rules about how we do these things remotely, but it seems that however many times we've done this routine over the last 18 months, that there's one point that still has to be brought up every time, and that is, if you're not speaking, keep your microphone turned off so we don't get feedback or interference. And I would appreciate that, as will everyone else. So I think I need to do this. I think under the State Government Ethics Act, it's prudent for me to remind all the commissioners of our duty to avoid conflicts of interest. And let me just ask at this time whether any commissioner has a known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to the matters that we're going to be talking about this morning. Madam Court Reporter, nobody spoke up, and so let's have the record reflect that no commissioner identified a conflict, and likewise, I do not have any such conflict. So are there any additional matters that we need to address?
Commissioner Clodfelter.
Yes.
This is John Burns representing
Yes, Mr.
CCBA.
Burns. Good morning.
Good morning. Just a point of clarification. You changed the order of presentation on topic 2, and just for clarification, did you intend that the interveners, particularly the NCSEA parties, would have the opportunity to do rebuttal since that order is reversed? Or just for clarification, I'm not requesting that. I'm just wondering if that's what you thought.
As we said in the order, we may not have rebuttal from anybody on any issue.
Understood.
Again, this is not that kind of proceeding, and a lot of what we really need as a commission is already in the file, in the record, and so we're really not looking for a he said, she said, back and forth trying to find who ran the stop sign in this morning. So we may or may not have rebuttal at all.
That's fine. I was asking, oh, I'm sorry. I was asking the question only because we're trying to time our witnesses. We have Mr. Levitas, who has a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning, but your change of the schedule may make that irrelevant at this point. He may fit in early, so we should be good.
I'm hopeful. We've got all day tomorrow. We've got all day today, of course, and we've got all day tomorrow. If we get through the first issue as we expect we might, I think probably Mr. Levitas would be up sometime this afternoon, and that should take care of him tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Now, again, I'll go back to the original order of presentations if you'd like. I thought Commission staff had communicated with you about this thought, but
No, it's actually very good, Commissioner. We appreciate that. Thank you for the change.
That's great. Okay, we'll take appearances now for the presenters, and we'll start with the two utilities. I also understand, by the way, that Dominion, although Dominion, we didn't call you for a presentation this morning. I understand you're attending this morning. You may not be presenting, so. But we'll start with the two utilities for their presenters. As you introduce yourselves, please let me know who's going to be the lead counsel on each topic. What I'll do when that topic comes up is I'll look to you as the MC on that topic for your presentations, and then you may coordinate your presenters respectively. Before I take the appearances, though, let me acknowledge also that we had, as our order states, NC Warren and the Center for Biological Diversity had been invited to present this morning. They have subsequently advised the Commission that they do not intend to present this morning. And so let me just make sure the record reflects that they were invited to present as well and have advised that they do not have presentations to make this morning. So with that, we'll start with taking appearances, beginning with Duke.
Good morning.
Take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. Jack Jirac on behalf of Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas, and I'm joined by my co-counsel, Brett Breichworth, with the law firm of McGuire Woods. Mr. Breichworth will be handling the first panel on coal retirements. I'll be handling the second, and then Brett will be up for the third as well. So thank you for this chance to present.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Clodfelter, this is Andrea Kells with McGuire Woods appearing on behalf of Dominion. As you noted, Dominion is not making a presentation. We're just appearing as a party to the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to have you with us this morning. All right, let me move to the intervener parties, and we'll start with the NCSEA group of parties first.
Good morning, Commission. This is Ben Smith. I'm representing North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, or NCSEA. I will be presenting and lead attorney on the for NCSEA and CCBA on our witness, our presenter Jay Casberry for Grid Strategies. I also wanted to note that we are co-sponsoring witnesses with the SACE parties, and I will let Gudrun Thompson and Nick Jimenez from SCLC sort of present themselves and explain how that works, if that's okay.
And that's fine.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson, are you out there?
Yes. Good morning, Commissioner Clodfelter. Can you hear and see me?
I can now see you. Yes. Thank you.
Gudrun Thompson appearing on behalf of Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Natural Resources Defense Council, and the Sierra Club, or collectively the SACE parties. And with me is Nick Jimenez, also with the Southern Environmental Law Center, representing those same parties. We will be presenting, I will be myself presenting Rachel Wilson and Jeremy Fisher on the topic of coal retirements. And as Mr. Smith mentioned, we are co-presenting those presenters together with Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association and NCSEA. And then Mr. Jimenez will be presenting John D. Wilson on the topic of all source procurement whenever we're up for that on behalf of the SACE parties.
Thank you. Mr. Jimenez, I see you, but your name does not show on your screen, and that reminds me that our court reporter has asked that, again, she's new with us, and Some of you have your names showing under your video, some of you do not. So when you begin to speak, if you would simply state your name for our court reporter's benefit. If you can get your name up on the screen under your picture, that would be even better. But some of you have the name, some of you do not. So let me just remind you of that when you start to speak throughout the next 2 days. If you just state your name for the court reporter's benefit, that'd be a great benefit. So next, we'll turn
Commissioner
to
Clodfelter,
yes.
this is John Burns for, I'm representing Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association,
Yes,
CCBA.
Mr. Burns.
I will be directing or presenting the testimony of Steve Levitas on topic 2, which is the all source procurement topic. And we are also sharing or co-presenting the witnesses on topic 1 and topic 3, but I will not be the person presenting those witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. And thanks for getting your name up under your photograph. Thank you. Next, the Attorney General's office.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Force with the Attorney General's office, and we will be I will be presenting on the first and third topics. Mr. Edward Burgess is our witness, and Maria Rampani may be called on depending on the questions from the commission.
Thank you. Ms. Force, the volume, your volume is a little low. You may want to turn your volume up just a bit.
Oh,
Now we've lost you altogether.
now, can you hear me? This is
Much
my
better.
tech, lacking in tech skills. I'm sorry. I failed to mention that Teresa Townsend is also going to be here, but I'm going to be the presenting attorney.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Townsend, too. Public staff, Ms. Edmondson.
Good morning, Lucy Edmondson with the public staff on behalf of the using and consuming public. Appearing with me will be Layla Cummings. I will be the lead attorney on the 3 issues unless the 3rd issue runs long tomorrow, and then Ms. Cummings will have an appointment that I cannot change. So that's the plan.
Well, we'll see if we can accommodate you. I'm sure everybody's going to be as efficient as they can. Anyone else who wishes to make an appearance that I haven't recognized already? If not, then let me also say, I neglected to say that what we will do after each presentation is, and my apologies for neglecting this, after each presentation, we'll have an opportunity for questions. I'm going to give the commission staff an opportunity to ask questions first. If they have questions, we'll deal with those. And then after that, we'll take questions from the commissioners. As I indicated, we may or may not have rebuttal. That gets a little complicated, so we'll just sort of try to play that by ear as we go. If there's nothing else further, then Mr. Breitschwart, I think you're up. Duke is up on the first issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. Good morning, commissioners. Again, this is Brett Breitschwart on behalf of the Duke companies. The 4 panelists for the first presentation on coal retirements are Glenn Snyder, Michael Quinto, Dan Donashad, and Bobby McMurray, and I'd ask them each to appear on screen and be ready to present now if they could, please.
Good morning, commissioners.
Mr. Snyder, we have you.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Mike Quinto.
We have you on screen too.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Dan Donashad.
Mr. Donashad, we have you.
And good morning, commissioners. This is Bobby McMurray.
Mr. McMurray, I think we have now all 4 of you. So
very good.
You guys know how you want to do this song and dance, so take it away.
We do, and just a logistical question, since this is the first panel presentation, that Mr. Snyder is going to present, then Mr. Quinto, and then Mr. Donashad, and Mr. McMurray is going to be here to support, and Mr. Snyder is going to this in more detail. But is it more helpful for the commission to have cameras turned off and only have 1 camera on? My job is to control the slides this morning, so I don't think you need to see my face for very long. But for the 4 presenters, what's your preference?
Well, I think it's however, different people will have their screens laid out differently. Some will have a grid view, some will have only the speaker view. So it really is immaterial. I think different viewers will have their screen set up differently. So it really doesn't matter, Brett, however you want to proceed.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I guess just to kick it off, the companies appreciate the opportunity to present this morning on this topic, which is an important topic that was addressed extensively in the proceeding. And we've developed, as you noted, a high quality presentation that we think hopefully further informs the commission on this issue. So without further ado, I'm going to do my best to kick us off on the slide deck here. And Mr. Snyder, if you're ready to take it away.
Certainly.
Slide 1, and just tell me when you want to move to the next slide, please.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. This is an excellent forum. These are complex topics, and the opportunity to bring our subject matter experts together is much appreciated, and we're happy to be with you this morning. As Brett pointed out, we have a team here this morning, inclusive of Mike Quinto, who is a lead engineer on my team, who helped to project manage the coal retirement analysis, because it was a very comprehensive project, involved multiple teams. We have Dan Donishad with us today. He is the general manager of our fleet transition. He and the engineers on his team are very active with our plants, and help to develop the projections of costs under different scenarios for each of our operating plants. We have our director of modeling, Bobby McMurray, to answer questions with us today. His team runs the production cost and system optimizer models. He has a comprehensive team that was heavily involved in this. The people on this phone or on the conference today probably represent 100 years worth of experience in the utility industry. Their teams are also full of very knowledgeable experts in analytics and engineering from multiple disciplines. And really looking at coal retirement analysis is a multidisciplinary approach that we took very seriously. We assembled a cross-functional team represented by the individuals on this panel today, as well as many members of their team and others throughout the organization. So we're happy to bring them together, present today, and to further answer any questions you may have. Brett, next slide, please. So just as a real quick level setting, what we'd like to do today is give you a brief background before we dive deep into the details. I'll start with just a high level sort of level setting slide, and Mr. Quinto will get into some of the more detailed analytic questions that have been raised in this docket and walk you through those. There's both quantitative considerations that were raised in the docket as well as qualitative considerations, and we'll talk more about that later in the presentation. But Mr. Donishad and myself will talk about those qualitative considerations, and then I will finish up with where we're planning to go for 2022 as we move into our comprehensive IRP planning for next year. So that's the order of our presentation today. I'd like to start by just maybe giving a little bit on just one slide, Brett, next slide, on the level setting of where we've been before we jump into what future retirements are planned for the system. So coal assets in Duke's system, both DEC and DEP, have been a significant part of the energy landscape in North Carolina for decades. But that transition didn't start today. I mean, if you just look at this slide, and I pulled this from the executive summary of our IRP. Just 15 years ago, in 2005, 16, I guess, the state was served by predominantly two forms of energy, nuclear and coal. And over the last 15 years, that transition has been pretty marked. So many of our coal units have already been retired. We've retired 32 units, totaling almost 4,000 megawatts to date. We have, in addition to retiring almost 4,000 megawatts, added 4,000 megawatts approximately of solar generation, as well as a significant number of efficient load following gas generators. And so what this shows is, this transition from 2005 to today has really resulted in that a two-prong approach of adding more carbon-free renewables to the system, but also decarbonizing or reducing the carbon of your fossil fleet. So gas generators have only a fraction of the carbon output of coal generators, and they are also more flexible and able to follow intermittent renewable generators. So that synergy has played out well for us over the last 15 years and really has helped us to become a leader in carbon reduction. So 15 years ago, we emitted 1,000 pounds per megawatt hour of carbon. Today, we're down to 600. That ranks us as one of the nation's leaders in low carbon intensity generation, serving North Carolina. And our IRP projects us over the next 15-year planning horizon to reduce that even further, consistent with our commitment to reducing carbon by at least 50% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. So this is just a little bit of that two-prong landscape that's underway. The discussion around carbon retirements really, or coal retirements to further reduce carbon is really a progression of a transformation that's been happening now for a number of years. And I think really when we get into it, the pace of that transition and the manner in which that transition happens will be, actively debated not only in this docket, but in future IRP dockets to come. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Mr. Quinto to walk us through some of the details, and then I will rejoin a little bit later in the presentation.
Thanks, Glenn. Once again, good morning, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to appear in front of you today and help explain our process for coal retirements and how we look forward to 2022. So with that, I'll start with our regulatory and technical background before getting into the specific modeling framework that the company conducted the 2020 coal retirement analysis under. So this coal retirement analysis, per the North Carolina Utilities Commission order accepting the 2018 IRPs, asked for analysis removing the assumption that these coal units should be retired at their depreciable lives. The modeling of these resources should be conducted under least cost principles to determine those retirement dates. And all appropriate costs should be included as denoted here with an example of coal combustion waste products. Furthermore, per the scheduling of the technical conference order, the Commission understands the importance of this analysis, and the dates determined are foundational to the least cost portfolios that the company presented in its IRPs. The company will, throughout this presentation, give the modeling framework and background necessary to help the Commission and interveners understand the detailed analysis the company performed. Next slide, please. So I will start by very high level describing a retirement analysis. So fundamentally, a retirement analysis is looking for when to retire a unit and ultimately what to replace it with. The decision to retire a unit needs to account for both the continued costs of maintaining that unit along with the costs associated with retiring and replacing that unit if it were no longer there. The existing capacity costs, so the retiring units, include costs such as incremental CapEx, so the maintenance costs necessary to maintain the unit and maintain a reliable system over the long run. Its associated fixed operations and maintenance costs. You may also have environmental compliance costs, especially with carbon emitting assets. So if there are any emissions compliance costs that are required by certain dates, those are also should be factored into the equation. And then finally, you have a production cost of the system. So how does the system run, and what is the associated cost to run the system with that specific set of resources? On the other side of this balance equation is the replacement capacity costs. And these include the new generation capacity costs to build or acquire these replacement resources. You also have the new fixed operation maintenance costs related to these new resources. Transmission capital cost may also play a factor with both the retiring generation and the new generation, the appropriate transmission to reliably add that to the grid. And then on this side as well, we have a production cost of the system where the new unit, where the existing capacity has been retired and the new unit is now operating within the system as a whole. So the equation is thus that if the, I'm sorry, Brett, can you please, yeah. The equation is thus if the cost of the replacements are more cost effective than the existing capacity, then the unit should be retired. The calculation quickly changes and gets more and more complex as when the unit is retired and what is replaced with changes the balance of this equation. So we'll see on the following slides how this continues to make for a very complicated analysis that the company undertook. Next slide, Brett. So this slide sets up the scale of the analysis for the company's IRPs. Along the left side are each of the units that are evaluated or in the company's portfolio. These units represent 10,000 megawatts of coal capacity, as Glenn alluded to earlier. Each of the shaded boxes in the table represents a possible retirement date between the soonest it could be retired and the depreciable life of the unit. And if you were to take all of the possible combinations and permutations of these retirements, that would be in the quadrillions or 10 raised to the 15th power possible combinations of unit retirements. So we can see that with our large fleet with a number of units and coal capacity, that this quickly becomes a tremendous scale. And finally, this 10,000 megawatts of coal capacity represents about 25%, a significant portion of the company's combined firm winter planning capacity. So being able to evaluate coal retirements in a manageable, reasonable, and orderly fashion was key for completing this comprehensive retirement analysis. Next slide, Brad. So on the previous slide, when I referenced quadrillions of possible combinations of retirements, that is strictly looking at the when to retire each of these coal units. There's also the question of what to replace it with. On top of this combination, the what further complicates the analysis. And I'll discuss how the company used sound economic framework to first capture the timing of that retirement, and then to determine holistically the best mix of resources to include in the portfolio over the time horizon to best replace and fill that capacity and energy needs of the system. So because of the complexity of this analysis, it was necessary to create these logical steps that were meaningful in determining the economic retirement dates and ultimately what replaces them, those energy and capacity needs of the system. Next slide, please. As I discussed briefly on that last slide, the level of detail in determining these most economic coal retirement dates was crucially important. The precision, the accuracy of the costs, how the units operate was all crucial to getting that retirement date correctly. The company's process allowed us to use a detailed production cost model and process that we're highlighting here on this slide as dynamic cost forecasting process to come up with those detailed costs to do that balance equation. As we discussed, there's a significant component of the analysis is those costs associated with reliably maintaining the coal units while they're still in our portfolio. The company's detailed approach allowed us to optimally use the cost forecasting process to use the most accurate representation of the necessary costs associated with operating and maintaining the coal units through the projected economic life. And we'll talk about how this dynamic process works on this slide. So this process allows for accurately capturing the costs of these coal units. And here's just a list of some of the factors that can go into the changing costs of the units. So the utilization of the units actually can be taken into consideration and drive the investment and operation and maintenance costs of the units over its life. And as this utilization changes, these costs can be deferred, they can be reduced, or they can even be eliminated based on how the unit is used and how long it is expected to operate. This process in a detailed manner also allows for a realistic wind down of investments in our units. So as they approach a specified retirement date, they can dynamically change what's the expected cost to maintain that unit reliably through the life of the asset. As I mentioned before, this tool also includes regulatory and environmental compliance required spend. So if they go past a certain date where a project is required for compliance, it would trigger having to incur that cost. The tool and the process also allows us to redistribute costs to align to maintenance cycles for how costs would actually occur. Furthermore, fuel operations influence the spend on necessary components. So if a unit is operating on coal versus operating on natural gas and which blend, this process actually takes that into consideration on how much maintenance is required on the units based on how the unit is operated. And finally, this process accounts for incremental coal combustion cost, product costs. So not the costs that we're already going to incur, but the incremental costs for any additional operation past today that is factored in and considered in the costs captured in this tool. So one way this can be thought of is an analogy with a car, right? So how long do we intend to keep this car may influence how we maintain and invest in the car over the long term. So I'll run through a few examples. So if we intend to keep this car for 15 years, we may be more likely to invest in tires that are rated for 80,000 miles or 100,000 miles, rather than tires that are rated for just 40,000 miles. Knowing that we're going to have this car for a long time and to ensure our reliability and cost effectiveness over the long run, it makes sense to invest in those higher rated tires. How we operate the car matters as well. One example here would be how we get to work every day. So for a highway commuter, we may not need to replace our brake pads quite as often as if we commute on city streets back when all of us traveled into the office. I know that's not quite the case anymore, but the analogy holds up. So if you're commuting on the streets, you're constantly stopping at lights and making turns and perhaps wearing down those brake pads faster. So how we operate the car matters in how we maintain the car as well. And then depending on how much we plan to invest in this car can also influence how we maintain the car on a regular basis. So if we're starting to cut down on improvements in the car, we may actually increase the maintenance costs over the short term to maintain that reliability, to make sure we can get into work every day. So if we're working with a oil change cycle of 5,000 miles and we're starting to invest less and less in the car, we may actually decrease the time between oil changes to every 3,000 miles. So that way we are decreasing the investment in the car, but increasing the costs in the short term to reliably maintain that car. And finally, and this is an important one too, is if we're a household of multiple cars and we reduce down to just one car, it's going to change how much we use that car as a family. It's going to increase, how often we run it, how many trips it takes, and then thus the necessary cost to maintain it over the long run. So the methodology that the company used allowed us to leverage this process and its ability to dynamically and based on detailed modeling, really see how the units are operating and when they're expected to retire to accurately reflect these costs with every potential retirement date moving out into the future. So the graphs on the right is just one example of this tool. So this is two graphs representing the same unit with the same utilization the top being a retirement in 2035 and the bottom being a retirement in 2031. We can see that highlighted there with the red box in 2028 in the first graph, there's a significant spend in 2028. In this scenario, with a projection of 2035, it makes sense to continue to invest in the unit as it's projected to actually increase in use in this scenario. We can see that in the bottom graph with a retirement of 2031, we still operate past that 2028 date, but we no longer have that same spend in that year. So what we're doing is winding down the cost projections that we're anticipating for that unit in that year. So this is just one example of how this tool dynamically looks at operations and projected retirements to accurately reflect the costs of these units and such a critical component of the retirement analysis as a whole. Next slide, Brett. So in the next section here, I will cover the methodology the company used for the retirement analysis in the 2020 IRP and discuss the next steps we're pursuing for the 2022 IRP. Next slide. So in integrated resource planning, there are two main tools used for retirement analysis. The first is a capacity expansion model, and the second is production cost models. Capacity expansion models are screening models used to identify possible portfolios based on thousands and even more than that, options of portfolios. And what these models are doing is seeking to determine when and what to add to the system to minimize the cost of the system. These tools, these models, these capacity expansion models are capable of doing retirement analysis. And the resources as they are selected, they are based on simplified production cost calculations and capital for new and existing units using fixed input assumptions. So we'll talk about why that's important and the limitations of that in the following slides. The company used System Optimizer for the 2021 IRP, so you may hear me reference our capacity expansion model, or Bobby McMurray, when he answers questions, may refer to it as System Optimizer. So that is what we used for the 2020 IRP for our capacity expansion model. The second model is a production cost model. This simulates a detailed and chronological operation, quantifying the performance of a specified portfolio of resources. So this is important. So the capacity expansion model looks at thousands and thousands of iterations of different portfolio combinations and tries to minimize the cost of the system based on simplified calculations. And the production cost model then takes a very detailed look on an hour-by-hour basis to determine how that single set of resources in its detailed production cost associated to serve customers' needs over the study horizon. This type of model, this production cost model, is also used to verify and refine capacity expansion results. So they're used quite often in tandem as a best practice in resource planning. This model is also used to quantify the performance of a set of resources over a variety of input variables, such as is done in the 2020 IRP with the company's scenario analysis, where we have our 6 portfolios and they're tested over a range of fuel and carbon trajectories, carbon price trajectories, to see how those perform. So there's multiple uses for each of these models. The company in its 2020 IRP used ProSim. So the production cost model will be sometimes referred to as ProSim in this presentation. So importantly, the company's retirement analysis leverages both of these models in combination, consistent with sound resource planning principles, to determine these most economic coal retirement dates and the appropriate replacements. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, capacity expansion models can be used to simultaneously solve when to retire these coal units and what to replace them with. As mentioned earlier, for the companies, this is quite possibly quadrillions of possible retirement date combinations for these coal units. And then further layering on what to replace it with adds even more complexity very quickly. So for these models to quickly evaluate these innumerable potential resource portfolio options, capacity expansion utilizes some simplified analytical approaches that aggregate and average hours and days and weeks and months into these representative hours. Now, this is great for quickly evaluating many resource possibilities, but it does have some of its limitations. So this simplification results in the averaging of generation profiles, such as with those with variable energy resources, such as wind and solar. We also lose some of this inter-hour granularity and details, so seeing exactly how a system would operate in any given hour with a specific set of resources. We lose some of that with this averaging and aggregating. We also lose a bit of chronology. To speed these models up, it removes chronology from a lot of these, so it's not a hour by hour. So how the system operates from 1 hour to the next or 1 week from the next, which is important for how renewables and how batteries operate and how the system responds to these. We lose some of that detail with these models. And finally, we lose the ability to dynamically forecast the cost of the existing units when determining that appropriate retirement date. These use fixed input assumptions that are static throughout the study period. So we don't get the opportunity to really evaluate how those changing operations parameters and retirement dates change the costs for the units in this retirement analysis. The company's retirement analysis, on the other hand, uses a well-defined, systematic, and multi-step approach that utilizes both capacity expansion modeling and production cost modeling to optimize these retirements and the replacements in a very transparent manner. So the company's retirement analysis, breaking down this complexity into manageable steps, separating this what from the when into transparent and accurately optimizing the retirements, is just something a single model in isolation was determined not to be the most robust approach for such a complex question for the companies. Next slide, please. So this slide, we overview the multi-step approach and contrast it with the single-step analysis. So the company's multi-step approach to retirement analysis consists of these steps seen on the slide. I'll discuss each of them in a little more detail on the following slides. But the ranking of units is done for the second step in determining the when. So to accurately evaluate the retirements in a detailed manner, the company used its production cost model. And as we discussed, the production cost model uses a specified set of resources. So to evaluate the retirements in a detailed manner, we needed to use the production cost model and therefore needed to rank the units so we could evaluate these specific set of resources in sequence. The second step here is the sequential evaluation. The sequential peaker method, it's the evaluation for retirement to find that most optimal retirement date. The process acknowledges that the retirement of one unit impacts the operations of the remaining units in the fleet. So as we retire one unit, it may require the rest of the fleet to respond in a different way. Looking at the units independently, we identified that this would inaccurately represent the incremental costs that each unit has to the system and further blur the lines of the true value to the system. The sequential process allowed for the company to utilize this detailed production cost model in tandem with its dynamic cost modeling of coal units to accurately evaluate the retirement dates from that equation that we looked at earlier in the presentation. And then finally, the portfolio optimization is done to determine the what are the replacement resources. So once we have established the retirement dates for each of the coal units, we're now finding the holistic set of resources that best fill those energy and capacity needs of the system. The optimization of the resources is actually performed in multiple steps itself. So it starts with identifying potential resources in the capacity expansion model holistically, and then going to a verification and refinement of the results in production cost modeling. So these discrete steps that the company undertook allow for a detailed and, again, manageable and transparent analysis of the retirements, and a single step optimization through its simplified analytical approach seeks to do these two middle steps at the same time in a less detailed manner. So the company's approach to retirement analysis leverages this additional detail to more accurately determine the coal retirement dates, and then the replacements, where the simplified model, simplified single step optimization seeks to do this simultaneously with that analytical simplification. Next slide, please. So this table is shown also in the IRP in Chapter 11, Table 11A. First, I'll start with, due to the joint dispatch agreement of the transfer of non-firm energy between the utilities, the coal units were evaluated across the utilities. The ranking process involved consideration of age of the units and its corresponding components, the cost effectiveness utilization of these units, and then which is reflected here by the capacity factor ranges, and then the size of the units and how costs are efficiently spread over that capacity, and furthermore, the current system capacity length to retired units is also considered, as was the case for Allen Station, which we'll talk about on the next slide. The capacity factors represented here in this table represent a range of single year utilizations of units in the coal retirement group. So it can be a little confusing from the slide, but generally these capacity factors correspond to the value these units have to the system. The older and the smaller units grouped together at the top of the list and evaluated first tend to be less efficient. They utilize a technology called subcritical coal. So that has to do with the efficiency process of how it converts the coal chemical energy to electrical energy. Furthermore, the supercritical units, which are inherently more efficient, and also in DEC's case, are capable of co-firing with natural gas, which increase their flexibility, allow for hedging of commodity prices, and emitting less carbon, both by its efficiency and by the use of natural gas, are ranked higher in the list, so evaluated later. These larger units generally do have higher capacity factors based on those economies of scale compared to the system as a whole. And these larger units tend to be the most recently built, so they're and the most efficient and most utilized, and therefore the most valuable to the system. The company's choice of the coal group rankings and the use of the sequential peaker method doesn't necessarily mean that the larger units with the higher capacity factors will retire later than the smaller units, just that they're evaluated later. So finally on this slide, the company's rankings really seek to establish that reasonable order in which to evaluate these retirements in a sequential process, considering age, the utilization, and the economics of size and scale of each of these coal group rankings. Next slide, please. So this is the meat of the process of the coal retirement analysis. This is the sequential peaker method, determining the when. So depicted here is a high-level graphic of the step-by-step process, which I'll walk through now. Each pass of the sequential peaker method starts with the development of 2 hourly production cost models. A base case where the coal units in this group are continued to operate through their depreciable lives. And then second step here is a change case where the units are retired at the end of 2025 and replaced with the equivalent capacity of a peaking resource. So 2 sets of detailed production cost models that really show how the unit would operate. And from those, we can determine the optimal retirement date. This third step, and noted here as the net cone step, is where the company actually calculated the retirement analysis equation that we looked at earlier in the presentation. It calculates the total cost of the system, including the cost to maintain those coal units. And we'll just start with an example of it through 2025. The production cost also associated with that coal unit group operating through 25, the replacement capacity costs operating from 25 through the original retirement date of the coal units, and then the cost to maintain those coal units. Furthermore, the calculation also considers the new capacity costs and the necessary transmission, if applicable, and any associated fixed costs with the new capacity as well. So this total system cost calculation is then repeated for every year on a year-by-year basis from a retirement at the end of 2025 through a retirement at the end of the depreciable life of the unit. So this year-by-year evaluation allows for us to transparently see exactly what the contributing costs are as determining the most economic point for retirement. And as previously discussed, the retirement date, the cost to operate these units are recalculated dynamically with that dynamic cost forecasting process used in the economic evaluation for each year. So as we evaluate this each year throughout time, we recalculate what the cost will be associated with the retirement date that's specified. In the next step, the companies, it's called optimize here, the companies identify the point in which the retirement of the unit minimizes the cost of the system, giving all of the detailed costs in this process. So it looks at every year from 2025 retirement through the end of the depreciable life, and you can kind of think of that as a line graph. It may start high and dip low in the middle and begin to rise at the end. It may start out high and get lower as the unit gets to its depreciable life, or it may start out low and get more expensive over time. And based on where the unit reaches its lowest point is how we determined the economic retirement date. So in the final step, once we've identified the point at which the retirement minimizes the cost to the system, the company locks that retirement in, and it becomes part of the new base case for the next coal unit group being evaluated in the sequential process. And this sequential process is then repeated for every unit that was evaluated here. The table below shows the possible retirement dates evaluated by the company for each of the coal unit groups from 2025 through the end of the depreciable life of each coal unit group. You'll notice here that Allen was able to be retired earlier. This is based on the current capacity length that the DEC system currently has. The company has accumulated capacity replacements over the past several years, including the addition of W.S. Lee combined cycle, the Bad Creek pump storage hydro runner uprates, along with the future addition of Lincoln CT17, which is expected to join the portfolio in 2024, which was a joint venture between Siemens and Duke to demonstrate the performance of advanced class CTs. So while these coal units were evaluated sequentially, as I mentioned earlier, the economic retirement date for every group was evaluated between 2025 and the depreciable life. And we can see an example of this here as we look at Roxborough 1 and 2 compared to Roxborough 3 and 4. Just because Roxborough 3 and 4 were evaluated later didn't mean it was necessarily retired later. We can see here that Roxborough 3 and 4 was selected for optimal retirement in 2028, where Roxborough 1 and 2 were selected in 2029. The table at the bottom again shows the order in which the units were evaluated, and the table on the right shows the results in the order for which the retirements would occur. So this economic evaluation framework determined in a transparent and detailed manner the retirements and when they should occur. This economic framework is transparent, it's precise, and it's detailed in a way that optimizes those for each of the coal unit groups. Next slide, please. So now this is the portfolio optimization step. So with the economic retirement dates now established in the previous step, the company can take its holistic approach to the replacements needed to best fill these energy and capacity needs over the IRP time horizon. The capacity expansion model is first used to look over the long time horizon at multiple resource options to determine the potential optimal combination of resources that minimizes the cost of the system to customers. The results are verified and refined in production cost models, including one example is the company's process for battery optimization in the IRP, where it again used the detailed hourly production cost model to capture the most accurate benefits to the system. So this is a very similar process to using that same level of detail that the company's used in its establishing its retirement dates. So this step allows for optimal set of resources to be the replacement resources selected into the portfolio using a combination of that capacity expansion model and the production cost model, and allows for a more accurate starting point when you begin to evaluate those on a detailed basis, refining and evaluating based on a narrower set and a more manageable scope in which to evaluate and confirm the resources and the timing. Next slide, please. So the company outlines here the relative strengths and limitations of each of the methodologies put forth in this docket. So the sequential method that the company used is on the left, with the single step optimization or an endogenous modeling on the right. Strengths for the sequential method that the company used includes dividing this large and complex analytical process into manageable and discrete steps. The detailed modeling at each step of the analysis ensures that we've have confidence in the results that we have. It allows for the use of more accurate and dynamic costing, and allows for transparency to see the step-by-step analysis and the critical factors leading to the retirement and replacement determinations. Limitations of the sequential method is it requires significant resources to prepare and perform these analysis. Glenn did a great job of highlighting the cross-functional team that we brought together with years of experience both in operations and strategy and planning to really determine the correct process for capturing these most economic retirement dates. With this analysis, you get fewer combinations and permutations to begin with, so it is a narrower set of runs that you're looking at. On the other side, the single step optimization or endogenous modeling of retirements, it has the ability to evaluate a large set of resource options to simultaneously determine the retirement dates and the needed capacity replacements. But the limitations include the utilization of this simplified analytical approach, loss of detail there. It does not accommodate this dynamic cost forecasting that the companies utilize that we believe is the most accurate way of depicting continued investment and operations of these units. And then you get a bit of a lack of a transparency in the modeling outputs. It's sometimes hard to determine exactly why a unit was retired in a certain time frame. There's also computational constraints. So as we talked about, the high amount of combinations and permutations of just the retirements, on top of that, finding out what's the optimal replacement further makes up for a complicated computation. And to do that, you can actually stall out the model or have to relax the modeling tolerances to get it to evaluate it appropriately. And then furthermore, it's going to require this further modeling and verification and confirmation and refinement of results. And you may, from this point, be starting from a less optimal set of resource selections based on the simplifications that were made. So this very complicated process that the companies undertook for the coal retirement analysis appropriately captures the economic retirement dates, and the company is going to evaluate the new models and discuss with the public staff, as we'll talk about on the next slide. So looking forward to 2022, the company will use Encompass as the model of record for the 2022 IRP. This Encompass by Anchor Power Solutions has both capacity expansion module and a production cost module. So we have the same tools available to us in 2022. The company is continuing to evaluate the enhancements and capabilities of Encompass, so the new modeling software, and especially with respect to co-optimizing those retirements of the company's coal fleet. The company plans to engage with the public staff and other stakeholders to discuss these enhanced techniques for evaluating coal retirements for these future IRPs 2022 and on. And the company will update, as it always does, its IRP assumptions. And then for 22, actually complete a new comprehensive economic coal retirement analysis, taking into consideration the input from the public staff and other pertinent stakeholders in these matters. So the relative strengths of these multi-step process that the company undertook outweigh the loss of detail that we saw from the single-step optimization. And while we think it's been an appropriate and an accurate depiction of the economic retirement dates, the company's plan to work forward, continuing to evaluate the best tools at our available to us, leverage the information and techniques that other stakeholders have, and conducting a new retirement analysis to further refine these results in 2022 are an important step going forward. Next slide, please. So I think I've talked enough. With that, I will pass the presentation back to Dan Donashad, who will begin our conversation and discussion on qualitative factors for coal retirement analysis, starting with the current headwinds for coal plant operations. Dan?
Thanks, Mike, and good morning, commissioners. My name is Dan Donashad, and I will share some of the headwinds for coal plant operations. First, we support growing renewables on our system. As we know, solar by its nature is intermittent, and when cloud cover comes, the remaining system must perform a steep acceleration, otherwise known as ramping, of dispatchable generation to make up the lost energy. While we have increased the flexibility of the coal units, they cannot accelerate or ramp generation near as fast as combustion turbines and combined cycles can. Coal units were originally designed as baseload units, and frequent cycling increases wear and tear on the unit. Since coal units have changed duties, it can be difficult to accurately predict how often they will run, and therefore how much coal will be needed. On the coal supply chain considerations, as the demand for coal declines, some of our suppliers have experienced financial hardships. In the past few years, 9 of our suppliers experienced some form of financial restructuring. Fortunately, we were able to work with them to ensure most of our coal deliveries were still made. Coal has also become a smaller portion of the railroad's volumes as our coal volumes decrease. In 2020, coal deliveries were only 10% of Norfolk Southern's revenues, down from 26% in 2012. Another qualitative risk is on the future environmental regulations. Currently, EPA is working on tightening existing regulations that impact coal units, such as effluent limitation guidelines, or ELG, MATS, etc. And they also signaled their intent to issue new carbon regulations under the Clean Air Act. There will be new regulations also not yet drafted. And finally, we have the operational challenges we face in running the coal units. We have expressed our desire to retire coal units early in an orderly fashion, but until the day that they do retire, we will need to maintain them to meet their mission and to provide capacity whenever needed by the system. We are having difficulty retaining workforce as coal employees are responding to the announcements about early retirement and planning for their futures. Externally, as more coal plants retire, the industry has faced a wave of retirements and a loss of key talent and knowledge. For example, there are fewer skilled trade workers available on the open marketplace, and over the longer term, OEMs may no longer be able to support us with spare parts. So in summary, we manage through these challenges every day, but these are issues that the models cannot capture. So with that, I'll pass it back to Glenn Snyder for other qualitative matters.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Mike. Again, just building a little bit on what Dan was talking about there, and Mike. No matter how comprehensive of a quantitative perspective, there's always going to be certain qualitative factors that are difficult to put into a modeling framework. And so we undertook, as Mike described, a very comprehensive, robust, transparent, quantitative framework. But the record had a lot of qualitative considerations in it as well, outside of the actual modeling framework. And so, Brett, if you would advance the slides, please. So we heard a lot about some of the qualitative risks of replacing coal with natural gas, whether they be simple cycle turbines or more efficient, larger combined cycle plants. And predominantly the possibility of a shorter useful life, sometimes referred to by interveners as stranded cost risk, the potential risk of future carbon emissions, commodity price volatility, and then the future. There are potential to mitigate through hydrogen burning at these plants, or if they're only being utilized for very limited amount of times, potential offset markets. But those are uncertain this early in the development of those potential mitigants. But the record really focused on just that resource. And if you replace with other resources, all resources have qualitative risk considerations. So I should have just started with BESS. So battery energy storage systems are emergent, and we think they're going to play a role in the Carolinas. But it is an emergent technology at utility scale, and they have their own qualitative risk factors that need to be balanced along with qualitative risk factors of natural gas. So certainly no single chemistry at any scale has been in operation for say 15 or 20 years. While existing technologies do have well beyond 20 years of operation life. So life cycle costs, the potential to have to run for a shorter life due to that lack of operational history is certainly a risk that exists with battery energy storage. You have global supply chain risk. We're seeing that across many items in society today, but batteries are dependent on a pretty global supply chain to produce these at scale. The level of scale being talked about, if it was across the whole U.S., it really, there's no way to predict how the supply chain will adapt and if it will adapt in a timely manner. And then finally, even batteries have their own environmental risks that are yet fully capable of being quantified in sort of a quantitative manner when you think about everything from the production, development of the battery, the installation, the operation of it, the decommissioning and recycling. Because you don't have that long term, the exact cost to move through that and the environmental risks there need to be considered as just a qualitative factor. Again, not that any of these are showstoppers, but they're certainly existent and in the marketplace, but just don't get a lot of discussion in this particular docket. When you move on to even sort of more emergent technologies like offshore wind in the Carolinas or in the Southeast, or small modular nuclear reactors, they also have qualitative considerations that have to do with some of the same issues that batteries, but have even a longer lead time and more complex siting. So all technologies have qualitative risks. I think sometimes in a docket we tend to focus on one, and so the note on the bottom there just says I think it's important to really have a fair and holistic consideration of qualitative risk factors when those are being considered in addition to the robust quantitative analytics that Mike outlined earlier in the presentation. Next slide, please, Brett. What the IRP shows and what we really highlight is one of the best ways to protect against some of the qualitative risk factors is to maintain a diverse resource portfolio. So when you think about transforming the grid and transforming our generation fleet, what investments are being called for over the planning horizon from the IRP? and how diverse are those sets of investments to the extent, all investment types, as we just spoke about, have some amount of qualitative risk. And if you look at, sort of going along with my introduction slide from 2005 to 21, now we're looking at 2021 to 2035. And what the bottom bar shows is of all the resources added, what % of new resource additions are comprised of what types of resources. So in the IRP, what you'll see is there is the addition of a significant amount of renewables, in addition to some combined cycle technology on the left in the light blue, simple cycle in the dark blue. The small amount of nuclear is simply nuclear uprates that we think are going to be achievable. So that's not new nuclear, that's really uprating existing nuclear. We are putting a significant effort into DSM and EE, which is the light pink one. And then some of our pump storage, as Mike spoke about earlier, we're uprating our existing pump storage, which is a great addition to the fleet to help follow the renewables. So it's really this diversity that really is in line with what we've been doing historically. You're adding renewables, you're decarbonizing by going to a lower carbon, either through energy storage or through CTs and CCs to help follow those renewables, that allows you to stay on that trajectory of reducing your carbon intensity per megawatt hour, while minimizing both quantitative and qualitative risks for consumers. Next slide, please, Brett. So as Mike spoke about, moving into the 22 comprehensive, it's not just the coal retirement study. Obviously, there's a lot of inputs that go into a comprehensive IRP that help to inform the IRP as well as the coal retirement study. Things like the reserve margin study, our effective load carrying capability study, our transmission studies, and we expect in the comprehensive IRP to be updating all of those supporting studies that are all interrelated to the coal retirement decisions in both terms of the timing of the retirement as well as the resources available to replace it. Certainly developments in state and federal policy play into this. Extension of tax credits, carbon policy, clean energy policy, all change the relative costs of these as net cost to consumers. And so any change in policy would also be incorporated in our 22 IRP. The third bullet really talks about our commitment to energy efficiency and demand side management and other distributed energy resources. We start with that. These resources are given the first opportunity to reduce our growth in our system. So we have a growing system. We have tens of thousands of customers coming to the Carolinas, new businesses, new industry, and energy efficiency, demand side management, and other distributed resources reduces that rate of growth fairly substantially. And we have a very comprehensive process to ensure we're trying to get all cost-effective energy efficiency. The issue I put this on the slide for is some of the record would suggest that you could use this to retire, further retire coal units. What we've seen is that while this is very effective in reducing load growth, the magnitude of those demand side resources are not on the same scale or with the same certainty that relative to the 10,000 megawatts of coal we're trying to retire, although they play a very important role in reducing growth on our system. Again, I think what we'll try to do and endeavor to do with stakeholders and the public staff going into 22 is have a more robust discussion around some of these qualitative benefits and risks of staying in coal, and what are the costs and benefits of moving faster than the most economic retirement date, and what might that look like, and get a broad discussion around those costs and benefits. And certainly, the coal retirements, as pointed out in the order, will be a significant driver of need in the 22 IRP. We have needs driven by load growth. We have needs driven by expiring contracts. We have needs by retirement of other smaller gas or hydro units, things like that. But a large function of the need in the IRP is the coal retirement. So we will have a continued focus on this and continued refinement, and we're committed to the level of resources that we've had in 2020 as we move into 2022. Next slide, please. So maybe just some closing comments. I think Mike did a great job of explaining what the IRP did in terms of determining what types of resources are out there to replace retiring coal, despite maybe what some of the portrayals of our process was. In no way did we assume that a peaker was the only thing that can replace a coal plant. So we just use the peaker to determine the when. The peaker method is well established. It's the benchmark for the utility cost test. It's the benchmark for avoided cost rates. It's the benchmark in PJM for the cost of a new entrant coming into PJM. And so that's a pretty well-established economic framework to help us hone in on the when to retire. Then we ask what should retire it through the endogenous model, and we allow the model to select the optimal what. So in no way did we restrict the selection of replacement resources to peakers. And so the IRP really does a good job of determining what types of resources are there to replace, when they should be replaced, and importantly, as I spoke about in the reliability study, what amount of resources are needed to replace this coal. And so all of that leads to a very robust, comprehensive, transparent. We think it was done with a high degree of accuracy that you lose. We'll hear about other approaches done throughout the country. And in reviewing those approaches, well, they may use a single step. They have to take many more simplified evaluation techniques. They limit the number of years that are considered. Importantly, they cannot include the dynamic costing, the tremendous effort we went through to develop the dynamic costing model. That cannot be accommodated in a single step. And so we think our approach really for the commission in determining the what replaces it, the when, and the amount is just and reasonable for planning purposes as we see the 2020 IRP. Recognizing that we'll refine it going into 2022. And just a small nod to the upcoming sessions. While the IRP does a very good job of establishing the what's going to replace, the when, and the size, it's really the final execution phase after the IRP that identifies the precise, how are we going to replace this? We're going to talk about the competitive procurement process and ultimately that will be the resource, the location of the resource, and the specific resource that will replace coal will only be known at the execution phase. And so, how that CPCN and RFP process is conducted and how those resources are selected, that's when you'll know the precise what and the precise where. So there's, I look at this whole process as we move through these 3 days or 2 days and 3 topics. And I thought they were done in a very thoughtful order as this winnowing approach, right? So you start off screening models in the IRP, and then you go to detailed models and you get a detailed set of resources. And then you move on to the execution phase where those resources ultimately become known and the location becomes known and the analytics become even more refined. So there's this refining that happens in the beginning of an IRP process, throughout it, and then finally at the execution phase. You'll know exactly what resource and where, and more detailed transmission and resource types will be known at that. We'll hear much more about that in the coming 2 days. But with that, I'd like to just say that the company has taken its obligation to perform a detailed retirement analysis very seriously. As you can see, from the panelists today. Again, it was not just these panelists, it was several members of each of their teams, my team and Dan's and Bobby's team that put just countless hours into looking at this, analyzing it, reviewing results, quality assurance of it. We've made the dynamic costing model available and transparent through data requests. We try to be as transparent as possible. And so we just, we're very supportive of our approach. We think it's industry best practice, although it was this comprehensive nature does take a significant effort that maybe all companies don't have the time and resources to put into it. So with that, I will conclude this formal part of the presentation, ask the commissioners if they have any questions, and just thank the commission for this opportunity once again.
Thank you to all the presenters on the topic. Very thorough and very clear. Let's see, we're at 11. Let's see if we can take questions and get through all the questions on the Duke presentation, and then we'll take our morning break. We won't take a break in the middle of a presentation. So let's go to questions now. And as I indicated earlier, I'm going to see if commission staff members want to ask any questions of our panel. Mr. McDowell, Ms. Jones, floor is yours. However you wish to proceed.
Commissioner Clodfelter, this is Steve. I do have a number of questions I'd like to ask of the panel.
Certainly.
I won't direct any of these questions to a specific member of the panel, but anyone that can respond to them. As somewhat of an introduction of myself, I'm in operations staff for the commission. I'll refer back to Mr. Quinto's chart where he was showing the service lives of some of these coal plants, and specific Mayo. I think he was kind of alluding to the fact that these are old plants. And I will say that when Mayo was being constructed, I started work at Carolina Power and Light Company, so I don't know if there's a direct correlation there or not. First question I have is, do you know right now that the Encompass software, when fully implemented, can be leveraged to better optimize coal retirement dates and replacement options? And I'm really talking about just the capabilities and functionality of the tool at this point.
I'm going to, Steve, take a shot, and then Bobby McMurray on our team, who is transitioning, who runs the modeling department. I'm going to ask him to follow up. Okay. So Encompass, as Mr. Quinto pointed out, still has two modules, a system optimization module and a detailed production cost module. And it's our belief that their system optimization model does have enhancements over System Optimizer, which is the current tool that was used in 2020. At the end of the day, it is still a screening model in that it has to take, it still does the same thing. It runs thousands upon thousands, and that number depends on how you specify the model. So if you want to let it look at every unit, every replacement option, as Mr. Quinto pointed out, you get in the quadrillions, and it simply won't solve. We've looked across the country, and as the portfolios become more complex, others that you'll hear about, Pacific Corp, et cetera, they use an endogenous model, but they make many simplifying assumptions going into the model to allow it to solve. And so we think we may be able to use Encompass in a more expansive role. We'll certainly see what its capabilities are, benchmark them, against our current practice, and we expect it to yield benefits. But I still don't believe that any single system optimizer model can be used in isolation to get the most robust result. That's just not, given the lack of detail and the simplifications that have to be made. If you don't perform some of the analytics that Mr. Quinto spoke about on both the front and the back end of that, it it simply is not going to be sufficient as a single model to be able to do in one model step. Long-winded answer, Steve, but Bobby, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Me about the only thing I would add is I certainly agree with Glenn's explanation is that rather we use Encompass and 22, it'll be a two-step process. Even if retirement is selected with Encompass, especially in the short-term frame, we're always going to look at it on an hourly production cost standpoint to recognize what its value would be. And also, I think it was on slide 10 of Mike Quinto's presentation. It really showed that the accounting for the reduction and as O&M decreases as you hit a retirement date, that's just not captured within Encompass or System Optimizer. That's a part of the sequential peaker method. So certainly we're testing it now. We're using Encompass. I think it's a good model. As I've stated to Glenn before, I like the ability of Encompass in selecting when you're having to evaluate 10 different carbon policies, directionally is coal retirements, accelerated or is it deferred to a later date? I think it's a good tool for directional purposes, but when you look at really nailing down a retirement date, we're always going to look at it in both models.
Okay, thank you. So you have a level of confidence based on what you've seen other players in the country do, but basically you're committed to attempting to utilize that model in the fashion that you described today then. So there's a level of confidence there. Otherwise, you wouldn't commit the resources to that.
I can point out a couple of things with Encompass that we're seeing that's a benefit over System Optimizer. It does allow for accounting for commitment of your units where System Optimizer didn't. In other words, when I say commitment, it's really about making sure there's enough reserves to meet your FERC requirements, VACAR requirements. That's something that SO didn't really allow us to do. So that's one advantage. I still will stand by. It is a screening model, and it'll still be a two-step process, even if we're allowed to, even if it's a retirement is selected at a different than a production cost, sequential peaker method.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Clodfelter, I have additional questions if we're good. So
until you're done, you've got the floor until you're done.
Okay. I should have warned you how many questions I had. The timing of decisions on coal retirement dates affects all sorts of costs downstream of today's day. I think Mr. Quinto was very clear with that. You may, for example, avoid some major maintenance capital in the short term if the retirement date is solid and you've evaluated the risk. I use the word solid or emphasize the word solid. Am I on track here?
Yeah, Steve, I think I understand what you're saying, and that's precisely why we've used this approach, right? Which just to be very clear, a single step approach does not allow one unit to have multiple cost trajectories that are a function of the retirement date, right? And so what we're saying is the multi-step approach we took was very intensive to develop those multiple cost forecasts. And it does allow you to say, if I retire early, how can I wind down the unit in a reasonable manner that changes my cost forecast for that same unit? And so once that comes into focus, and I think when you say when it's clear, once these retirement dates have been committed to, and they become closer term, then we will spend, according to that, ramp down of the unit, And so I think it is, a benefit of looking at that function of retirement. The cost forecast is a function of retirement. It's just something that we're not seeing other people have gone to that level of effort to do. they put a single set of costs, and if the model retires it, you avoid costs after that date. But it doesn't dynamically change your entire forecast with each year of retirement you're looking at. And we think that's a huge enhancement that some of the examples held up by interveners of other parties that they have not taken that big of a step.
So in other words, you've reduced some of the capital spend for these units as you've identified earlier retirement dates. And that reduced spending is reflected in the present value of revenue requirements that you calculated that are produced out of the IRP. Is that correct, William?
That is correct.
Okay.
And not just spends after, but spends in front of the retirement.
Right. Okay. So decisions about major maintenance capital are just some of the decisions that have to be made and are affected by known and actionable retirement dates. I threw in a new word there, actionable retirement date. Maybe the better word is firm, because I guess you don't take action to quit spending on a unit or to do this or that or not buy coal for the unit until it's firm. So let's talk about the concept of optimizing the coal retirement dates a little more. Duke stated in its reply comments that the companies believe, given the capabilities of the current models, the approach used in the 2020 IRP yielded the most economic retirement dates. So excuse me, but I want to quote from the movie Hidden Figures, which everyone should watch. I know you probably believe that. What I'm interested in, however, is the additional value that might accrue to ratepayers if the Encompass model is fully leveraged to identify coal retirement dates as opposed to the current methodology. Do you think there is additional value to be gained by leveraging the new Encompass tools? You've already spoken to somewhat the functionality and capability of the tools. I'm really broadening that a little bit to value to stakeholders, especially to ratepayers. Do you think there's additional value to be gained by leveraging the new Encompass tools to do the retirement analysis and other components of the IRP?
So I don't want to be, yes, the Encompass model has, to the extent, as Mr. Murray explained, we believe it's a better model. It will yield value in helping us ensure the results are evaluated using the best industry tools. The big important nuance for the commission to understand is using that model standalone, or any model standalone, without a multi-step approach that brings the problem into focus using a series of sequential, more detailed analysis, and trying to do it in, I went and looked up a couple different definitions because we're here a lot about endogenous. It's an endogenous model, which to me, the way I read some of the intervening comments is just let the model decide everything. Put everything in, not in this winnowing approach, not going to ever more detailed and doing, detailed dynamic costing, doing detailed production costs. Just put it in SO, Encompass, Plexos. You can name on one hand the number of models that are available in the industry to do that. And I think trying to do it all in a single model, whether it's Encompass or any other model, would not yield, that would not benefit consumers. It would lead to a less optimal result. So Encompass is good, but it's good in a framework. And Encompass standalone, or any model standalone, done purely endogenously, meaning let a single model drive your answer, is not really the best approach.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's go back to stranded costs for a minute that Glenn, I think you mentioned earlier. As I understand the public staff's comments, they are sensitive to the issue of potential stranded cost if a suboptimal solution to carbon emissions reductions were implemented. Partly, this discussion has to do with the uncertainties of carbon policy itself, which you've already alluded to. Specifically, the public staff commented that this gives rise to an argument that existing coal generation plants should continue to run for a period of time, thus deferring the need for new natural gas plants while carbon policy uncertainty is resolved. Can you comment on that observation and the observation that public staff made in its comments that the cost of carbon is the primary driver of differences between plans and thus has to be considered when choosing plans?
Carbon is one driver. Let me start by.
Staff commented that it's the primary driver. So
that is not, yeah, the primary driver. What we ran the retirement, we looked at things both from a carbon and no carbon, and the date does not change appreciably at all. The type of resource obviously is influenced, but it's the primary driver is the capital and the operating costs and the fuel costs. And carbon does in fact that running cost. So it is not the primary economic driver. It is a economic driver. And, you know, we could say, wait, it's interesting. We could say, wait until carbon policy, which, you know, I would love to have firm carbon policy, but I think I was told in 2009, as we were looking at one of the plants, that within 2 weeks, we're going to know what carbon policy is. You know, Waxman-Markey is going to lay out, you know, carbon policy for us. And we're sit here a decade later with no carbon policy. And so I think it's a critical question, and why I laid out, you know, our historic actions of adding renewables at a aggressive pace while adding gas to follow those renewables and replacing coal. Do we want to hit pause on that strategy that's brought us from 1,000 pounds a megawatt hour down to 600 pounds on a track to 300 pounds? That industry leading pace that we're on, do we want to hit pause on while we wait for policy? And I think that's a question, you know, one of those qualitative considerations that we're certainly not going to solve in this technical conference, but would be one that we need to wrestle with, and stakeholder groups and this commission needs to wrestle with is, you know, do we hit pause on that and wait for policy, or do you systematically work through retirements and replace them with the best available technologies that exist at that point in time that can meet that need that the retirement creates? And that's simply something we're gonna have to continue to address in future IRPs.
Yeah, I think you've hit on $1 million question that this commission has to struggle with some, and that's whether to hit the pause button or what. And so that's a good point. And I may have been the one in 2009 that told you that Waxman-Markey was going to cure all. So I apologize for that. Let's change gears just a little bit. Suppose that the commission waited until additional analysis were available in the 2022 IRP docket before rendering a decision on the proposed coal retirement dates. This might suggest an order in the second quarter of 2023 if the commission waited for that. What would be the implications on the current short-term action plans?
So, you know, you think about the IRP, you know, and that's what I said. We think our retirement dates are just and reasonable for planning purposes today. And the IRP, not just the short-term action plan, is used in all sorts of dockets, right? You look to it in rate cases, you look to it in avoided cost, and you look to it for need dockets when we come forward for need. And so I think it is reasonable to say, let's have another cycle through and look at what those needs are coming out of 22. But, you know, the result will be, and we'll get into this, I'm sure, in the all source procurement and some of the transmission even potentially, is you generally have, I'm going to use a really rough number, so don't hold me to it, but about a 5-year lead time to bring replacement resources into focus. And so to bring them online, if you will, when you think about going through the RFP process, the CPCN process, the permitting process, the construction process, the COD. So to move something to, let's say, 23 would, you know, in essence, say you're looking at 27, 28 for those replacements. And these are very, very high level and, you know, subject to lots of caveats. So, but that's just a, you know, a rough ballpark for maybe how to think about that.
So that kind of moves beyond this very short-term action plan into the longer range plans and replacement of the capacity you're having to replace as say Cliffside 5 or Roxborough Mayo, which we've already identified as old, is retired. So yeah, and it's clearly noted in your IRPs that, and let me read here, because this is well stated, the retirement dates discussed in this chapter do not represent commitments to retire. The IRP is a planning document, but the execution of the plan can vary for multiple reasons, including changes to the load forecast, market conditions, and generated performance, just to name a few. Similar to new undesignated resources identified in this document that do not have an approval to build or a commitment to build, the coal retirement dates presented herein only represent the current economic retirement dates and are not a commitment to retire, end quote. So what you started doing was probing somewhat the question that I have, both from short term, but you know, also the longer term implications. Again, if the commission waited until additional analysis were available in the 2022 IRP docket before rendering a decision on the proposed retirement dates, what would be the implications to the retirement dates of coal units currently targeted for retirements? For instance, Cliffside 5 in 2026, or Roxborough Mayo units between 2028 and 29. Are there critical decision dates this approach would put in jeopardy? Can you identify something on that to put some color to this?
Certainly, Steve, I appreciate that question, and it is true. And you know, to build upon that quote from the IRP, what's really critical for the commission to understand is we need to have reliable replacement generation prior to retiring further units, right? So when you talk about, I'm just going to use, for example, Roxborough and Mayo at DEP, we cannot, when we say it's not a commitment to retire, another variable that affects that is our ability to secure a reliable replacement that provides the equivalent system reliability to the unit that's being retired. So whether, you know, the first step in that might be the date is agreed to by the commission. You enter into an RFP process as part, and I don't want to go too far down that because I'm sure it'll come up in the next technical conference, but you enter into an RFP process as part of obtaining a CPCN for whatever resource, you know, and then you have to successfully conclude that and come up with a replacement, equally reliable replacement. And then once that equally reliable replacement is secured, you can commit to the retirement. And so that is the order in which things have to happen. And so the commission agreeing with the dates allows that first step to happen, to say, we agree that there is a need. Utility, you now can move forward with, you know, the RFP process to help fill that need. And so, you know, I think we're getting to that point where the commission is not pushing us beyond, you know, you have a bit of an issue with Cliffside 5, maybe the one hanging out there, but all the other fleet, right, is at or beyond a date where waiting 22 we would have to move quickly, but would still allow time to execute coal retirement, the RFP process. And again, from a very, very high level perspective, subject to really digging into the analytics.
So we take a lead on that in what you say in the short-term action plans, especially for something like Cliffside 5, if there's a 2026 date, which isn't a firm date for you. I mean, your management team had said, yes, by golly, we're going to retire Cliffside 5 in 2026. Go ahead and get the process starting to replace that capacity. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, it is not a firm date yet for Cliffside. Allen is committed to, and we have plans in place for Allen. Cliffside is not yet official.
So I'm very much a believer in not making decisions today that I can make tomorrow. I have more input, more information from which to make that decision. If I don't have to make that decision today, I'd rather make it tomorrow. In your mind, or any of your colleagues' minds here, would a delayed decision on coal retirement dates create additional opportunities for ratepayers or cause them to forfeit opportunities?
That's the, as you alluded to, the $1 million question, right? We're talking about, do we hit pause,
right?
Do we delay 1 year? Do we delay 2 years? The company's position, I believe, is that getting out of coal as expeditiously as possible while maintaining system reliability and affordability shields customers for some of the qualitative risks that Mr. Donashad, started to, he did a very nice job, but that's a lot to cover in a short amount of time. But you don't want, let me say it this way, you don't want to be last man standing in the coal industry. And we think transitioning out of coal in an orderly but expeditious manner where we maintain that reliability and affordability is the best approach. So I agree with you that more information is better, as long as more information doesn't turn into, well, we're going to have even more information in 24 than we had in 22. And, it can become a slippery slope. Like I said, I've been waiting on carbon policies, been imminent a half a dozen times in the last decade. And I was sure I was going to have something more definitive to put into my planning process. And that is yet to come to fruition. So,
and I've already apologized for that. Part of the making a decision now, or as you have information, starts to address a number of things as technologies evolve and cost change. Carbon is clearer, start to deal more effectively with this idea of stranded cost, obviously. So I'm not going any further with that, but thanks for that response. I'm thinking ahead to our third issue a little bit, the timing of transmission planning outputs in relation to the generation resource planning. One question, does the transmission planning have much of an influence on the coal retirement methodology and dates?
I would say the transmission planning has a partial influence in terms of the needed transmission to, if you don't replace on site and you remove the coal and replace with a different, then you need to have two things have to happen. You have to fix the grid because the grid is built around those coal units. So removing the coal units creates a need for incremental transmission investment. And then the replacement resources are likely going to need transmission infrastructure built to be able to move those new resources to the load. And so to the extent they become the long lead time with respect to the construction and in-service date of that replacement resource, it can affect the retirement date.
Okay.
So
because as I think ahead, I'm thinking about which comes first, the chicken or the egg here, and I'm very confused by that a little bit. But that's an issue downstream of this.
We will hit on the chicken or the egg, I think, a little bit in that third panel.
Right. One final question. Thank you for your patience. Based on DEP's 2020 IRP, there is a capacity need identified to support the forecasted 2015-16 winter peak demand. That need's partly driven by the potential retirement of the Weatherspoon CTs. That's 232 megawatts of CTs down at that site. Do you have a timeline of the steps necessary for DEP to provide for the forecasted peak load? Again, starting 2015-16 winter peak. You have a timeline of the steps, which obviously, could include what happens with these Weatherspoon CTs, but providing for that.
No, it's a good question. I think you were referring to 25, 26. We've said.
Yeah, 15. I'm sorry. Did I say 15?
That's all right. No.
My note said 15, 16, which is obviously not correct.
25, 20. So, I think what we're going to be, there's a couple of factors that we will take a very hard look at 22. One is updating the load forecast, coming out of COVID. What is the load forecast? The 2020 IRP versus 2022, does that still support that 25, 26 need? Are there other things happening with uprates or other things that can help to defer that need? And then finally taking a hard look at those units themselves and saying, is that still the appropriate for these smaller turbines? What's their material conditions and are they, is that the appropriate retirement? So all of that we'll take a really hard look at going into 22 and see if that need is still in that year. It's too early to tell, but
So let me follow up to that. When I look at that winter peak in 2026, you've got an undesignated combustion turbine that's added in late 2025. And you've got Weatherspoon taken out. So you've just talked to the forecast and whether or not it's appropriate to take those units out, because that's not a done deal either. The reserve margin would drop below your 17% threshold. Actually, my calculation says it would drop to 15.7%. If you wait till the 2022 IRP and you've got to replace capacity there, or build new capacity or secure new capacity, does that give you enough time to do that? If the forecast stayed the same and you committed to retiring the Weatherspoon units, et cetera? That's why I'm probing the timeline a little bit.
It's a fair question. And I think, if we didn't see, preliminary indicators that we thought it was going to move, the need would move out. So for example, if we didn't go through COVID, but we went through an economic, explosion and we had a bunch of industry moving in and we saw that Weatherspoon was having serious material condition issues, we probably would have been, more concerned. I think our early read going into 22 is that need may be moving out. And so the immediacy of moving towards an RFP to fill that need, we're not seeing the early indications saying we need to be immediately moving towards an RFP to seek to fill that need, and that'll be fully confirmed and discussed in 22. But I think you snap this chalk line with these IRPs, and I think that's a very important concept, right? And you'll hear it throughout these presentations. Is these formal dockets, you have to use the best information at the time you're developing your information, your analysis, your filing. But the world continues to move in between these 2-year comprehensive IRPs. And so you've got to be reading the market, what's happening, and adjusting your business decisions certainly consistent with your IRPs, but also understanding what's happening in between these chalk lines that you snap. And I think what we're seeing in between the chalk lines gives us some indication. We think we're going to have time to meet that need through an orderly process that will be laid out more fully in 22.
Okay, I appreciate it. Commissioner Clodfelter, that's all the questions I have.
That's great. Mr. McDowell, do you know if any other staff have questions? Ms. Jones, I don't see you on the screen.
Yeah, I do not. I don't think Ms. Jones has any questions, so that's probably sufficient.
All right, let me tell you what I'm going to do here. We've been going for about 2 hours, and I want to give Ms. Vines a break. So let's take our morning break here, and then we'll come back with commissioners' questions. Let's come back at 11:45, and we'll pick up then. All right? Protocol is you stop your video and you go on mute while we're on break, please. Thank you. I see an awful lot of blank screens out there. Let me ask, who's back? Good. Okay, we're getting there.
Commissioner Clodfelter, I think you have your Duke panel back. I'm not sure if my Duke attorney is back though.
Still here, Mr. Snyder.
I think the panel is here. I'm looking for all my commissioners to make sure we've got all of them. Okay. I think we're all back. Ms. Vines, you ready to go? Okay, let me tell you what I propose to do, and that's just to take commissioners in order of seniority. We've been talking about old plants this morning, so we'll start with the old commissioner first. Commissioner Brown Bland, you're up.
Well, despite the adjective, which I won't comment on further, I don't have any questions right now.
Okay, Commissioner Gray.
Well, in as much as I'm in overtime, I have no questions.
All right, next in seniority, I think is Chair Mitchell.
All right, Commissioner Clodfelter. Okay, I have a few questions for y'all. Mr. Snyder, I'm just going to aim them at you, and anyone can answer them, really. In your opening remarks, you indicated that 15 years ago, Duke was at about 1,000 pounds per megawatt hour of CO2 emissions, and that has been reduced to 600 per megawatt hour. Is that in the Carolinas, or is that Big Duke?
That's just the Carolinas, Chair Mitchell.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Another question that I have for you, this is just sort of a general question, and to the extent you have already explained this, just forgive me, I've got to hear it again. The focus on intra-hour variability and the need to be more granular and examining the intra-hour variability. We've been hearing a lot about that lately, but help me understand, when did that become important, or perhaps critical to the company? Just kind of give me some context there if you can.
Certainly. No, it is, and if you'll excuse my hand gestures, but this funneling, right? So our portfolio optimization models don't even have hourly granularity. They just use representative day types, right? So they're not even running the system on a true 8760. That's the number of hours in a year, every hour of the year. They're very screening in nature because they have to run so many permutations. Then the production cost models, they're further in that down in the funnel. They look at every hour, but they do not look intra-hour. So they're not looking at the 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute perturbations that can happen in load, which is commonly where that comes into play is the amount of what are often referred to as ancillary services, regulation, balancing reserves that are needed further down in the funnel to follow that intra-hour variability. Where we've done some of that modeling uses yet a more detailed model to look at that variability, stochastic model, but it generally doesn't look over a 15-year horizon, because as you add the detail, you have to narrow the problem set, right? And so as you move down in that funnel, where we talk about the intra-hour needs is largely in the avoided cost docket and some of the work on the solar integration service charge. And it starts to relate the addition of more intermittent resources, increasing the need for intra-hour load following. And so that amount of ancillary resources that are needed, really plays into as just, an input into the IRP models, but it's not analyzed in detail the way it is in the avoided cost SISC. And so it really became more of an issue as that intra-hour volatility started to increase, and then making sure you've got the resources to follow that intra-hour.
Okay, that makes sense, Mr. Snyder. And so then, you know, I assume, but you tell me if I'm wrong here, that as we move forward, you all are going to have to continue to focus on intra-hour variability, maybe even increasingly so. And will your, what point are your modeling capabilities going to get you where you can look at intra-hour variability or load perturbations, I think is what you said, but then also do that across your planning horizon?
Yeah, and it's a great question. I think it's taking, and this is why, I think you raise a very good point on why one model can't solve all issues in a single model. And so what we look to do is we take the results of the detailed model, the very detailed model, and say, how do I then extrapolate those results? How do I appropriately move the results from the more detailed model into the broader modeling framework? And so, for example, in the detailed model, as we look at tranches, if you will, of incremental intermittent resources, and we examine effect on intra-hour load, we can then say, okay, when we do resource planning now, we start to understand that relationship. So we say, in my resource planning models, if I'm going to have one scenario that has really high intermittent resources and I'm comparing it to another one that doesn't have as much intermittent resources, I can use the results of my detailed model, say, okay, in this portfolio, I need more ancillary services. In this model, in this portfolio, I need less. And the output of one becomes the input to the other.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that explanation. There were several slides that were presented while you were while you were speaking, and there was a slide. We don't have the slides up in front of us now, but you may remember this. There was a slide with a pie chart that showed the company's sort of that transformation in
Yes.
the resource portfolio.
Capacity. Yes.
And so I think that there was just a question I had was the older of the two pie charts showed two sections attributed to renewables. Is that a mistake, or was that purposeful? I think it was on page 21 or 22 of the deck, if you're looking at it right now.
Oh yeah, if Mr. Breitschwert, I don't know if you could pull that up for us, I'll try and explain that slide a little bit. So what that slide is, and maybe it wasn't as clear as we could have made it, is the two pie charts are installed capacity sort of today and at the end of the planning horizon. And then the bottom bar chart represents the difference. So it's saying how much increment, as I move from the first chart on the left to the pie chart on the right, what's the composition of the resources that are being, so you're never, I always make this point, we're never in any planning horizon replacing all the resources in the portfolio. We're making incremental advancements in the resources that are added to meet load growth and retirements. And so the bar chart on the bottom represent the makeup of those incremental changes between 2021 and 2035. So of all the investments made in what percent of the megawatts are in renewables, what percent's in DSM, what percent's in storage, nuclear, CT, and CC, whereas the two top circles represent the systems as a whole. So one's a difference and the top ones are. So I think when we're seeing renewables at the bottom, that's the incremental renewables being added, whereas the renewables on top are total renewables on the system as a percent of installed megawatts.
Okay. That's actually, let me stop you right there. That's helpful. I appreciate your walking me through that. And then I think I see what's happened there is, that may be Brett's mouse, but if right there, the sort of the renewables at 1.4%, and then you've got renewables at 9% on 2021.
Yeah, Glenn, so Chair Mitchell, if I may, the renewables that's in pink in the 2021 pie chart, that's a mislabel.
Okay.
That should be a portion that is EE and DSM that makes up our winter capacity.
Okay.
So that's just simply a typo, and we apologize.
And that's what that's what I figured now, especially after Mr. Snyder's explanation. Okay. All right. Thank you both for that help there. And then one or both of y'all help me understand. And again, it may be you go from 1.7 to 6. I think that's what you're doing. Is it's hard to see for me to see the percentage of energy storage, but there is obviously an increase from 21 to 35. Okay.
Right. And so
Okay.
that's you'll see in the bottom, the little small print, and I apologize, it's a lot to put on a single slide, but that's both battery storage and incremental pump storage. And so the incremental pump storage are the uprates occurring at our Bad Creek facility, where we have approximately 240, potentially more megawatts being added at Bad Creek, in addition to incremental battery energy storage that we project coming out of the system.
Okay.
I will add on this slide, the amount of megawatts is vastly different between 2021 and 2035 due to the amount of additional renewables on the system. So as you get more nameplate capacity or more winter capacity in 2035, that begins to shrink the portions. A good example of that is you see 2021 nuclear is about 20% of our capacity mix, and then in 35 it drops down to just 16%. Well, we're not actually retiring any nuclear in that time frame. We actually have a small amount of uprates to nuclear, but because the amount of renewables on the system and nameplate capacity overall, it makes those portions a little bit smaller.
Okay. And that's helpful clarification too. Thank you, Mr. Pinto. All right. A question about DSM EE. Mr. Snyder, you indicated you were talking about sort of the limitations of DSM and EE at this point in time. And, in the context of replacement, using DSM to replace units that y'all are going to retire. And I understand the points that you were making. At what point in time, though, will we be able to mitigate or even possibly eliminate uncertainty associated with DSM? At what point will you all be able to rely on technology so that you're not having to rely on a customer to voluntarily participate or agree to take some action to meet your system's needs? I mean, are you all, can you help me to sort of, to the extent that you can, look into your crystal ball and help me understand how far away we are? I would appreciate it.
No, I think it's a really good question, and it gets interpreted different depending on your lens. From in many stakeholder groups I've been in, that type of question gets different interpretations. So there are customer programs that are dependent upon customer actions, and we're going to continue to pursue those, right? So those are existing EE demand side management. So think about like water heater load control, air conditioning load control, industrial customer interruptible programs, right? And then there's, the more fundamental shift in energy consumption due to technology, right? So it's smart thermostats that are regulating your house without your intervention. It is smart charging systems that go on electric cars that don't charge in the winter morning unless you do an override or something. And so that's the type of technology that's going to come to play across time that will help shift the load shape and change the load shape. I think one of the things we're looking at is, how do those each get factored into the IRP? So we have a mechanism in place, a well-established mechanism for customer programs. I know it gets debated at times in terms of the market potential study and how much cost-effective potential is out there. And then the other part that I believe you're referencing to, Chair Mitchell, is sort of the technology evolution. And that really comes in my mind, as you see year after year, you see technologies changing and your load adapting to those technologies, home sizes, smart homes, more electrification, not just of vehicles, but down the road, electrification of HVAC systems, which are currently maybe not electric. All of that, it's really difficult to, depending on which technology, it has a different time horizon. So certain technologies are closer than others. And so I know it maybe wasn't as satisfying of an answer as you wanted, but my last point on that is you do need to think about what all of those demand side resources are doing to your peak, right? So those demand side resources are not clipping. They're generally like storage devices, right? They're moving energy around. So if I have a time of use rate, it's encouraging you to use before or after the peak, but not during the peak. If I'm controlling your air conditioner, I'm not clipping the air conditioner load. It's making your house warm, and it's going to make up the cooling when I release that air conditioning load control, right? So what we're trying to do is not double count. When you start to flatten that peak with these demand side resources, the type of supply side resources you need to meet peak changes. And you need to account for that interaction in a way that you're not double counting peak clipping. And so we're working hard to do that. There's lots of opinions in the industry as to when these different technologies are going to come to fruition. I think we've got a good process in place for the customer side programs, and we'll continue to track things like electric vehicles and how smart thermostats and different rate design affect the load shape as we move through time.
All right, last question for you, Mr. Snyder, and it's just a follow-up. So as you said, the company's working hard to sort of prognosticate or forecast how technologies are going to impact load shape. And so where is that occurring? Is that occurring in the context of your load projections, or how and where are you all doing that?
Yeah, I'd say three general areas. So you have the energy efficiency and DSM group and their analytics team that is saying, as I grow these programs over time on an hour by hour basis, what is the hourly impact of my energy efficiency and DSM programs? So for the customer side, you've got that team saying, what are not just my peak and total energy, but what's my hourly shape impact as part of my deployment of customer related programs. You then have a load research group that is looking at how is energy being consumed on our system and how is that evolving? And they work with our load forecasting group to try and produce not just our energy and demand forecast, but to help inform, how do I then shape that energy over the course of the year? So all of those groups come together to help inform our load forecast.
Okay. And so you answered the last question I was going to ask you. There is some point in time where all of those groups come together, and there's some cross pollination among the works of those.
Right. So so for example, the energy efficiency, we have both a gross load forecast and a net, right? So that we can show the interesting part there is trying to. Energy efficiency accelerates the adoption of efficiency, but then at the end of the useful life of the measure, it rolls off. So ensuring you're not double counting or miscounting efficiency and capturing the roll off of efficiency, and is all done as a coordinated effort between our load forecasting group and our energy efficiency and DSM group.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing further from me, Commissioner Clodfelter.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Commissioner Duffley?
Thank you. Mr. Snyder just answered the questions that I had, so I have no questions.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
No questions, thanks.
Right. Commissioner McKissick?
No, it was an excellent presentation. No questions at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Snyder, I've just got a couple of things that Mr. McDowell covered an awful lot of what I would have asked. On the pie chart, you don't need to put it up again, but I just, because I can ask the question, I think, without it. Of the incremental renewables that you were showing in your bar graph at the bottom, how much of that was economically selected in your capacity expansion modeling, and how much of that is mandated or forced?
I'm going to let Mr. Quinto follow up on my general answer with more detail, but the forced included existing programs. So it would be 589 and all the customer programs, Green Source Advantage, others that are mandated under 589, along with maybe some small other South Carolina Senate Bill 3, I think, were forced in, along with maybe the queue, trying to estimate people that had old LEOs that might have access to higher pricing than current avoided cost rates, how much maturation of the queue will come into place. And then once that bucket was developed, the model optimized on top of that. So we've got existing plus these mandates, and then the model optimally selected. I will say it optimally selected on the declining cost curve with, at the time, the tax policy that was in place at the time. So Mike, I don't know if you or Bobby
Sure.
have the exact breakdown of model selected versus.
Sure, I can help answer this. So Commissioner Calderfelter, there's roughly about 4,000 megawatts of solar on the system as of the start of the IRP as it was being evaluated. If you look at portfolio A from the IRP, that adds about 4,500 megawatts of incremental solar between the start of the IRP and the end of the IRP. So about 4,500. In this case, portfolio A, it was optimized without a carbon policy, and without a carbon policy, no economic solar was selected on top of that forecasted solar that Glenn mentioned between designated and mandated, and some estimates of Q materialization, those sorts of things. So as we see in the IRP, there's a heavy correlation between the carbon price and the need for solar on our system. I will say in some of the other portfolios, we get to higher amounts, and that's based on the representative goals of each of those portfolios. But just looking between A and B, about another 4,000 megawatts gets added. I think it gets about to 12,000 megawatts by the end of 35. So about 4,000 in the ground today, about 4,500 based on our forecasts. And we continue to update those and make sure they're most appropriate as we go into each IRP cycle. And then in the portfolio B optimized with the carbon policy, it's another about 4,000 megawatts on top of that.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Mr. Snyder, one of, I think it's the Attorney General's expert, criticized your ranking step in your sequential process for having certain, as I recall, the criticism, certain unexplained groupings of units rather than taking each unit individually. Some of the units were grouped. Roxborough 1 and 2, Marshall 1 and 2, for example. I'd like to hear your response to that. I mean, were the groupings based upon some physical or operational linkage in those two units where you really couldn't functionally retire them individually for physical reasons or some other reason like that? Just respond to that if you would, please.
Certainly. And I'll allow my fellow panelists to opine if I miss something on this because they were all involved in this. But yes, I think the criticism, first of all, started with why did we go with the older, less efficient units? And I think in that particular case, the criticism said you should have started with the bigger units. They cost more to run. And if you did them on total cost, you'd have a different ranking. Certainly that didn't make a lot of sense to us. You don't rank things based on gross cost. You rank them based on value, total cost per megawatt and the value it creates on the system. So, the industry, as we've seen it evolve over the last decade, 2 decades, we're not alone in this. You're seeing, the older, less efficient, more obsolete units retire first. the later units that are more efficient, they have a much lower carbon footprint, they have much more flexibility in their ramp rates. Our supercriticals have the ability to burn both coal and gas, which even further reduces your carbon footprint and provides for additional flexibility. Yes, they have a higher total nominal cost if I was looking at just nominal cost, but once you put that on a size adjusted and value adjusted basis, obviously that's a much different picture and ranking. So the first criticism about we should have just ranked them based on the total cost you would save by retiring them just didn't make any sense to us, and it doesn't really comport with anyone else in the industry. We know how they're retiring their coal fleet. The second question of how they were actually physically grouped together is exactly what you said. There are certain synergies that you get by operating a plant together, the same, staff, coal handling, equipment, that if you just retire one unit, you're not getting 50% of the cost savings, right? You're getting a fraction of the cost savings. And so, you still have to do the upgrades, the capital investments, and it's not on a megawatt basis because these have a lot of shared equipment, shared staff. So it does make sense from an operational perspective to group these together where it makes sense. There were some differences. So if you look at like Cliffside 5 and 6, why didn't we group those? Well, one supercritical, one subcritical, but they're also physically separated. They have separate staffs. One has 100% dual fuel. The other one has a very small amount of dual fuel. So they have very different roles in the system. So we didn't group those together. So we really worked with Dan's organization to talk about what groupings make sense from an operational perspective, from a cost savings perspective, and ultimately grouping them into logical groupings. Not only does it make sense from a physical operations and how you would probably approach retirements, you're not going to retire them all at once, but you're probably not going to retire one unit at a time. You're going to retire groups of units, so we work, both quantitatively and qualitatively to say, are these the right groupings? And while you can always second guess that, we think it makes very good sense. We put a lot of effort into getting the right groupings, the right rankings. Our operational team agreed with those groupings and rankings. And then finally, my last point is, I can't reiterate enough what Mr. Quinto said is you have to break the problem from when you're looking at, traditionally over history, you might be looking at one plant being retired, or SO or an optimization model has one resource need from growth. When you're looking at dozens of units, thousands and thousands of megawatts, you have to break that problem into manageable, discrete bites and that comport with the reality of how you run the system. So we think we accomplished all that with a lot of effort and work, a lot of input from around the company and multiple teams on how we did that. And so we're very, very comfortable with not only our grouping, but our ranking. And I know some interveners that would prefer us to see the big ones go first, because that's, if you don't want coal on the system, why not get rid of the big ones first? And why not make arguments for that? I get it. I might argue that in their shoes as well, but we think our approach was much more prudent and beneficial for customers. Dan, Mike, any follow-up on that?
None from me, Glenn. I think you did a good job of summarizing that.
Nothing else to add on that, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. Just a sort of a follow-up to that. I appreciate the explanation. How well correlated was your ranking for analysis with the dispatch order of the units? Not their age, but the order in which they're dispatched. It looked to me, from what I've been able to learn over the last 3 or 4 years, that it was pretty well correlated. That
it is.
Your rank order was also pretty well correlated with the sequence of dispatch. The Allen units are dispatched last, for example, and Cliffside 6 is dispatched before all the others, for example.
It's an astute observation, and it is very well correlated. And it has to do with Mike's, you'll see that in the capacity factor, but you do see it from a historical dispatch. And, the older units that are less efficient, they're less economic to run, so they run last in the dispatch, and create less value for consumers. So, yeah, they're well correlated.
All right. Thank you for this. The next question is really just to be sure I understand your sequential process correctly. The benchmark you used for the retirement analysis was the simple cycle combustion turbine. If it were to be the case that there was a different technology solution that produced a lower cost benchmark, that would affect your retirement analysis, correct? So we used the simple cycle combustion turbine as the benchmark for reasons that you canvassed, and just so I fix those in my head, because it's an important issue, I think, when we get into the second topic, for example. It may have something to do with how the second topic interplays with this first topic here. So give me again the reasons you selected that benchmark as opposed to any other.
All right. Yeah, this is a great question. Again, I'm going to open it up to my team after I respond, but a lot of the comments and a lot of the interveners say we used a peaker and that's all we allowed. That is flat out incorrect. The peaker was simply used as a benchmark to establish when a retirement should be considered, because the peaker is the lowest capital cost unit that's available to replace. I've said this in other dockets. The peaker method is basically inherent across everything. You'll only pick a more expensive capital unit if the efficiencies it creates on your system justifies spending the additional capital. So the peaker is the lowest capital unit you can replace something with. And you go to a more expensive capital on a $1 per megawatt basis. You go to a more expensive unit if the production cost value, if the system value justifies the incremental capital. So that's why the peaker method is used in the cone, net cone PJM. It's used in the utility cost test for EE and DSM. It's used to establish PURPA avoided cost rates. It is a fundamental framework that is used in multiple areas of the industry. Importantly, and very, very important, is we did not limit the model to selecting a peaker. The peaker, being the cheapest capital unit, was used to help identify the when, and then the models were allowed to select whatever was the most economic at that point in time.
I understand the distinction, but stay with me here for a moment.
Sure.
Again, I understand we're on the win question. We're on the win question. I get it.
Okay.
The benchmark, though, you select, as we agreed, the benchmark can have some impact on the decision about when, what the model spits out. So shouldn't the benchmark that you choose mimic the function that the resource being analyzed is performing on the system? Another way of asking that question is, is Cliffside 6 really, are the Marshall units really providing the same system services as the Allen units? Should they have the same benchmark as the Allen units if they're performing a different function? If they're functioning as intermediate plants, for example, are not functioning as pure peakers, should they have a different benchmark?
So very, very good question. And what you'll see in that step 4 that Mr. Quinto lined out is, well, the peaker is for the win, because those are more intermediate, the actual what that was selected was a combined cycle. And so the only question you have to ask is, again, by and large, what's driving the win decision is the capital. I'm going to avoid a major overhaul at the plant. And now I have to, am I better spending the money on the major overhaul at the plant, or am I better spending money on my replacement generator? So you start by saying, if the cheapest replacement generator is a better option, that's step 1, then okay, then that's the win. Then you say, hey, that's not the function. To your point, that's not the function. A combined cycle serves that need more efficiently at a lower cost for customers in your example. And then you can go into Bobby McMurray's point of using that production cost model as a check. You can then go back and say, because I picked something other than a peaker, was there enough benefits maybe for me to move that up a year? So you're fine tuning that. And you can fine tune that when, if you want to, in another iterative loop. But the key driver of when to retire is sort of capital on capital, and production cost does come into then what's the most efficient. And then importantly, we're going to talk about this in the all source process, is that's just a placeholder technology for the IRP planning purposes. Then you'll run an RFP, and any resource, peaker, combined cycle, batteries paired with solar, any of those that are capable of fulfilling the need that you've just retired will be allowed to fully, again, on my funnel, you start with this peaker method, then you have an IRP optimized resource, and then you have a market-based selected resource, and you're winnowing in on the optimal result. But really a lot of this is, if you actually talk to people who do a lot of retirement analysis, the key is not carbon price, it's capital on capital. So you start with the cheapest capital to avoid spending capital, and then you go from there. And then you select different resources for efficiency. And then when you go to the market, you may even select yet a different resource. So I think the peaker was a perfect method for using the wind to help make this 15 quadrillion options that Mr. Quinto pointed out manageable. You have to start to hone in on the when, and then the what. You say, is there even a better resource than this low cost capital, the cheapest capital? Is there something that's more expensive capital but does a better job on the system? You're certainly wanting to ask that question. And then you can even follow up and say, would I tweak my when based on that decision? To be clear, we only went so many times through this process, but when you start to approach the ones that are near term, you may be able to ask that question. So I know that was a bit of a long-winded response, but I hope it was responsive to what you were trying to ask.
It's very helpful and helping me get my head around the stuff that I don't deal with on a day-to-day basis like you do. So thank you for that. That's all I have, and I think we're sort of completed with this presentation then. Thank you all. Very efficiently done and very clear. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Smith. Ben Smith, are you out there?
Yes, Commissioner Cogfelter.
I think in the sequence of things, we'd move to the group of interveners next. I'm looking at my clock here, and you've got an hour total. I don't intend to force you to break up things artificially. My question is, I don't know if you've got multiple presenters, and if you have a presenter who could efficiently get through by 1 o'clock, then we'll take our lunch break at 1 o'clock. If you do not, then we'll go ahead and take our lunch break now, and then come back in and start with your presentations. So really my question to you is, do you have a presenter who could effectively get through between now and 1 o'clock?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to defer to Gudrun Thompson, who we co-sponsored the presenter on this topic with. So I see her picture is up, so I will defer to her.
Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. Again, Gudrun Thompson appearing on behalf of the SACE parties. We will be presenting jointly with CCBA and NCSEA, Rachel Wilson and Jeremy Fisher on this topic. Their prepared presentation should only take about a half an hour. So I think we could get that done before 1 o'clock lunch, and perhaps questions after lunch if that's amenable to the commission.
It is amenable. I don't want to force you to break your presentation. So if you think you can get done by 1 o'clock, and then we'll break for lunch then and come back on questions.
Let me just ask Mr. Fisher or Ms. Wilson to chime in if you think you cannot, or I guess to confirm you think you can be finished by so that we can all break for lunch at 1.
This is Rachel. I think that we can, and if If we can't, it would be maybe 1 to 2 minutes past the time.
All right, then we'll go ahead and we'll turn the presentation over to the group of interveners.
Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. So again, just for the record, Rachel Wilson and Jeremy Fisher will be presenting on methodologies for evaluating economic retirement of coal-fired generating units on behalf of SACE et al., as well as Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association and North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. I'll just briefly introduce each of them and then turn it over to them to run the presentation and present. Ms. Wilson is a principal with the firm of Synapse Energy Economics, who is the primary author of the Synapse report submitted by SACE et al., CCBEN, and CSEA in this docket. She's an energy policy and economics analyst, with more than a decade of experience in both utility resource planning and energy systems modeling, whose work focuses on evaluation of the need for new energy infrastructure, power plant economics, and compliance with environmental regulations. Mr. Fisher is a senior advisor for strategic research and development with the Sierra Club's environmental law program, where he advises on a wide variety of electric and gas system planning issues. Prior to joining the Sierra Club in 2018, he spent 10 years at Synapse, where he was a technical consultant on energy and environmental planning issues for public interest entities and both state and federal regulators. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Wilson and Mr. Fisher.
Great, thank you, Gudrun. And can I just request presenter access from John so that I can, there we go. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try not to stand between you and your lunch, so I'm going to jump right in with the agenda for our presentation today. We have a few key topics relating to Duke's coal retirement analysis that we plan to discuss. First, we'll note the primary components of our critique of Duke's analysis. Then we'll discuss some of the challenges generally to utilities in performing this type of fleet-wide retirement analysis. Next, we'll describe the capabilities of the Encompass model to utilize an endogenous retirement methodology to do this type of evaluation. And we'll also describe the methodologies that other utilities have recently used in their own unit retirement studies. And then lastly, we'll present our recommendations for Duke going forward. The purpose of integrated resource planning generally is to determine the set of resources that are going to best meet forecasted customer demand at the least cost. And this type of analysis has historically focused on the new supply side resources that will be needed to be added to the system to meet growing loads. However, lower demand growth combined with aging fossil fueled infrastructure has led to a need to also evaluate the economics of existing resources as part of the IRP process. The valuation of existing facilities requires us to ask new questions as part of our analysis. Do the coal plants economically serve customer requirements, or is there some other combination of resources that would be lower cost? Do we expect that our coal plants will operate economically in the future? And what is the date at which we might expect the operating costs to exceed the cost of replacement resources? And then finally, for a fleet-wide retirement analysis, what's the best and most economic combination of retirement dates that also allows us to reliably serve customer load? These are the kinds of questions that we expect Duke to be asking as part of its unit retirement analysis. You've heard that Duke's coal retirement analysis consisted of 3 steps. The first is to rank the order of retirements based on capacity, with the smallest units retiring first. Duke's second step is to use its sequential peaker method, which compares the cost to operate each coal unit with the net cost, which is the capital cost minus the energy value, of a new gas-fired combustion turbine. This is the step at which the economic retirement date for each unit is determined. And then Duke's third step is to optimize the set of replacement resources that come online when each unit is retired. And I'll discuss our critiques of each of these steps in the next slide, but I actually want to touch on this other issues box that's shown here before I move on. And first I'll note that what is supposed to be an economic analysis of unit retirements produced retirement dates that are remarkably similar to those that came out of Duke's 2019 depreciation studies. And it seems highly unusual for these economic dates to so closely mirror the dates estimated by an engineering-based study. Second, there's a lack of transparency to Duke's retirement analysis. The methodology wasn't informed by any sort of stakeholder process. The analysis itself had to be requested through the discovery process, but was marked confidential and thus was only available to a subset of interveners. And then lastly, the specific inputs and constraints used by Duke were often unclear, given that the analysis was done in System Optimizer, which none of the interveners had access to in this docket. So it's almost impossible to tell if the retirement dates, specifically those that are farther into the future, really do reflect a high economic value of specific coal units, or if they result from built-in barriers to replacement. And one such example of a barrier would be the inclusion of undepreciated plant balances as a cost to retirement, when these sunk costs should in fact be excluded from this type of forward-going analysis. So that's the type of thing that we would want to remove from an analysis if it were present in this case. So again, the first step in Duke's methodology was to establish an order for unit retirements. And rather than attempting to answer that key question that I described above of, do the coal plants economically serve customer requirements, and then ranking them according to their value, which I'll just clarify, we do believe that it's value, not simply cost here. Duke simply ordered the units according to capacity, with the smallest units retiring first. And so the company's economic retirement analysis was, it totally ignored the actual economics of these coal units. The second step in the process was to utilize Duke's internally developed sequential peaker method, which compares, again, the net value of each existing coal unit to the net cost of new entry, or net CONE, for a new gas-fired combustion turbine peaking unit. And net CONE is calculated by subtracting the net energy value from the capital and fixed costs for the unit. So underlying each of these calculations, both the net CONE and the net value for the coal unit, is some embedded assumption about the value of energy. You heard that net CONE is a common method that's used for valuation in other dockets. And I just want to note here that that is a valuation for capacity costs, and doesn't include that energy component that is very essential here. So Duke uses the rank order set in step 1 to establish these unit retirement dates. To establish the order for unit retirement dates. And then the actual dates for the units in the rank order are locked into Duke's analysis before it proceeds with the SPM analysis for each subsequent unit. So as an example, the Allen units in Cliffside 5, which retire earlier in the analysis period, are considered retired when Duke evaluates the retirement date for the Mayo unit. CTs aren't known for producing large quantities of energy, and so by assuming a CT replacement in this component of the analysis, Duke's method is essentially giving the remaining coal units on the system additional value, because they then must make up the majority of the energy that's been provided by those units that are now retired. That's not a method that's consistent with reality, because a utility would be replacing any retired generation with other resources as it's retiring the unit, and that could be a portfolio of a variety of different resource types. So while there may be changes to the operation of the remaining coal units, they wouldn't necessarily increase in value. So those later coal units wouldn't have a higher value necessarily as a result of the retirement of previous units. So consistent with this reality, rather than simply comparing to a new CT, Duke should have instead looked at a replacement portfolio that consists of a variety of different resource types that provide the same services in the aggregate as that retiring coal plant. And so to do this, Duke would need to include the capacity optimization component of its analysis at those challenges here, some of which are redundant to what you heard this morning, but I've placed them into 3 buckets. And the first bucket deals with the challenges associated with evaluating the retirement of a large number of units. Each unit retirement is going to have an effect on the operation and thus the value of the remaining plants in the system. But it's also true that the replacement resources that are selected as each unit retires will have a similar sort of effect on the value of those remaining units. And so this makes the order of retirements particularly important and makes it even more egregious that Duke skipped that economic evaluation of its units in step 1. And then lastly here, we see that the retirement of multiple units is going to have transmission impacts that need to be considered. So in that next middle bucket, we have the impacts of planned retirement on the spending that might be incurred or avoided at the coal units and how we might account for those costs. So we might expect that as a unit approaches its retirement date, a utility is going to spend less money on capital investments to keep the unit in top condition. Estimating that capital that could be avoided is certainly challenging. And then next, for plants with multiple units, as you heard, there are certain costs, particularly fixed O&M, that may not scale directly with the retirement of individual units. So for one example, let's say that the Roxborough plant, which has 4 units, has annual labor costs of $1 million. Retiring 2 of those 4 units probably wouldn't cut those labor costs in half. And so some other ratio would need to be applied to figure out what those forward going costs would actually look like. And then lastly, in some instances, the utility might have long-term fuel supply contracts and they would incur some sort of cost penalty if those contracts were to be canceled. And then lastly, this third bucket deals with replacement resources and the challenges that are associated with finding sufficient non-fuel or non-fossil options to replace those large units. And a large-scale all-source procurement process, which is coupled with continual market testing, is the best solution to address this particular challenge. So I'm going to shift gears for a second to talk about endogenous retirements. And we were asked specifically to talk about this and how the endogenous retirement methodology might be used in this type of analysis. So this is a big term that people outside the modeling sphere might not necessarily be familiar with. And so endogenous retirements are just those that are internal to the model. So that means that the model is making the decision if it should retire a unit, and if so, when to do that. And it's doing that as part of its capacity optimization process. The Encompass model, which Duke is transitioning to for its next IRP, has both capacity optimization and production cost capabilities. So it can take those 2 steps and combine them into one. It also has a few specific settings that are relative to endogenous retirements that can be adjusted by the user within the model. So these include either allowing for economic retirements or not, specifying the first year that a unit could become eligible for economic retirement, and then lastly, putting a limit on the number of megawatts that could be retired in a given year. So if we allow for the endogenous retirement capabilities within Encompass, the model's decision is based on a calculation of unit profitability. And so for a unit that exists in an RTO like PJM, this is just the summation of its energy capacity and ancillary revenues minus its costs. For Duke, which is operating in a vertically integrated area, this means that a unit's retirement is based on the cost of providing the next megawatt. So whether that could be from an existing resource on the system, or it could be the cost to bring a new unit online. There is one important limitation to using the endogenous retirement functionality, and it relates directly to those challenges that fell into bucket 2 on the previous slide. And that's namely how early retirement might change future investment decisions at a given unit. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to Jeremy right now to discuss the retirement studies that have been done by other utilities.
Thanks so much, Rachel, and thanks, commissioners, for having us today. So I'm going to briefly touch on just 2 different utilities, PacifiCorp, which serves 6 states throughout the Northwest and Intermountain West, and NIPSCO, Northern Indiana Public Service Company, that serves areas north of Indianapolis in Indiana. And I'm focusing on those 2 because they're sort of similar types of scopes to Duke in different ways. PacifiCorp is not the same size as Duke, but it verges on similar size, but has a substantially larger coal fleet relative to its overall generation capacity. And NIPSCO, while being a substantially smaller utility, has a far larger coal burden, and both have done some very interesting coal retirement assessments that we think have cumulatively better practice than what we saw here for the Duke IRPs. So I'm going to actually start off with PacifiCorp's practice back in 2013. So a good 8 years ago, we had a integrated resource plan that was filed by PacifiCorp that first introduced actually endogenous retirement through the system optimizer model. So the same mechanism that Duke is using here. And some of the same questions and problems that Duke raises in this particular IRP of how are they going to deal with incremental capital expenses and decommissioning costs and coal contract damages and unknown fixed O&M groupings were actually assessed, thought about by PacifiCorp at that time, and to some extent solved. And so questions about how do we deal with new capital expenses that are incurred during the planning period and allowing the model to endogenously take those into account and still retire were successfully solved in that space. Just to put it in context, PacifiCorp's coal fleet in 2013 amounted to 52% of its capacity, so close to double what Duke is looking at as a fraction of its overall fleet. Over on the right, these are just some pullouts from the PacifiCorp IRP back in 2013, where it's explicitly discussing that as it was looking at coal unit retirement now alternatives down over here on the right side, it was considering the impact of decommissioning costs and incremental both environmental and run rate capital expenses and coal contract damages, which are actually substantially more difficult at the mine mouth plants that PacifiCorp is dealing with than Duke often has to deal with. And then just pulling out that one paragraph that notes in the very first line there that the system optimizer model successfully, in this case, takes both into consideration the compliance alternatives, meaning the retirement of the coal units, as well as all of the alternatives that could be brought into place instead of those coal units. And so is doing that work endogenously within the structure of the model. Next slide, please. And so within the 2013 IRP, PacifiCorp ended up running a number of different types of scenarios for different pricing worlds. How might gas prices, CO2 prices, and coal prices evolve in the future? And one of the things that comes out quite strongly in that is that as PacifiCorp started to look at those different sensitivities into its system, it fundamentally changed the assessment of which coal units would be brought offline at which dates, as you would expect under those different types of pricing scenarios. And we can see that from one of their sets of scenarios at the time, what was considered low gas. Sorry, if you can keep us with that same slide, thank you. What was at the time considered low gas and what might now be considered modest CO2 prices. The vast majority of PacifiCorp's fleet retired by early 2022. There was some differentiation between the different runs, depending on what types of assumptions were otherwise put in place. While PacifiCorp subsequently actually put an end to the use of endogenous retirement within its IRP structures, it did actually retain many of the same components that are used to feed that endogenous retirement mechanism. If we flip over to the next slide. In 2018, leading up to the 2019 IRP for PacifiCorp, PacifiCorp was ordered by the Oregon Commission to conduct a unit-by-unit assessment. And so this is a space in which the Commission, having long looked at a place where it wasn't getting enough feedback in terms of the value of PacifiCorp's individual coal units and trying to really understand that at a somewhat more granular level, required that PacifiCorp conduct an assessment that looked at the value of each individual coal unit incrementally, and then looked at the value of retirements that took into account the least economic units on PacifiCorp's system. And so in June 2018, there was a confidential version of that provided as part of a closed docket process. But in December 2018, PacifiCorp provided a unit-by-unit assessment publicly, the results of which I'm showing over here. And the results of that showed that a majority of PacifiCorp's fleet was actually uneconomic on a forward-looking basis. But I think it's worthwhile pausing for just a half a moment on a couple of key points here. So you might look at this and ask, how is the mechanism that PacifiCorp employed looking at a unit-by-unit assessment here fundamentally different than what Duke has done in its 2020 IRP? And there are a couple of really key factors here. First, For every unit that was retired and replaced, the model was allowed to choose an optimal retirement portfolio. And so in some cases, it is a uptick of energy from some existing units with an addition of new resources that are coming online. In some cases, it's exclusively new units that are coming online, and that ended up being an entire portfolio of options, including energy efficiency, increased energy efficiency, demand-side management, and renewable resources. A second key component is that after having run System Optimizer to determine what an optimal portfolio replacement might look like for each unit, PacifiCorp then ran it through a production cost model to assess the reliability implications and make sure that they understood the costs and the implications for the rest of the system for having taken off each individual units. So what I'm actually showing here is the outcome of that production cost modeling run, not the System Optimizer run. And then finally, PacifiCorp showed another component of this that I'm not showing here, in which they took each of the units and sequentially stacked them. So taking the least economic units to the most economic units and starting to look at the incremental retirement of each one of those at each step, allowing full optimization of the replacement portfolio, fundamentally different than what Duke has actually done here. So while this is different than endogenous retirement, it's a mechanism that allows for a substantial amount of transparency. Next slide, please. At a quite granular level, the Oregon Commission, again, asking for information to be made more transparent in this process, actually received this outcome from PacifiCorp of showing the avoided cost of each individual coal unit and the replacement cost of what's put in place. So as in this case, Naughton 2, a particular coal unit was taken offline, it had a reduction of fuel variable O&M emissions and an increase in decommissioning costs, and was replaced with units that had some element of fuel cost, variable O&M cost, and then also market sales and new equipment that was put in place. And this level of transparency was actually a really important way of understanding how all those units interacted in PacifiCorp's system. We think this is an incremental value to endogenous retirement assessment, doesn't necessarily replace it in full. Next slide, please. Turning to NIPSCO in northern Indiana, this is a utility that, while substantially smaller than Duke, actually had close to 70% of its capacity in 2018 fired by coal. So 5 quite large coal units, 4 at this plant Schaefer and 1 at Michigan City. In advance of the 2018 IRP, NIPSCO actually issued a quite broad-ranging all-source request for proposals and got in a substantial number of bids on low-cost wind, solar storage, and efficiency that it could otherwise put onto its system. And so that RFP, done in advance of the IRP, allowed NIPSCO to properly assess what the market costs of those alternatives could be, and then be able to look at its retirements with respect to those replacements. And as you can see in this figure at the bottom, for each one of the sets of retirement clusters that they looked at, whether it was 2 units, 4 units, or all 5 of these units, they were able to successfully find, in this case, non-fossil alternatives that met their requirements at a lower cost than they otherwise would have through fossil replacement. Next slide, please. Similar to the way that PacifiCorp ended up stacking its units for the unit-by-unit assessment, this was not an endogenous retirement that was done by NIPSCO, but they had a fewer number of units in this case, and so they looked at combinations and permutations of those unit retirements. The first question that they asked is, what's the fundamental value of each of these units in 2023? And then adding on to that, say, is there a better combination of retirements that happen in 2023 or 2028? And looking at various opportunities to avoid impending capital requirements that would come through environmental obligations. So they use these 8 different scenarios, including a baseline. Next slide, please. And ultimately disclosed quite clearly what are the costs of each of those particular scenarios. So what's the incremental value of retiring another set of units off of the system? And what you can see here on this cost to the customer is that their determination was the more coal that's retired off of their system, the higher value there was to their customers. And so basically there's a lower cost overall from their net present value to their customers for retiring their entire system as early as feasible. Ultimately, they made the determination that attempting to retire all of their coal units at that point, just 5 years into the future, had risks of being able to bring enough resources online in order to be able to do that 70% replacement of their entire system. And so they selected a preferred retirement path that delayed the retirement of, in this case, the Michigan City unit, but still advanced the retirement of those Schaefer units over here, as seen in this portfolio number 6. And actually, at the end of the day, they've now decided that 2 of those units, the Schaefer 17 and 18 units, will actually be retired in 2021. And so there's been a continuous evaluation of those portfolios on a go-forward basis. NIPSCO has also successfully come forward with non-gas alternative replacement portfolios that they've indicated are lower cost than anything else that they could otherwise put in place. So it's a very successful mechanism of looking at the value of those coal units and then finding an alternative replacement based on the valuation that they could get through this all-source RFP. And I believe for our last slide, I'll turn it back to Rachel.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. We started this presentation with a series of different questions that utilities should answer when doing a retirement analysis. We believe that Duke, in its analysis, presented an answer, but didn't necessarily show its work with respect to the questions. So we therefore recommend that the company update its study and revise its methodology such that it can demonstrate that its retirement dates are economically optimal. Use of endogenous retirements is feasible if we correctly account for these future costs that might be avoidable with early retirement. But we'd also recommend that Duke do a unit-by-unit analysis, selecting 1 or more near-term retirement dates and comparing those to a scenario in which the unit continues to operate, and then compares the costs of each of the resulting resource portfolios over the length of the analysis period. So those lowest value units, whatever Duke finds them to be, would then be stacked to determine optimal combinations of retirements. When considering replacement resources, the coal retirement should be co-optimized with a number of different supply and demand side resources that include energy efficiency, demand response, solar, wind, and storage of various durations. And then lastly, we'll note that this type of forward-looking analysis should not include costs that are considered to be sunk costs, like any undepreciated plant balances. And with that, that concludes our presentation.
Very efficient. Thank you both. We'll let folks think about this over lunch break and come back and pepper you with questions after they're refreshed.
Wonderful.
So let's break now, and we'll come back at 2 p.m. And while we're on break, please, everyone go on mute and turn off your video. Thank you. See you all at 2.
Mr. McCoy, are you there?
I am.
Just wanted to take this opportunity to have Mr. Levitas test his video and microphone.
Sure, I see him. Can you go ahead and say something, please, sir? We cannot hear you. Please check your mic settings under audio video.
Still no luck?
There you go.
There you are.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep, audio video look good, sir. You're good to go.
great. As you know, I've got no presentation materials, so it's just me talking.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Have a nice lunch. Thanks, John.
You too.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
Sure, no problem. Please turn off your video. Thank you.
John, this is Linda. Do you happen to be there? Hey, John, this is Linda. Are you there?
Yes, I can, audio, video sound good.
Great, thank you.
Sure, bye.
Hi, and this is John Wilson, just checking in as well.
Audio, video look good, sir. You're good to go.
Thank you.
Sure.
John, this is Brett Braceward. I dropped off and came back on. Quick audio check.
Sure, audio, video look good. You're good to go.
Thanks.
Sure.
After a year and a half, you'd think we'd be more comfortable with this and assume it was going to work, but
No.
never hurts to double check.
Nah.
Okay, folks, let's see where we are. Linda Garrett. There you are. Heard you come on.
I'm here. Thank you.
Great. See Ms. Wilson, Mr. Fisher. Are you back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, got you. And let's see my commissioners. So I think we're ready to go. And when we broke, we completed the presentations and we were ready to deal with questions. So we'll start first with any questions from commission staff. Mr. McDowell. Mr. McDowell's taking a late lunch. I know he has questions. Let's go ahead and see if we got.
I am back and I do have just a couple of questions.
Okay.
This is for the team in total. I'm not sure which individual specifically, but on the slide 10, it was mentioned that PacifiCorp subsequently rejected endogenous retirement. What's the subject matter there?
I'm sorry, when you say what's the subject matter in terms of why did they reject?
What was that decision? Do you have any insights into that?
Yeah, so PacifiCorp didn't necessarily explain its reasoning in full, but subsequent to this IRP, it started looking a little bit more closely at its regional haze obligations. And at least it made the case that the complications of looking at its regional haze obligations and the potential to, at least within the West, trade off between units with different regional haze obligations made it too difficult to look at an endogenous retirement scenario, and rather look at a more explicit trade-offs between plants that could allow for environmental compliance.
So that would have been with tools such as System Optimizer?
That's right. It continued to use System Optimizer and it continued to look at unit retirements. It just took into account a series of additional considerations that had trade-offs that were more difficult to implement within the modeling structure.
Okay, thank you for that. So PacifiCorp apparently uses Plexus now. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And Plexus and Encompass have similar capabilities or functionality?
I'm going to turn to Rachel to discuss this if she's up for it.
Sure.
Sorry, Ms. Wilson.
They're generally similar capabilities, though the two use different algorithms, and so you wouldn't necessarily expect that you might get exactly the same results if you were to put the same inputs into the two models.
Okay. But they work in a similar direction, or okay.
That's correct, yes. They have many of the same capabilities.
So on your last slide, your recommendation for Duke is to revise the coal assessment methodology and update the coal retirement study. think I read that correctly.
That's right.
And on an earlier slide, and I don't know whether to connect these or not, I wrote this, as you stated on an earlier slide, increasingly sophisticated energy system models can endogenously evaluate and optimize unit retirements and cost-effective replacement. So is that what the recommendation is for Duke to move to a model to model the coal retirements and endogenously in what you were proposing?
I
Or
think
is
our
it-
recommendation is a combination of approaches. And this is modeling unit retirements is as much an art as it is a science. And so oftentimes it involves doing a model run, going back and making a change, doing another model run, and comparing, the results of all of those runs. So I think that our recommendation would be to use endogenous retirements where you can. When you can, make sure that you're taking into account the limitations to endogenous retirements, and then also performing a unit by unit analysis where it could be informative, or when you're dealing with specific constraints like Mr. Fisher mentioned that don't lend themselves well to endogenous retirements exclusively.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that clarification. Are you familiar with Pacific Corp's 2021 IRP and the report that was published earlier this month?
So this is Jeremy. To be honest, I actually have not been following as closely for this year's Pacific Core process. And I believe that AG consultants may be speaking to that process.
I glanced through the report and read on page 221 that, and I'll quote here, new to this IRP is using the long-term model to consider the retirement of coal endogenously. So that's a quote from their IRP report that was just released in early September. What is discussed as new to the Pacific Corp IRP sounds very similar to part of the recommendation that you would have Duke take or others might suggest, other parties might suggest. Is that your take on that? Again, I can read this statement from the IRP. New to this IRP is using the long-term model to consider the retirement of coal endogenously, which is sounds like an evolution from what they were doing earlier in its position they had taken.
Yeah, and I apologize. I don't mean to get us down into the weeds for how Pacific Core's IRP process has evolved over the years. It has.
Please don't.
I won't. It has evolved substantially, and Sierra Club and other interveners have had substantial concerns with many of the ways that those analyses have either been conducted or ultimately determined at the end of the day. So I believe that coming off of the last resource planning process, there was a concern amongst interveners and staff from selected states that Pacific Core should probably return to an endogenous mechanism or include an endogenous mechanism in the way that it's looking at its coal retirement assessment. I don't think that the statement that it is completely new to their system is actually accurate. It was employed in 2013.
All right, I appreciate that. I may ask Mr. Burgess about that same statement. He may be more familiar. Thank you. That's my final question.
So I'll also just add that their use of a new model might have influenced that decision as well. System Optimizer has specific limitations in the way that it does its optimization. And so that might also constrain somewhat its ability to do endogenous retirements. The shift to Plexos might have enabled Pacific Core to, and this is speculation on my part, might have enabled Pacific Core to, revitalize that methodology for its IRP going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right, we'll turn to commissioners. Commissioner Brown Bland.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Gray.
Thank you as well. I have no questions.
Chair Mitchell.
I do have a few, and y'all just bear with me here because remember I'm a lawyer, so the technical stuff is difficult for me. So just forgive kind of questions that may be that may sound just stupid, but help me understand. I mean, I've listened to y'all's presentation today, followed along as you've described your recommendations. And I think I get them for the most part, and the limitations that you all have described with respect to the tools that Duke used and the way that Duke employed its analysis. But at the end of the day, what is going to be? Let's assume for a minute that Duke followed your recommendations and performed its analysis as you would have liked them to. Where does that lead? What's the outcome?
So I'll start. I think it leads to, first off, an assessment of, or a conclusion rather, of which units rather are providing value to the system and which are not at this point. And in addition to that, looking forward, if there are units that are providing value today, is there a date at which Duke anticipates those units are no longer going to be valuable? And if yes, what is that date? They would provide backup to their analysis. We would be able to see work papers that demonstrate their methodology that we could follow through to see those calculations and see the evidence that that analysis was done. So that would be step one, is redoing this rank ordering of unit retirement dates to truly be economic. And then the second would be an optimized replacement portfolio that allows Encompass to select the resources that could most economically replace retiring coal. And we'd like to see a more diverse set of resource options that might include additional DSM measures, and then solar, both on and offshore wind, and storage.
Okay, so thank you for that, and so just make sure I've got it. Were Duke to perform its analysis as you've recommended, what we'd have at the end of that exercise is an understanding on a plant by plant basis as to when it would be, when it becomes uneconomical.
I would say a unit by unit basis, but otherwise, yes.
Okay, unit by unit basis. Okay, I'm with you there. Okay.
Can I take that one step further? Well, if that's okay, because I think I might be interpreting your question as well as what kind of outcome would we expect to see that's different from what we've seen. And I suspect that part of the process of using the sequential peaker method in the way that Duke has used it has resulted in additional value being put into the later retired units in a way that is not necessarily consistent with what we'd actually see in the future. So what we'd actually expect to see is, as we retire units today, we replace the performance requirements of those with a new portfolio. And then we have a new assessment that happens in a future year as to what the remaining value is of the units that are coming in place. And while there might be some changes to the value of those future retired units, that changes by virtue of having changed our portfolio today, it's not necessarily a substantially increased value of those on a go-forward basis. And it might actually be a substantially decreased value. If we have a really high renewable portfolio, you may in fact have a very low energy value to those coal units sometime in the future. And so I think that running through the process that we're recommending, you'd actually see a substantially different portfolio of units retiring, and we think probably earlier than Duke has put forward right now.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's very helpful. I appreciate your follow-up there. Okay. And then, Ms. Wilson, you indicated sort of second that you would that the actual model would optimize the resource mix going forward. And so how is
and let me clarify, optimize the resource mix going forward in conjunction with that unit retirement date, because Duke did optimize its resource mix, but only after it had determined the economic retirement path.
Okay, so that you kind of anticipated where I'm going. So it's just explain that to me in a very basic way, sort of what Duke did versus what would happen were they to conduct the analysis as you have suggested.
Sure. So the economics of unit retirement have to do with two things. The first is the cost to actually operate your coal-fired unit. And then the second thing would be the cost of any replacement resources that would fill in after that unit retires. And so, today, or even 5 years ago, the costs of those replacement resources that we would suggest that Duke would consider, so solar, wind, battery storage, are higher than what the expectation is that those costs will be in the future. And so if you are overlooking the capacity optimization as it goes along with unit retirement, you're not considering the fact that those costs will be falling over time, and taking into consideration when the cost of those replacement resources might become cheaper than the cost to continue to operate your coal unit.
Okay. Okay, so a little bit more, help me understand what Duke did specifically versus what you would do, what you would have them do.
So when Duke was looking at its replacement resources, it was looking at the cost of a CT. That's a relatively mature technology. There can be some decrease in costs associated with commodities, but generally that's expected to be relatively flat over time, particularly in comparison to solar and wind and storage, which have been and will be continuing to fall. And so when Duke looks out at various unit retirement dates in the future, you might anticipate that coal is getting more expensive. The cost of that replacement CT is staying the same over time. Whereas when you're comparing the cost of retirement, say in 2023, to a non-fossil portfolio, maybe the coal still looks good, but in 2024, coal might be getting a little more expensive, whereas your replacement portfolio is getting a little bit cheaper. And so you'll find that with those changing costs, maybe 2024 is then your economic retirement date for that particular unit.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Okay. I have nothing further for these witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffley, anything?
Thank you for your presentation. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, it's just one question, and it's kind of a preview for maybe the third topic we're going to discuss. But on one of your slides, you did have this line tucked in. It's, as recognizing the impacts on transmission loading and constraints as just one of the really hard things about all this modeling. I haven't heard you or anyone else elaborate on that and kind of give solutions to that. Do what you're proposing address that, or just any, a few thoughts on where we are now with our modeling versus that constraint and where we should be?
Sure. Those things can certainly be incorporated into the current modeling in specific ways. And some of those are to set up different areas in the model that represent transmission constraints. So you can essentially set up the flows between different areas as being open or being somewhat limited, to represent those constraints that might exist. Other ways to do that within the model are to add interconnection costs to the cost of specific resources that might be added as replacements. There are a number of, I'll say, also transmission solutions. And one of the benefits to technologies like solar and storage are that they are highly modular, and you can construct them in any size, essentially, that you want. So they might be a solution to alleviate some of these transmission constraints, siting them in specific load pockets that could actually help power flow more efficiently. And that's just a number of different things to consider. Duke would also have to use more sophisticated power flow models to map those constraints more accurately than what can be done in Encompass or other similar types of models. And if Jeremy has anything to add,
Yeah, maybe just adding one more step there, is that there are some circumstances in which either the retirement of a unit or the addition of new resources does cause a substantial change to the way that transmission is otherwise flowing. I think that's less likely overall in Duke's service territory, where there's a substantial amount of interconnection, than some of the utilities that we find in the West, where they're really quite long distances and singular transmission lines between spaces where those constraints are both meaningful and highly expensive to potentially remedy. I think for the most part, what we've seen other utilities do is they run these optimization models and then they look at the implications on their transmission system, see what kinds of remedies are required in order to be able to go there, and then tweak the results in order to be able to hit those remedies. And then you look at the final cost on the backside of that.
Just a quick follow. Thank you for that. Both your, I think, middle approach, Ms. Wilson, was adding the cost of transmission somehow into the model, and that's the one I'm particularly interested in, because I was under the impression that there could be some very substantial transmission costs in Duke's territory, depending on kind of their resource mix moving forward, and I just wonder if that's going to need to be modeled more accurately in the future. And so, I mean, to me, it seems like your second approach would make sense. And my gut feeling is that could have significant impacts on the model. But
So Duke does do this, as do most utilities to some extent, in calculating a transmission adder that gets included with the capital cost of a specific resource that's selected. The challenge there is that each of the resources, depending on where they're being sited, could have a very different transmission adder that needs to be associated with them. Some of them, that interconnection cost might be zero, and for others, it might be quite a bit higher. So depending on where the resource is sited, Duke may need to get more granular with respect to that to take into consideration those differing interconnection costs.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. Commissioner McKissick?
Commissioner Confield, just one or two questions. Of course, you heard Duke today talk about, moving to the use of the Encompass system for modeling, in 2022 and beyond. And it's come up also in the course of your presentation. And of course, that's supposed to provide additional capacity, that is capacity expansion module, production cost module, and it's supposed to help in co-optimizing, early retirement of the coal fleet. But what is it that you would state or suggest or recommend that Encompass could do more than what they are articulating and stating that they intend to use it for? I mean, if you were to today sit back and look into that crystal ball to say what additional capacities that it needs or should evaluate in terms of attributes and concerns or costs, what would they be?
So in contrast to what Duke is doing now, which is a two-step, or I'll say a two-model process, they use System Optimizer for the capacity expansion component and then ProSim for the production cost or dispatch component, which involves transferring the build out that comes from System Optimizer to a different model for a whole new analysis. Encompass has the ability to do both of those functions. And so there is no transfer of data from one model to the other. You're bringing everything under one platform, essentially. The second thing that I would say that Encompass has the ability to do better than System Optimizer is to model resources at a higher level of granularity. So the dispatch patterns for solar, wind, and battery storage, there can be quite a bit of hourly variation. And I'm sorry, my husband is talking to someone behind the pleasures of working from home.
I understand. I get
it. Encompass is able to better model those hourly patterns as well as any sub-hourly adjustments. System Optimizer uses something called a load duration curve, where it stacks its hours from periods of high load to low load and does the dispatch that way. So you might get an overestimate of the amount of energy that's coming from fossil-fired units, particularly coal, because you're representing something, and I apologize for the hand motions, something that looks like this as opposed to something that looks like this and varies, day to day or hour to hour. So, there are certainly capabilities that Encompass has that are an improvement over System Optimizer and allow for better integration of the types of variable resources that Duke's going to be adding to the system.
Okay, and you mentioned earlier, I believe, in your comments about the fact that one thing that isn't appropriately taken into consideration in methodology that's presently being used is decreasing costs that will occur in the future when it comes to wind, solar, battery storage. How do you appropriately analyze today what the rate and amount of decline will be in the future with any degree of accuracy beyond it being mere speculation?
So the only certainty that we have about the future is that it's going to be very uncertain. That being said, there are a number of publicly available forecasts that look at these costs over time in some detail. Most of them are largely in agreement about the direction of these decreases, though they vary somewhat in terms of magnitude. And so I think it's important to survey all of those sources. Duke also likely subscribes and purchases forecasts from third-party vendors. So it's important to survey the landscape of what people are saying about costs, and to adjust their resource costs accordingly. It's also useful to do, we mentioned this and it's a topic for a later time period, but an all resource procurement. It often occurs that the costs that actual vendors come forward with are much lower than what the utilities were expecting. And I think that's been the utility experience in a number of different jurisdictions. When industry press is reporting on these procurements that different utilities have done, then it always seems like there's a buzz online about, oh, did you see this very low cost for wind or wind paired with storage or solar paired with storage? And so it's always helpful to survey the market and find out exactly what these resources are going to cost now to implement on your system.
Thank you, Commissioner Kleinfeld. I don't have any further questions. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and perspective.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilson, I think you answered the one question I had when you were answering the chair's question, but just to be sure I've got it fixed in my head correctly. The reason you say that Duke's process inflates the value of the later retired units is because it uses a benchmark that's fixed at the present point in time and not a benchmark that evolves over time. Did I get it correctly?
I think you're talking about two separate things.
Right. Then correct me. Then why does Duke's process inflate the value of the later units retired?
Yep. Okay. So when Duke is doing its analysis, and there's a nice table in the IRP, I believe it's table 11B, that details via many lines that go back and forth across the page, the direction that its analysis takes. And so as we know, Duke establishes a rank order units over the course of time over the analysis period. The Allen units retire first, and in Duke's analysis, when the Allen units retire, that retirement date is locked in. So Duke's modeling then proceeds, assuming that the Allen units no longer exist, that they're no longer providing energy to the system. So that energy that would have otherwise been provided by Allen needs to be provided by some other unit further down the line. And this continues to be true as Cliffside retires, as Mayo retires. And so again, those other larger units that retire later are forced in Duke's model to pick up the slack because there's nothing else, there's no replacement resource that's been included in its modeling to generate that energy. So if you look at Duke's analysis, you might assume because these later units are generating more, because they're picking up the generation of these other units, that they're therefore higher value to the system. But if we'd been replacing those resources over time as they retire, as happens in reality, because you have to be able to meet your reserve margin and serve your customers' annual energy requirements, that value would change because we might be getting more energy from solar, more energy from wind, and we don't need the coal units to be generating as much as we do in Duke's analysis. And so what Duke is suggesting that you add value to your remaining coal units as other units retire. And I would say that that's not correct. The operations will almost certainly change because of both the retirement and the replacement resources on the system, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those later retirement units are more valuable to Duke. Oh, you're on mute, Commissioner.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked because that was a much different than my understanding, and you've cleared me up. I suppose, in fact, if I'm thinking about it, if what's required as the units retire is that the later units, the remaining units, have to cycle more frequently, they could actually operate less efficiently at a higher cost, potentially, could they not?
That's one possibility, certainly.
So there are a number of possibilities. Okay, I thank you for clearing that up for me. And that's all I had. So
Commissioner Gladfelter, I have another question.
okay, go right ahead.
All right, Ms. Wilson, then, so he's Commissioner Gladfelter asked you a question, and you said, I think you're sort of mixing up two things. So you answered the question about the value of the sort of remaining units. But to his question about the net cone, using the net cone, just walk me through one more time what your opinion as to that.
So net cone can be useful in certain certain regulatory dockets, and Duke mentioned that they use it for avoided costs. The avoided cost docket is a value for capacity. And so that net cone is used to determine essentially the price for a new unit entering the market. So how much we pay to PERPA generators, or in PJM, you know, the price that someone looking to come into the market might receive. That's quite a bit different from the analysis that we're doing here, where it's not just about capacity, but it's also about the energy that's being provided to the system. And so the use of net cone as a benchmark doesn't take into account that energy value that you might be getting from other replacement resources, which can be much greater, and I would expect to be much greater than a CT.
Okay. And so does the use of net cone preclude the system from, just kind of walk me through the practical implication there. What was, because I just want to make sure I'm understanding exactly what your issue with the use of net cone is beyond what you've just told me.
So we talked about one use of net cone, which is that it's not as dynamic as the cost of other resources. And so continuing to use a CT might push back a retirement date later in time because the costs are staying relatively constant over time, then might using the optimization with a different set of lower cost resources.
Okay. All right. I think I finally get you. And I know you've now said that a couple times. So I finally
that's
got
okay.
it.
And I was going to ask if Jeremy wanted to chip in in case, you know, we interpret things differently, which happens all the time.
All right. Finally got it. All right, Jeremy, you're up.
No, I was hoping to maybe give maybe a tangible example of this might be, you can expect, for example, a resource like solar provides a substantial amount of energy relative to its capacity valuation, right? And so a replacement portfolio for a coal plant that includes, for example, a substantial amount of solar, say paired with storage, may in fact have a better value to Duke's system overall than a CT alone would. So even once that CT is netted out for its energy value so that it becomes net cone rather than its gross cone cost, there are substantial elements that replacement energy coming from solar plus storage bring to the system that you're not otherwise realizing from a gas CT alone. So if we are really just comparing capacity to capacity, then maybe it's a reasonable benchmark to consider in that space, but we're not just comparing capacity. We're doing an integrated capacity plus energy mechanism.
Okay, that helps too. Thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you both for those last series of answers to the several questions. They've been very helpful. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Clodfelter?
Yes, back to
This is
Mr.
Steve.
McDowell. Mr. McDowell.
I would like to hear from Ms. Wilson again on her response to you. I was a little bit confused by it. She was suggesting, let me talk to her, I guess. I guess you were suggesting in your response that the way you went through the process, the first retired unit, say it was Cliffside 5, is taken out of the mix. That energy has to be made up by units already there. It's not replaced. And so automatically that adds value to all the existing units, including all the coal units. So that kind of suggests that in their modeling, their run doesn't provide for reliability or their reserve margin requirement in that year that it was retired. Can you answer that again? Because I was a bit confused by the response.
Sure, and this is why it's important that Duke separates into steps 2 and step 3. Step 2 is just the determination of what it calls its economic retirement date. And so it uses costs and prices. It is not building a reliable system. You are right. That step doesn't occur until step 3. And so we're suggesting that those steps need to occur simultaneously, both the economic retirement date and the replacement resources, because they exert some influence over each other.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you both. We'll go back to Ms. Thompson and Mr. Smith, and let me know if you had, you only used about 35 minutes of your allotted hour in the presentation, so I don't know if you have other presenters.
No, thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. That concludes the presentation from our from SACE et al. And CCBA and NCSEA on this topic.
Then thank you all. And with that, we'll then move to Ms. Force for the Attorney General's presentation.
Yes, good afternoon. Again, my name is Margaret Force, and for the Attorney General's office, I'd like to introduce you to Edward Burgess, who I don't see yet, but we will shortly. He has worked on the reports that were filed in this docket, along with our comments, and is the Senior Director for Strategen Consulting. He has extensive experience working with economic analyses, tech regulatory support, and resource planning, among other things. There are more details about his experience and qualifications in attachments that are already in the docket. So without further ado, I'd just like to turn it over to Mr. Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, glad to have you with us.
Thank you, Ms. Thorson. Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Okay, and now I will attempt to share my screen if I can be given permission to do so. Okay. All right, can you see the presentation now? Great. First, just a little bit about myself and my firm, Strategen. We're a professional services firm where I've worked for about 6 years, and I have about a decade of experience working as a consultant in the energy industry on a lot of leading edge energy issues, including resource planning. We worked with public and private sector clients around the country on technical modeling issues, strategic planning, and regulatory and public policy issues. We've been fortunate to work with the Attorney General's office on this Duke IRP proceeding over the last year and a half or so, and I will be presenting on two of the segments we have lined up. The first one being, of course, coal retirements, and then later on the grid impacts. Regarding the coal retirements panel, what I want to cover in this presentation is a little bit about what we observed in Duke's modeling and some of our own recommendations regarding economic coal retirements and the use of endogenous selection, which we recommend as a way to optimize resource additions and requirements at the same time through a comprehensive modeling process. We'll talk a little bit about some of the critiques we had of Duke's sequential peaker approach, which had shortcomings in terms of the arbitrary groupings and rankings that we think made the results of that potentially suboptimal. And then we'll talk a little bit about some of our recommendations and recommended directives going forward. So first, just to give a little bit of a review of what Duke's approach was in the 2020 IRP and what our recommendation was in evaluating coal retirement decisions. Of course, Duke has the sequential peaker method, which was conducted as a separate analysis, prior to the core resource selection process. And this process, I think is, as Duke has mentioned, is one that they developed internally. It's not, a sort of a standardized methodology. It was not integrated into the core IRP optimization model. And in our view, it also introduced a lot of unnecessary steps that could introduce bias into the retirement date selection. And so we'll talk a little bit about some of those. In contrast, Strategen and the Attorney General recommended a different approach that incorporates endogenous selection and optimizes the resource additions and the retirements within the same comprehensive modeling process. And so, this allows for those decisions to be evaluated simultaneously. It doesn't, require us to worry about, some kind of hypothetical proxy unit like a peaker, CT peaker plant, and it doesn't necessarily presume, what the replacement resource would be. And, in some cases, the coal retirements assume that there would be a default replacement of natural gas. And, we think it also avoids some optimal outcomes that would be more likely in a sequential approach. So what exactly does an endogenous retirement analysis correctly do, and what are some of the limitations? I think we heard a little bit about that with the last presentation, but I want to reiterate some of these issues. And an endogenous approach does correctly optimize for a lot of the key cost categories that you would encounter at a coal plant. So that would include 100% of the ongoing fuel costs, 100% of the ongoing variable O&M costs, and it also does model, most of the incremental capital investments and ongoing fixed O&M costs over many years of the plant's life, except for a small fraction of these, which we see in the final years of the plant's life, prior to its retirement date, where there are some limitations in terms of how the modeling has to work. So the limitations, it may not correctly model that small fraction of incremental capital investments in the final years of the plant life. This is due really to some computational issues in terms of how these optimization software tools work that are very difficult to, if not impossible to resolve. But in our view, this is a kind of small discrepancy that can be corrected through other avenues, and Strategen has recommended some of these other avenues that can be pursued to provide a more accurate result. One sort of note, we're talking about some of the incremental capital costs. I want to make sure this doesn't get confused with what we often refer to as sunk costs or potentially stranded costs, that are already incurred. And, our view is it's not appropriate to include any of those sunk costs or stranded costs in a forward-looking retirement analysis, and that's true regardless of whether it's endogenously modeled or not. So the basic point is that, the vast majority of these ongoing costs at the coal plants would be correctly optimized under an endogenous approach. There are some minor limitations, but we don't think that necessarily outweighs the benefits of taking that approach in modeling, most of the coal plant costs through the single step optimization process. We also heard a little bit about this, so I won't reiterate it too much, but there are other utilities that are taking a similar approach to modeling their coal retirements. PacifiCorp we heard about, and I think Mr. Fisher mentioned he wasn't as familiar with the 2021 IRP, but I do want to confirm that PacifiCorp is now using an endogenous modeling approach to its coal retirements in the most recent process. They do have some simplifications that I want to highlight in terms of how they do it. So, rather than just letting the model select retirement dates in any possible year, they do sort of limit it to a few discrete years that could occur. So, for example, Unit 2 at a hypothetical plant might be able to retire in 2023 or 26 or 29, usually kind of coinciding with when they might have a major overhaul at that unit. And so, that would ultimately be when you would tend to see the model select retirement anyways to try to avoid some of those overhaul costs. You could look at every year, that would be more precise, but that also increases the computational requirements of doing it that way. We also have been involved with the current Excel energy resource planning process. And so they don't have quite as sort of granular approach, but they do have what's sort of an integrated model that actually uses Encompass. And so they look at, again, not every year, but different potential retirement dates and that, more fully model the different kind of fixed cost scenarios that would emerge from those different dates. And so to do that, they have set up the model in a way that can sort of have each retirement date as sort of a different option to select, while sort of making sure that that individual unit is only at, only in there one time in the model. It's not duplicating the unit in the model. Duke raised some valid concerns about endogenous selection, as we sort of had our back and forth here with the comments and discovery. And, for the 2020 IRP, I'll just note that, they used system optimizers, as we've discussed, to optimize the resource selection, except for the large amount of resources that were pre-selected or forced in under some of the scenarios. And I just want to point out that System Optimizer, it can do endogenous modeling of retirement dates. Duke chose not to use this capability. And the main reason why that they expressed was these ongoing capital and fixed O&M expenses of a retirement candidate varies, with that date. So it becomes this dynamic problem that I think is how they characterized it, and that the System Optimizer tool just can't do that sort of dynamic change to those expenses. And so, I think while that's true, as we mentioned, I'll explain in a minute, there are some workarounds to this that could be explored, either with System Optimizer or with Encompass or any other tool. To just give you sort of a bit of a illustration of what we sort of mean, or why we're sort of leaning towards this endogenous approach. We think it's important not to sort of throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you will, in terms of these modeling choices, and that the endogenous approach can still capture a lot of the important details. And so, just as an illustrative example, and this is a graph that's just a hypothetical. What if we looked at sort of year over year costs of continuing to operate a coal plant? These are made up numbers. They're not, reflective of any particular unit. But in this case, we're looking at, what if the model looked at an accelerated retirement in the year 2026 versus the year 2030. And sort of what, this is trying to illustrate is that in that sort of 2026 case, you still capture, a lot of the cost savings from the retirement in the later years, which is shown by the red outlined bars. And then there's still, but there's a small fraction of savings that are not necessarily captured by the model in that sort of yellow or orange outline in those final years due to the computational limits. So, this is actually a discrepancy in the model, and but we still think it's close to an optimal date because it reflects, a lot of those important costs and benefits in those later years before they're, after the retirement. If the model selects this 2026 date, in fact, the actual cost savings could be higher than what the model showed. And so that actually leads us to believe this is a somewhat conservative approach to finding the date. And then these additional savings could then later be subtracted from the final result to give a more precise net present value for the subsequent portfolio analysis. And so that was our recommendation, is that you could sort of address these dynamic issues in a post-modeling step and still capture a lot of the costs and benefits of an earlier retirement. So as I mentioned, we offered a few solutions to addressing these concerns over endogenous modeling. We came up with at least 3 strategies and provided some of these in a response to one of Duke's data requests. So I won't go into a lot of detail here just because it quickly gets technical and in the weeds. I did include an appendix slide that folks can take a look at, but we outlined a scenario-based approach, a multiple resource method, which would be similar to Excel or PacifiCorp's approach, and then finally our sort of post-modeling adjustment, which was what we recommended. All these approaches could be used to comprehensively model the retirement of all the coal units in Duke's fleet simultaneously. They would all, automatically factor in reliability constraints. And, as I mentioned, there's some more information about these in the appendix slide. Just a few notes on Synapse's approach and the, using the Encompass model. We did want to note that Synapse used Duke's coal retirement dates rather than endogenous selection. Now, Encompass is technically capable of doing endogenous retirements, as I mentioned. It's our sort of understanding that part of the reason Synapse took that approach is to do more of an apples to apples comparison to try to mimic Duke's portfolio with as few changes as possible. That may not necessarily reflect, what is truly optimal, but did want to note that, and that, that if Encompass is used going forward, I think it would be worth ensuring that the endogenous capability would be used going forward. Let's see. Just shifting gears a little bit, back to some of the issues that we identified in Duke's sequential peaker method. I mentioned this briefly, but what's worth reiterating that Duke included these groupings in its analysis and basically grouped units together in the sequential peaker approach, and when it was coming up with its initial ranking methods. And so, this really, I think, is an issue because it decreases the flexibility that the model has to choose a least cost pathway. You're basically looking at much larger size of generation resources when you're thinking about a retirement decision. So rather than having the flexibility to maybe stagger retirement dates, over a period of time, you have, a big chunk coming off the system all at once. That really increases, the lumpiness of the replacement generation, and I think has some distorting effects in the modeling. So, our recommendation was to look at the, retirements on an individual basis rather than these arbitrary groupings, and recognize that, I think, Duke brought up some issues around how we might consider the costs that are common to some of these plants. And, I think that there could be some solutions there, but that shouldn't hold us up from looking at a unit by unit analysis. I did want to comment too on the, not only the sort of economic dates that Duke ultimately selected, but the earliest practicable dates that were in their analysis and in Portfolio C. The retirement dates there were based on, several of the plants were based on a presumed natural gas replacement, which it's not clear to us that that would necessarily be the optimal solution. For 10 of the coal units, the earliest practical retirement date was set based on that presumed need to construct on-site natural gas capacity. So, the notion that these new gas resources are necessary and optimal was more or less predetermined even before the model could identify what an optimal portfolio might look like. And I think this is increasingly relevant, these earliest practicable dates, since Duke has recently filed a modification in South Carolina to its IRP, which used these earliest practicable dates for its preferred portfolio. And so I think it's really important that we get a handle on, how these dates are being selected, and are they really necessary, or what are the limitations that are driving those earliest practicable dates. So the recommendation here is that the model, when we're doing the economic modeling, to allow it to sort of freely select any retirement date based on those economics alone, and then we could take a look later to say, what are the what might an earliest practicable date be? And then we could specify if there is some sort of true, engineering limitation that prevents, the units from retiring before a certain date, then we can look at that later. But it's still good to understand, on an economic basis, what the model would choose. So just to kind of get to the conclusion here, in terms of some of the recommended directives that we would suggest, one would be to require Duke to implement endogenous selection of its coal resources in Compass or any other tool that ends up being used as part of the core optimization process. If Duke believes that there are limits in the software, regarding these ongoing capital expenditures, then there may be ways to address that, some of which we suggested. We recommend the commission to require Duke to allow each unit to be retired independently in the model without these groupings or rankings. If, and I should mention, it was brought up that the, one of our suggestions maybe was to look at the larger units first, and that didn't make sense to Duke because they didn't have, because those were more efficient units or more valuable. I think it's important to think about, the overall cost is still important in this case, and we can think about which units are more efficient, but they all might be sort of less efficient relative to a replacement. And so I think you really have to think about not only the marginal costs of these units, but what is the sort of magnitude of the generation that we're replacing to get to really the least cost in terms of a net present value perspective. Third, if the adjustments to retirement dates are made due to, sort of certain practical engineering limitations, and I think that still it would be good for Duke to provide the results of the economic modeling before and after those adjustments. And then in addition, it may be beneficial to, in addition to the sort of portfolio-wide modeling, to have that be accompanied by a unit-by-unit analysis, sort of similar to I think what we heard about in the last presentation, but that I think helps us really dial into, okay, which are the kind of least efficient units on the system that we really ought to focus on, getting off the system because they're costing ratepayers more than we need to be paying. And so that would be helpful, I think, as a sort of an accompanying step. And then finally, for additional transparency to this whole process, allowing, interveners with the opportunity to conduct their own model runs. And there could be a few different ways to do that. One would simply be have to provide all the data and assumptions in their Encompass model runs, and so others could basically have that as the same starting point and then make their own tweaks. That presumes that interveners have the resources and expertise to do their own modeling. But as we have seen, there are some that have run Encompass in this proceeding, and so that might be a possibility. The other would be to require Duke to provide those, model license and training to the intervener so that they can do their own runs. And then third, would be simply to allow interveners to make a request to Duke to conduct a model run with different input assumptions, and they would and Duke would produce those results on behalf of the requester. So those are just some of our thoughts on some possible recommendations going forward into this. And I think with that, that's the end of my presentation on this topic, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burgess. We'll start questions with Commission staff.
Commissioner Clodfelter, I have just one question, I think, of Mr. Burgess, and it's basically the same question I had for Ms. Wilson. It's related to Pacific Corp's 2021 IRP, which Mr. Burgess made reference to. The statement that I read to her out of that IRP was, new to this IRP is using the long-term model to consider the retirement of coal endogenously. Do you have any insights as to the value that Pacific Corp accrued to making that change to do that endogenously? It may be in the IRP. I admit I did not read the whole IRP from early September, but I don't know, maybe you did, and maybe they've made a comparison of what it was under the old techniques versus the new techniques. Do you have any insights there?
Yeah, and I've not followed the whole history going back to when it was, I think, 2013 that Mr. Fisher mentioned. But I think that, and I've been involved with this cycle, but they did. My understanding is that they have now returned to or implemented in this cycle the endogenous modeling approach in Plexos, the model that they're using. And so, I don't know all the reasons why they maybe stopped doing that and went back to it, but maybe it has something to do with them now moving to this Plexos modeling platform, or but in any case, that is what they're doing. There are limitations to that, as I mentioned. They sort of have these kind of discrete time steps that they use. There's other factors, like they have basically forced in some resources, I think, similar to maybe what Duke has done. So not all of the resource additions are sort of endogenously selected by the model, but I think that, it is in many respects sort of going in that direction to, an endogenous run that we'd like to see.
So you don't know in this 2021 cycle for them if they did the analysis the old way and the new way and then compared them in the IRP, do you?
I don't believe so. They had indicated, if pretty early on in the beginning of the sort of stakeholder process leading up to them releasing the final plan, that they were going to use an endogenous approach. I think that was, they indicated that as in early 2020. And I think, I think part of the reason is that they're just simply looking at, the history from the last cycle where they did these unit by unit analyses, and it became pretty clear, I think, to a lot of the parties that there was a lot of uneconomic coal in the system, and so, you know, how do you sort of evaluate an orderly retirement to some of those units, and I think the best way to do it is really through that comprehensive endogenous approach. So
Okay. Thank you.
speculating why they might have done it now, but that's probably was part of the thinking.
All right. That's all I have, Commissioner.
Thank you. We'll turn to the commissioners, starting with Commissioner Brown-Bland.
Thank you, Commissioner Clonfelter. No questions at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Gray?
Thank you. No questions.
Chair Mitchell?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Duffley?
Thank you. No questions.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, one question. A couple of you have mentioned how to treat sunk costs in your analysis, and I'm trying to wrap my brain around whether the revenue requirement treatment of sunk costs makes a difference, because there are different options for dealing with sunk costs. It's not a pure economic from a private company that invests in something. There's a process for recovering sunk costs. And is there a way of dealing with undepreciated coal value that could impact the analysis, where Duke might have justification for including sunk costs? Sorry if that wasn't clear. I'm still trying to wrap it around my head. The difference between the way the accounting for revenue requirements is dealt with and just a pure economic sunk costs can never be recovered, because they can be recovered under some circumstances.
Yeah, that's a good question. I you know, as far as these models go, I mean, really the goal is to figure out what decisions do we need to make going forward, right? So we look at future costs, operating costs, incremental capital, but you know, the presumption is that all those sunk costs those are decisions that were made in the past. We're not going to change those. Now, you know, there is the question of what does that mean for cost recovery of those resources if they retire early? I mean, in some respects, that's partly a decision, you know, that the commission will have to make about, you know, do you do something different in terms of accelerated depreciation or a securitization? You know, there's different avenues for that. I think, you know, one thing though to keep in mind is that I think from a utilities perspective, there is some potential risk that they would face, you know, under an early retirement scenario about whether or not those costs are recoverable. And so that may be leading them to want to find a modeling outcome that fairly closely matches the retirement dates with the depreciation schedules, because otherwise, you know, it's a little uncertain what's going to happen. The more kind of those kind of choices can be laid out, maybe there's, you know, more room for flexibility on how we treat different retirement dates.
Interesting. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner McKissick.
No questions.
Right. Thank you. And Mr. Burgess, I have nothing for you either. Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Force?
I just want to thank you for the opportunity for our participation.
We appreciate it.
In this matter.
And we appreciate it. We'll hear from you on a later topic. So.
Okay.
And that means Ms. Edmondson, you're batting cleanup.
Yes, last but not least, we have our panel of, let's see when they'll come on. Here they go. Jeff Thomas, Dustin Metz, both are engineers with our energy division, and then Bob Hinton, who's director of our economic research division. And Jeff is going to drive the presentation.
Great. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Take it away.
Okay, are you able to see this all right?
Assume everyone can hear me and see my presentation.
Perfectly loud and clear.
Great. Okay. One of the benefits of going last is that much of the material has been covered already. So I will hopefully be brief and focus on the unique perspective that the public staff is bringing to this. So as the public staff identified in our comments has been, my name is Jeff Thomas with the Energy Division. And so the difference between exogenous and endogenous coal retirement is essentially just how that retirement is treated, whether it's done within the model or whether it's specified outside the model and input into the model. And so the public staff, we believe that there's value in determining those retirement dates within the model, based upon obviously some considerations that have to be taken into account. And Duke is, and the interveners and AG have addressed many of these, such as the complexity as you consider these multiple permutations of retirement dates and timing. These models can get very complex to solve and take hours or even days to run. And then whether or not you retire just coal, or some models are actually able to look at endogenous retirement of even new units as they come in, or natural gas, or existing solar, or batteries. So you really have to focus on the types of units that you believe could be economically retired. And then also how important those retirement dates and what external factors affect those dates. So, practical limitations are not always captured by the model. And I'll get into that a little bit more, and it's already been addressed to some extent. But, the model is an imperfect representation of reality. And oftentimes the model just doesn't know things that system planners know. And sometimes those complications and those factors can't always be translated into linear optimization, which is the basis of all of these models. So we've been through this several times now. This is starting to memorize this diagram, but the coal retirement, obviously in Duke's 2020 RFP, is this 4-step process, with step 1 and step 2 kind of happening separate. It's this sequential peaker method to establish those dates, and then the output of that analysis is fed into the portfolio optimization. And so this is the exogenous portion that I'm speaking of, when you take those outside results and then you put them into your portfolio. Now this is the sequential peaker method, the step 2. It's very iterative, and Duke in their IRPs did a great job of explaining exactly how they ranked those coal units for the sequential peaker method, the standards by which they evaluated them. But for each unit, that date is locked in, and then the models run, and this analysis is completed to finally arrive at that date, and then that unit is locked in, and then it's repeated. And so the public staff in our comments, we really identified 2 main concerns with this. First, as other interveners have noted, is only combustion turbines are considered as replacements. I think Ms. Wilson did a great job in explaining why that is not optimal, because the cost of the CT is relatively standard. It's relatively steady. It's a mature technology versus alternative replacements such as storage or solar. Those cost curves are declining much faster. And so the date that you have to build those retirement units obviously affects the cost of that retirement. And so if you're evaluating your net benefit and your retirement date based upon a CT, this could result in a less than optimal retirement date. And then also another thing to note is that the retirement, this method really just looks at each plant in isolation. And so, for example, in general, the retirement dates that Duke found through this method aligned with their ranking of the units in terms of usefulness, except for the Roxborough 3 and 4 were retired before units 1 and 2. Now, what this does is now you've locked in a Roxborough 1 and 2 retirement date, assuming that 3 and 4 are operating to the end of their depreciable life. But now you've run the Roxborough 3 and 4 sequential peaker method, and you've actually retired it before 1 and 2. So now that does call into question whether the Roxborough 1 and 2 retirement date was accurate and whether it was not. In fact, there was some interaction between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 operating simultaneously that maybe caused a suboptimal result. So these are all just concerns with the sequential peaker method. Certainly, the public staff believes that the sequential peaker method was generally reasonable for planning purpose, and there was a lot of analysis that went into these dates. By no means is it a unreasonable methodology, but we believe that the endogenous retirement methodology, where you are able to find both the when and the what simultaneously, could provide benefits to ratepayers in terms of establishing those truly economic retirement dates. So many models that actually include endogenous retirement, it does include it as an option, a toggle you can turn on and off. And as I've already spoken to, there are benefits with using that option, and that's one of those is that you're using the same assumptions to pick your retirement date as you are to pick your resource replacement. That can be fuel, capital costs, and in general, I believe Duke used many of the same assumptions, but there are some external assumptions that conflicted with the capacity expansion model. Primarily, the sequential peaker method, assuming that Roxborough would be replaced with a CT, and in fact, Roxborough was replaced with a combined cycle in the capacity expansion model. So endogenous retirement would attempt to resolve some of those with some, obviously there are some trade-offs there, which I will get to. And then it does require, the benefits of endogenous retirement is it does allow you to select from a suite of resources that can replace that, and you're able to take into account build schedules, how much time it takes to deploy some of these resources, if there's any included interconnection costs that must be considered, and then as well as your unit commitment during the replacement process. Obviously, some of the challenges, as I've already spoken to, the complexity and the model solve time is one factor. And then, as I've said, that there are some practical factors that the model is sometimes, it doesn't know that unless you teach the model this. If you just let the model solve with economic retirement of coal units, it can ignore important factors such as the transmission support or ancillary services that are provided by those coal units, if those are not constraints within your model, timelines to build and obtain permitting. As we saw, for example, as we saw in Dominion's 2021 IRP update, their Plan A utilized an endogenous retirement option. And while the public staff has not yet filed its comment on that plan, it did note that that plan actually retired 2,500 megawatts of mostly coal in 2023, almost immediately upon the model starting. And obviously that's if that's truly economic, the public staff still has some investigation to do on that, and as other interveners as well. But obviously we have concerns with that much coal being dropped off the system all at once, and whether it's practical to be able to replace that and keep the system reliability to a level that customers expect. And also, some of the challenges here are simply untested results. It's one thing to go from using a model that the utility is familiar with and turning on the endogenous retirement option, but at the same time, Duke is attempting to transition entirely from System Optimizer and ProSim into a single model that has both capabilities of expansion planning and production cost modeling. And so the utilities have to become comfortable with that model as well. You can't just type in all your inputs and press run and then go shut down Allen the next day because that's what the model tells you to do. You really need to understand why this model is making these decisions, and you need to be able to see into the black box, as it were, and do additional analysis based on those results, like detailed unit by unit analysis of the first few retirements that are selected by the model, just to ensure that those dates are robust under a variety of planning assumptions, price scenarios, and that you can maintain system reliability, perhaps using even more advanced models such as Servum, the Astropy model that was used to calculate some of the load following under additional solar scenarios in the avoided cost docket. And then also endogenous retirement, as I've said, adds a lot of complexity and model solve time and obviously trade-offs. But sometimes this may not be necessary. Maybe maybe retirement dates have already been set by legislation, or maybe there's only a handful of plants to retire, and you've already retired most of the older coal units. So the utility has to, and regulators have to look at, how important it is to economically select these dates as well when they're considering the added complexity. And so we've kind of been over this a little bit, but I just wanted to throw our perspective as well. There are some plans, that don't use endogenous retirement. Obviously, System Optimizer, one that does not. The DM model, which was used in the Clean Energy Plan, from the Executive Order 80, this also did not use endogenous retirement. The retirement dates for coal units were selected based upon a variety of scenarios for retirement that were proposed and used in that plan. But those were selected outside the model and input into the model. And then there are many national models, large models that use endogenous retirement, or at least have the option, such as the REEDS model, which is a well-known model maintained by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, as well as NEMS, which is used by the Energy Information Administration. And that is the underlying model for the Annual Energy Outlook. And so that has an option to retire endogenously most thermal units, although most new technologies do stick around for their entire lifetime. Obviously, Encompass has the ability to use endogenous retirement, and Duke is considering now whether to use that. Although some utilities have used the Encompass model, such as Excel Minnesota. We spoke to the Minnesota staff who also has Encompass license to analyze those IRPs. But those coal retirement units are set by, have to be approved by MISO and often have to meet certain MISO requirements. And so they did not use their endogenous retirement option in the last IRP that they ran, despite having the capability. Plexos obviously has the capability, as Pacific Corp in 2021 used in their PO2 portfolio, and the Dominion 2021 update used endogenous retirement, but only in Plan A. It's also referred to in Dominion's plan as economic retirement, but essentially they're the same thing here in terms of the modeling and how the model selected those dates. And then also the Brattle Group, who has done a lot of analysis in the utility industry, has an expand model, and that model also has the capability to model coal retirements endogenously. Okay, and so finally, I was not able to build any slides off this, but the public staff is, we're exploring actually obtaining an Encompass license as well in advance of the 2022 IRP. And so we sat down with Anchor Power Solutions staff for a training session on the 28th to better understand some of the retirement functionality. I was unable to get those slides into this presentation, but I just wanted to kind of explain some of the features that we found interesting in the Encompass model, some of the limitations we found. So obviously, Duke's noted the complexity of the what-when decision, but we feel that at least from our short experience working with the training in the Encompass model, that there are some guardrails there that can help provide additional accuracy to endogenous retirement while addressing some of Duke's concerns about dynamic capital CapEx and coal plants, as well as the selection of resources and the many different permutations. First, as Ms. Wilson specified, Encompass works by essentially comparing the benefits provided by a particular unit to the costs of operating that unit. And so depending on the unit of time in which you optimize over, you look at net benefit over that entire period. So if you're only looking at a single year or 2 years, it's very easy for a coal unit to be endogenously retired because it just takes a mild weather winter for that unit to not generate much benefit. Meanwhile, the CapEx and the O&M can be substantial. So generally, if you use a longer optimization period, you'll really capture when those units truly do fall outside of their net benefit to the ratepayer and to the system. But using a shorter time period can also provide additional granularity. And you can a shorter time period allows you to specify more time periods instead of using, say, a 3-season model with 12 representative hours. You might be able to use a 4-season model with a full 24-hour day of the week, weekday, weekend granularity. And so really, you would expect that the endogenous retirement of coal and Encompass would be multiple model runs, perhaps a longer capacity expansion run to truly find when those get in the ballpark, and then shorter runs to kind of narrow down on what really is the best date for retirement. And so obviously, as I've already talked about, the models don't always capture constraints that exist in the real world, such as transmission constraints, planning, regulatory constraints, interconnection, queue reform, things like long outage schedules for transmission upgrades. And we see that in Dominion's plan, where a lot of capacity was immediately retired in 2023. But Encompass does allow you to put in certain guardrails in that to address those concerns, such as limiting the amount that can be retired in 1 year, with the recognition that it's difficult to build enough replacement generation in a certain year. And you can also, place reasonable restrictions on the amount of new capacity that can be built to replace that, which also would have the effect of limiting retirement. If your model wants to build 10,000 megawatts of solar in a single year to help replace retiring 2,500 megawatts of coal, obviously you're going to have to put reasonable bounds on the amount that of solar you can interconnect each year. You can also place restrictions on specific units. So you might say that certain units have to be retired by a date certain if you had, say, legislation that set an end date. You could also say we know that we can't retire this unit until 2025, and the model can handle that as well. It can exclude a certain unit from retirement until a certain year based upon practical considerations. You have to make sure, though, that those restrictions that you place are reasonable and based in reality, because the model is simply selecting the most economic retirement dates that it can. And so you want to make sure that any constraint you add on the model is going to increase costs. And so you want to make sure that those constraints are reflecting reality. Otherwise, they're going to themselves produce an uneconomic portfolio. So the model, so Duke did address the dynamic CapEx schedules, and that is a legitimate concern. The dynamic CapEx spending on existing coal, that feature does not exist in Encompass. You can put in discrete CapEx expenses that you have in particular years that are above and beyond any fixed O&M. But generally, the model will then respond by trying to avoid those costs. And so you can't then, the model won't by itself adjust that to go, to eliminate that spend or to have some sort of ramp down of CapEx. So these are things that probably could be addressed through iterative modeling of these retirement dates to play with that feature and to better understand it. But the public staff recognize that that is a concern. And but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're not missing the forest for the trees. And if that dynamic spend is capturing, a certain amount of $10 million of costs that may not have been included, but at the same time, we're saving $1 billion by retiring these using endogenous retirement dates. Obviously, we need to put things in perspective and do what's best for ratepayers over the long term. A couple other interesting things that Encompass can do is they can actually create so-called retirement projects where the retirement of a unit might be set by a certain date, but the model can optimally select from various options, such as an example that was shown to us was 3 options for a coal unit. Either keep the coal unit running, retire the coal unit by a certain date, or convert the coal unit to natural gas. And you could also include, say, a carbon capture and sequestration scenario for the right type of circumstances. So that kind of alternative scenario analysis is already embedded in Encompass and can be used to help facilitate the endogenous retirement by providing the model with different options, which can then be selected and the most optimal option selected. In addition, Encompass can also, through sensitivity analysis, can explore the benefits of securitization by creating different retirement, different rates for the different debt and equity ratios and different rates for debt and equity. The model can actually explore it can pick a retirement date based upon no securitization, but then it can also, you can explore what would happen if you had a certain amount of securitization. Maybe that changes the optimal retirement date. Maybe it simply reduces the net present cost of the entire portfolio through less debt payments. So this is something that another feature of the model that I think could play into the endogenous retirement feature and provide a better picture of the optimal way to retire the fleet, not just the dates and the replacement, but what we do with the unamortized balance, how we minimize rate shock on customers who might be simultaneously paying for both the replacement resource as well as the retired coal unit. So overall, the implementing endogenous retirement Encompass, it appeared fairly straightforward in the demo that we went through, although obviously the full data set that Duke will be using will be more complex, and there'll be more interactions between these, and it will increase the amount of time that the model takes to solve, and obviously it will create, it will have the effect of, to a certain degree, it will be a black box. You put your inputs in the model, and the model spits out these retirement dates, and so the public staff hopes that by having an Encompass license and being able to explore deeply the assumptions that underpin those endogenous retirement dates, if used by Duke, and then we should be able to kind of peel back the layers of that black box. And so just a closing remark, endogenous retirement, it's in resource planning, it's not new, but it is new to some utilities. And as I said before, utility has to become comfortable, the regulators have to become comfortable that the endogenous retirement is built upon a sound data set, sound input data set, sound assumptions around both practical limitations and just the economic and operational characteristics of the units that are loaded into Encompass. But I believe it's a useful tool for holistically planning this system, and I believe that the benefits against the sequential peaker method or other exogenous methods could provide a much more ideal and optimal retirement schedule for coal for ratepayers. And that's what I have.
Thank you. Mr. Metz and Mr. Hinton, I assume you're available for questions, but not presenting independently. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. I'll tell you one thing. I'm very glad we made the decision to record this and transcribe it because, Mr. Thomas, you covered an awful lot of material in a very short time. So I'm glad we have it. I'm going to have it down on paper so we can review it. And with that, we'll see if we have questions. Unless there's any other presentation, we'll see if we have questions.
No other
Mr. McDowell. Okay.
I think it's extremely valuable that public staff was able to attend the kind of overview of that, because I think Jeff's comments were very appropriate in this. I have one question. The public staff recommended that Duke consider implementing stochastic optimization in its expansion model. Stochastic optimization. Now I have a friend that got his doctorate in mathematics and statistics from Clemson College University, I guess. And I was going to ask him about stochastic versus deterministic, but ever since NC State won the football game last weekend, that resource has dried up. So I would like to ask the public staff to explain that statement that they commented, recommending you consider implementing stochastic optimization. Can you explain that in very simple terms that even Commissioner Claude Felter can understand? What's different about this and the current modeling employed by Duke?
Sure. So I'll start off first by saying that Encompass does have the ability to do stochastic optimization. It's kind of the last envelope within their modeling paradigm. But essentially right now, I believe this comment was made in regards to carbon policy and when we were in our comments. But essentially right now, Duke assumes, their model assumes that a carbon price will start, their plan B, the portfolio of Bs and beyond, assume that a carbon price will start in 2026 and will escalate by $5 a year into infinity until the end of the modeling horizon. And that's a deterministic model. That is certain. The model knows it's going to happen, so the model can plan for that. But the problem is, as we all know, we've all been anticipating this carbon price since 2009. So we don't know when it will start. And we don't know if it'll be $5 or $20 or $1. And we don't know what the escalation rate is. There's a lot of uncertainty there. And so stochastic optimization is essentially you're building a portfolio considering that uncertainty, okay? But you may not produce an optimal portfolio for any particular final, what actually happens, but you're trying to minimize your regrets, right? If we assume that a $5 carbon price is going to be enacted in 2026, and Duke plans its system for that based upon deterministic modeling, and then there's a carbon price of $100 implemented in 2024, obviously the system that we've built is not going to be optimal anymore. We'll have regrets. All those natural gas plants will have to be shuttered, and we'll really have a lot of costs that are going to linger because of that. And so stochastics tries to essentially, one way to execute stochastics is to do what's called a Monte Carlo simulation, where you run many scenarios with many different outcomes from that carbon pricing. And then you try to find an optimal portfolio that's most optimal for most of those scenarios. Oftentimes, stochastic optimization, you'll build a scenario tree where if this happens, then we assume the next choices are, if A happens, then our next choices are B or C. But if A doesn't happen, then our next choices are D or E. And you try to optimize over that entire suite of choices to give you a single portfolio that best positions you to respond to that uncertainty.
That was an excellent explanation. So does that have implications on the retirement analysis that we're focused on here?
So certainly. So if you were to, that's a great point, actually, because let's say Duke were going to do stochastic optimization based on uncertainty only in carbon policy. Well, if they did their sequential peak method, then they're going to pick retirement dates for those coal units based on that outside analysis. Then they're going to put those dates in, and they'll be unchangeable. Those dates will not be able to be adjusted based upon the carbon pricing. But if you were to do endogenous retirement and the stochastic optimization based upon carbon policy, then your retirement dates of your coal units are going to adjust on the fly based upon the carbon price that's actually used in each stochastic scenario. So the hope is that if you couple both of those techniques, the endogenous retirement and the stochastic modeling, that your model would select for you retirement dates that put Duke in the best position to respond to both a delay in carbon pricing or an acceleration. And thing to remember there is that, let's say you run that model, you build a 10-year plan based upon that stochastic optimization. In 10 years, you might look back and say, well, now that we know what happened, what we did, the dates that we retired those plants, well, it wasn't ideal, it wasn't totally optimal. But you built the most optimal plan for the uncertainty. It's like carrying a rain jacket out with you when you don't know whether it's going to rain or not. You have to carry the jacket with you, and it's not optimal. You don't want to carry the jacket. And if it's sunny, you're going to wish you hadn't brought the jacket. But if it were to rain, you'll be glad that you brought it. And that's the type of least regrets planning that can sometimes accompany that stochastic optimization.
Thank you very much. I better quit there while I'm still in good graces with Commissioner Clodfelter. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you ever were. Let's see if commissioners have questions. Commissioner Brown-Bland. You're on mute. You're on mute. No questions? Okay. Mr. Gray.
No questions, sir.
All right. Chair Mitchell.
Just a quick one. Mr. Thomas, thank you for the excellent, thank you for your presentation in general, and thank you for your response to Steve's question. That's very helpful for my understanding, and I appreciate your thoroughness. Help me understand sort of real world implication here. If Duke were to transition to the type of modeling that you are, sort of the type of process that you are advocating, and sort of similarly that Ms. Wilson seems to be advocating, what does it do to sort of real world ability to construct facilities that are going to be necessary to meet the utilities needs? Do we, and I just, that there may be a really good response to that question. I just wonder, if it's, the utility needs lead time and, sort of has to make certain choices at certain points in time to get those facilities constructed and into service. Do you all see any problems with the approach that you're advocating? Problems specifically with the utility's ability to construct and meet its needs? Does my question make sense?
Yeah, I think so. But I understand that, the concern, right, is that we're going to layer all these complex modeling tools in there, and then, we're going to see drastic changes in the capacity expansion plan every 2 years based upon, whether or not this uncertainty is resolved and things of that nature. So I think, just to take a step back, I think, Duke had, you can't build a combined cycle in a year. So we have to understand that certain decisions have to be made in the face of that uncertainty. And so using endogenous retirement and, specifically also the stochastic optimization, that's going to give you right now, when I run that model right now, it's going to say, based upon the uncertainty that you're facing, this is the best plan. And if that plan says to build a combined cycle in 4 or 5 years, you kind of need to get started on that. And if 3 years into the building, when you're about to turn on that combined cycle, if that carbon price you thought was going to turn on suddenly doesn't, or maybe it's stronger than you expected, your hope is that other aspects of the plan have kind of hedged your bets. Maybe you've built more of a certain resource to anticipate that carbon price moving one way or the other. So I think there always is going to be a time at which a line in the sand has to be drawn and a resource has to be built. But the purpose of this modeling is to build a plan that's robust enough in the face of that uncertainty that once you've built the unit and turn it on, you don't have regrets because of the way you've built, the way you've optimized the rest of your system.
Okay, and that's very helpful explanation. Mr. Metz, did you want to add something?
I think the overall model aids in understanding of when I need to start planning new generation resources, which would go into siting. And it also has to complement how the utilities have to plan their transmission system. So I think is it the chicken or the egg, but this is a first point where the utility can identify and say, hey, we need to retire a resource. If we retire it, what do we need to do in its absence? Where do we start building generation? How do we have to start building the transmission system?
Okay. All right, and listening to you explain this, Mr. Thomas, I realize you answered my question when you presented to us. So thank you for going through it again for me.
Sure.
And thank you, Mr. Matz.
All right, we'll move to Commissioner Duffley.
Thank you. I have one question, and it's with respect to your black box comments and your concerns about this black box. And other speakers have talked about the lack of visibility of this model when it spits out, Alan needs to retire at this point in time. What suggestions do you have to combat that lack of visibility on how did the model come up with its choices, basically?
Sure. So there's a couple different things that can be done. So the Attorney General made a great, the Attorney General's presentation had a great suggestion just to allow interveners more insight into the model by providing those inputs, or somehow modeling licenses being made available, being able to just open up the model and look specifically at all of the inputs and assumptions. And what's nice about Encompass is that all of that data can be exported to Excel in a way that wasn't really always the same with System Optimizer. So you could print out all of the fields, all the parameters, all the variables, and let people pour over that through Excel. But I would say, as these models get more complex, it's this black box method, and the problem is becoming, it's just going to get worse. We've talked about that in ISOP stakeholder conferences. I would say, in my opinion, one of the greatest ways to peel back that problem, that black box layer, is through sensitivity analyses. And so Duke often does these kind of high level, low fuel, high fuel, low carbon, high carbon, capital cost sensitivities. And really, I think doing analysis on that and comparing those results can help you understand what's really driving particular retirements. Having multiple fuel forecasts embedded in there at different levels, or changing capital costs of particular resources, and will help show how the linear optimization models that are used, that underpin Encompass, are making their decisions, and where those choices are being made, because they are complex. But sometimes the sensitivity analysis results that Duke has presented in the past are often presented kind of, we ran some sensitivities, and here's a difference in NPV, and then they move on, and that's fine, and we do our own kind of analysis of those results as well. But I think really kind of digging deep into those and using those as a tool to explore why a coal unit was retired on a certain date. Is it because gas is so cheap in the future? Is it because replacement resources are getting more are declining in cost faster than than expected? Or all of those kind of features, and a little bit deeper dive into those results, I think can help peel back some of that. But it's always going to be a black box. But looking into the model and looking at how important variables change the results can really help you kind of peer inside.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Hughes?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick?
Just one or two questions. And first, I'd like to say I really appreciate your presentation. It was very thoroughly done. And I'm glad to see that the public staff does have a license, and that they're getting the training they need to use Encompass as a model. Now, let me ask you this. You talk about the functionality of Encompass, and I've heard a lot about that today. But based upon your communications with Duke, to the extent there have been communications with Duke related to Encompass, do you see them using the functionality of Encompass to take into account the exogenous retirement type factors that you've articulated a need for them to utilize moving forward?
So I think Duke, as they've shown today, Duke has talked today a lot about their method, the sequential peaker method. And I believe that Duke believes that it is a very robust method, and it required a deep analysis of operational costs and dynamic CapEx. So I'm not trying to disparage that method, and I think Duke may decide that they want to stick with that method going forward into 2022. They've not really said one way or the other, I think, what they plan to use, but I think from today's presentation, I believe that Mr. Snyder and his team would prefer to use that methodology, at least at first. But, as I said, it does take additional effort to try that endogenous retirement. Dominion was able to present one scenario with endogenous retirement, and I think I would like, and we still have to have conversations about this with Duke between now and September 2022, but I would like to see at least some portfolios or at least some sensitivities which do include this endogenous retirement with some of those practical considerations implemented and reasonably justified. And that will take extra time and effort on Duke's part, and I recognize that, but I do believe that there's value in at least exploring it in 2022, and depending on how the commission views it, perhaps having some of the primary portfolios rely on endogenous retirement instead of the sequential peaker method.
My observation today, based upon the presentation we received, and I thought about asking them a question about it in particular, was whether with the adoption and moving forward with Encompass, they still plan to primarily use the sequential peaker method. But it sounded to me as if that was still the path they were headed down. It's just that they saw other potential uses and variables that could be utilized by moving that way. Now let me ask you this, because I mean, obviously you can go in and you can deal with things dealing with the, exotic, oh my gosh, get ready to mispronounce the word, but what I'm really trying to drill down to is this. If you go out there and model all of this, and you look at all the variables that are there, and even if you assume the same type of assumptions that Duke is making about moving toward, combustion turbines, at any point in time in using Encompass, can you then also look at what potential stranded costs would be if you end up with these combustion turbine units out there at some point in the future? Obviously, you're extrapolating and going pretty far out in time, but does it have that functionality?
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. The Encompass model is quite complex, and we've had, I think Duke has probably had more conversations about the general functionality of the model with Anchor Power Solutions than we have. But our focus, particularly just focused on the endogenous retirement function. But if it's not something that's built into the model, certainly it's something that can be done post hoc after the model has been run. But generally, when you're determining your optimal retirement dates, the sunk costs, the unamortized balance of plant, it's typically not a factor in that decision. How you deal with those costs going forward, how you allocate them and how you recover them, whether you securitize them, whether you accelerate depreciation, those are more rate-making questions, because the assumption that the model has is that those unamortized plant balances of stranded costs, they're going to be paid by ratepayers one way or another. They're not going to be disallowed, in other words. And so that assumption says, don't make decisions now based upon money that you've already spent, because that will lead to suboptimal solutions.
So what you're indicating is that whether you securitize the debt for the early retirement of coal generating facilities, or whether you look at potential stranded costs that could be involved if you move the combustion turbine route and have to deal with how that impacts ratepayers at some point, those are all going to be separate, independent matters that would not really come to play in utilizing Encompass as a tool. Is that correct? Or that you, but at the same time, you said it could be kind of layered on as a variable, but it's an independent decision that's probably made concurrently, but it's not really a part of what Encompass would typically be used for. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think so, and I just wanted to make sure, just to make sure I'm understanding your question. So you're saying if not, you're not so much talking about the stranded assets of coal once we retire. You're saying if we build a bunch of combined combustion turbines now, and then in 15 years we find that we actually need to early retire those and build replacement resources, then what happens then? Does Encompass consider that?
The outset. That's correct. I mean, if you went out there, you built the combustion turbines, and then how far out? I mean, you're going 15 years with these RFPs, but how far out are you making these assessments? But what I'm hearing you say, as it relates to Encompass, you're basically looking at early retirement of coal and not thinking about the debt that's out there already invested that might need to be securitized with the coal generating facilities, nor would you be looking at necessarily the cost that could be stranded assets from combustion turbine units going in at some point at a future date.
Yeah, that's a lot of that's the coal stranded assets are going to be addressed in bill impact analysis. But as I was talking a little bit before about stochastics, and it is possible that kind of using that uncertainty analysis, you might see that it's likely that some of these combustion turbines that you're building over the next 10 years might be retired early. Whether or not Encompass can actually include that in their optimization algorithm, I'm really not sure. I'd have to speak a little bit with them and better understand how the model can do that. But typically, when a new unit is built in Encompass, it extends out through its life. The model would not retire that early, and so that's not really going to be a factor in its expansion plan. There might be a way to make all new units that are built be eligible for endogenous retirement. I'm not sure if that's a possibility, and Ms. Wilson may know more. I believe she's worked with the model extensively, but that's obviously going to add significant computational time where you have a model that's building new units and immediately second guessing the build of that unit. I mean, you might take what normally would be a 3-day model run and stretch it into a 3-week model run. So certainly I think it might be possible, but I don't know enough about the intricacies of the model to say whether or not it can do that.
Since I know little about the intricacies of the model, except for what I've read and heard, I thought I would look to you for additional insights. But I'm understanding your characterizations of capability, functionality, and the way it most likely would be utilized. So I thank you for your presentation and for your feedback.
Sure.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. And Mr. Thomas, I hope you got a prize for all the heavy lifting you did during this presentation. Mr. Metz and Mr. Hinton, you two look good in suits and ties. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Ms. Edmondson, is there anything else?
That is all on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burns, don't go away. We're at 4 o'clock. If we run to 5, can we take care of Mr. Levitas or not?
That would be fine.
Think we can do it?
Yes, sir. I believe we can.
Okay, but first,
Mr. Levitas is here and can speak up on that if he feels like it. But based on our conversations, if we could push to 5 and finish him and the other intervener witness by 5 o'clock, I think we'd be in good shape.
All right, because I know he's got problems tomorrow, and that's why I want to be sure we get him in. But first, I'm going to have to give our court reporter our afternoon break. I'm not going to push her through the afternoon break. So
understandable.
Mr. Breichwart, I think given where we are, and we've heard an awful lot today, and we've got a good grasp on this issue, I'm not sure we really need rebuttal on this issue, and especially given the constraints we've got with our witness availability right now, I'm going to sort of plow ahead.
Press on. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Right, understood. I appreciate your accommodating all we're trying to manage here, so thank you for that. We'll break and come back at 4:10. And we'll start with the second topic, and we'll start first with the intervenor presentation on the second topic. 410.
Thank you.
Mr. McCoy, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Just checking. I actually lost my connectivity a while ago, so I just want to be sure the mic's still working.
Yes, sir. It works good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Levitas, I'm glad you're not presenting on a technology topic.
That would be scary. Thanks for accommodating my schedule, Dan.
Okay. Let's see if we can round up our crew. Folks are trickling in. Commissioner McKissick, are you with us?
Commissioner Kleinfelder,
Yes.
just checking to see
There
if
he
that
is.
corrected my audio.
Your audio is fine now. That's good. Let's go ahead and get started. And Mr. Burns, since you've got the witness here, I'm going to turn it over to you, and we'll start on topic number 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. I'm John Burns, representing Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association. Thanks to Gudrun Thompson and Nick Jimenez for adjusting on the fly. We are going to present Steve Levitas as the first witness on the issue of all source procurement. Then we understand that commissioners will, and the commissioners will ask questions of Mr. Levitas, and then Mr. Jimenez will take over with another witness on the issue of all source procurement. CC was happy to sponsor the testimony of Steve Levitas, who is a member of the board of directors of CCBA and senior VP of regulatory and government affairs at Pine Gate Renewables. Most importantly, Mr. Levitas was the co-chair, along with Jack Jirac of Duke, of the competitive procurement subcommittee of Governor Cooper's North Carolina Energy Regulatory Process, or NERP. He is going to discuss issues related to all source procurement in the current docket. Mr. Levitas, take it away.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Commissioner Clodfelter, members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this technical conference and share some thoughts with you about all source procurement on behalf of CCBA. And I personally thank you for accommodating my schedule. As you consider the role of all source procurement in the utility planning process, there are 4 primary points I'd like to share with you on behalf of CCBA. First, we believe that all generation resources should be competitively procured. Second, we believe that resource procurement, to the extent not legislatively prescribed otherwise, should be directly linked to and driven by the integrated resource planning process. Third, we believe that competitive procurement should be open to all resource types and generation providers that can meet the identified resource need. Fourth, we believe that any new all-source procurement process should be implemented in connection with Duke's next IRP cycle, and that in the interim, absent new legislative direction, the Commission should require immediate large-scale procurement of renewable energy pursuant to GS 62-110.8. CCBA would strongly oppose delay in additional competitive renewable procurement pending the implementation of a new all-source procurement process. We believe such delay would make it impossible to achieve Governor Cooper's decarbonization goals. Beyond these 4 primary points, I'll share a few thoughts with you about the design of all-source procurement programs and how they are integrated into the planning process. With respect to my first point, the benefits of competitive procurement are obvious and well understood. It drives costs down for ratepayers and spurs innovation. We have seen those benefits in Duke's implementation of the CPRE program, which has saved hundreds of millions of dollars for North Carolina ratepayers. CCBA, as I said, believes that all generation resources should be competitively procured. But assuming one agrees with that premise, how do we decide what resources should be procured? One of the primary goals of any integrated resource plan proceeding is to identify the current and future resource needs of a regulated utility. To understand the potential role of all source procurement in the IRP process, one needs to start by considering the relationship between utility planning and procurement. Under the traditional paradigm, which has been followed by North Carolina utilities in this commission in the past, planning and procurement are independent activities. Duke has described the IRP process as a continuous planning exercise that in any specific proceeding simply provides a, quote, snapshot in time of the utility's resource needs. Under this view, the IRP does not necessarily determine what resources will be procured by the utility, and it certainly doesn't directly drive the procurement process. Rather, when the utility decides that it has a need for a particular volume and type of new generation resource, it typically files a petition for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to obtain permission to build, operate, and rate base that generation asset. In most cases, one would expect the proposed resource to be consistent with the most recently approved IRP, but I don't understand that to be a requirement of law. In approving a requested CPCN and making a finding that the proposed resource is reasonable and prudent, the Commission may well require the utility to demonstrate that the resource is cost-effective relative to other alternatives, but that has not typically been done by requiring the utility to conduct a competitive solicitation in which multiple resources are able to compete to provide the identified resource need. Among other problems with this approach, it doesn't lend itself to consideration of a portfolio of diverse resources, including, and this is of tremendous importance to CCEBA, ones owned and operated by parties other than the utility. One way to link planning to procurement would be for the Commission to determine through the integrated resource planning process how much and what type of new generation should be procured. Under this approach, which is, I think, similar to what's occurring in South Carolina, investor-owned utilities must meticulously and empirically evaluate resource needs and propose a specific preferred resource portfolio for the Commission to approve, modify, or reject. That approved resource plan would then presumably define the resources that the utility must competitively procure. Alternatively, under all source procurement, the IRP process does not initially produce such a prescriptive plan with respect to resource type. And let me just digress and say for a moment, I think Duke points this out in their materials. All source procurement means many things to many people. And so there's not one exact definition of the terms. I'm going to describe it as I understand it, which is based heavily on the way it's been implemented in Colorado. So in this approach, the preferred resource portfolio is developed through a three-step process. First, the Commission conducts a proceeding to consider the range of potential resource needs and a range of possible assumptions about key parameters, such as fuel costs, carbon pricing, capacity factors, stranded asset risks, and demand-side management penetration. I want to especially underscore this point. All source procurement does not eliminate the need for an administrative proceeding in which many of the same issues that confront you in this IRP proceeding must be litigated. Once that step is completed, the utility conducts a competitive solicitation to secure firm pricing for various projects that may be selected for the preferred portfolio. Finally, the utility proposes and the Commission approves a preferred portfolio based on the determination of what is most prudent and reasonable in light of the bid prices, the risk presented to ratepayers, and any other applicable policy goals. All source procurement directly links the planning and procurement processes and ensures that the most cost-effective option for meeting the resource need is selected. You'll note that there were two parts to my last sentence. The first was, I said, directly links the planning and procurement processes. That brings me to the second key CCEBA point. We strongly believe that absent express legislative direction to the contrary, all utility generation procurement should be directly driven by the planning process. In our view, the IRP should not be a paper exercise, but should lead directly to competitive procurement of generation resources. This position is consistent with the recommendations of the NERC Competitive Procurement Subcommittee report of the committee that Mr. Jirac and I co-chaired. And let me just share two relevant excerpts from the subcommittee report, which, by the way, I believe we provided as an supporting exhibit to my comments. Page 7 of the report, and this was a consensus position of diverse stakeholders, including Duke. In the event that a specific capacity or energy need is identified in any IRP, Such need should be filled through an all-source RFP that clearly defines the operational and other characteristics of the needed resource, absent any unique circumstance. That's the end of the quote. As an aside, it's important to note that the report referred not just to capacity needs, that is where demand exceeds supply and new resources are needed for that basis, but also to energy needs, which is to say where there is a potentially more cost-effective or less risky way to supply energy to customers over the planning period. And then skipping to the next recommendation or report, which deals with the topic you've just finished covering. I'm quoting again, if determined to be reasonable as part of an IRP, the Commission should direct the utility to conduct one or more all-source RFPs to assess whether particular coal units can be retired in a cost-effective manner skipping a parenthetical, through the procurement of replacement generation. The second part of my earlier sentence was, quote, ensuring that the most cost-effective option for meeting the resource need is the one selected. All-source procurement helps achieve this goal by opening the procurement process to generation providers other than the investor-owned utility. As you know, in regulated generation markets, customers typically are made to bear the construction and operating risks associated with generation resources owned by the monopoly utility. It's the rare occasion when regulated utilities are not allowed to recover from ratepayers most of the impact of construction delays and cost overruns. In addition, regulated IOUs typically continue to recover generation plant costs regardless of their operating performance. By contrast, where energy and capacity are provided by independent power producers, such as our members, not the ratepayers, bear all these risks. Specifically, IPPs get paid only for the energy they actually produce and deliver. If they fail to deliver, they lose revenue. That's not true for IOUs. Another important issue is what the ownership and cost recovery model is for any competitively procured resources. Under CPRE, no procured renewables generation resources are rate-based, which would mean that the utility would be allowed the full capital cost, recovery of the full capital cost of the resource, plus an approved rate of return recovered over the useful life of the asset. Rather, there are two alternative forms of cost recovery. The first is for the utility to purchase power from an independent power producer, such as my company, pursuant to a contract for a term of years. The second is for the utility to act as a market participant that competes and recovers costs just like an IPP, that is through defined production revenues for a defined period of time. CCEBA believes CPRE has served ratepayers well and is an excellent approach to procurement and cost recovery. However, it's well known that Duke and other utilities would prefer to be able to own and rate-base new renewable generation resources, and House Bill 951, as passed by the House, would modify CPRE to allow it to do so. It remains to be seen what, if anything, on this issue will be enacted into law and whether the legislature will assign any role to the Commission in deciding appropriate ownership splits. So I don't intend to say anything about that issue here, but if such a statutory change is made, CCEBA believes that any resources to be rate-based have to be should be separately procured from PPA resources. That's because it's difficult to compare the cost of utility-owned rate-based assets whose full cost plus an authorized rate of return is recovered over the useful life of the asset to independently owned assets that contract to sell energy and capacity for a defined term that is shorter than the facility's full useful life. In order to make such a comparison, a so-called terminal value must be attributed to the independently owned asset for the remainder of its useful life after the initial contract period. That presents several problems. As an initial matter, it's far from certain that the IPP will even seek to sell its output to the utility after the initial contract period, which, as you know, for CPRE has been 20 years. Market opportunities for IPPs in 20 years may be dramatically different from what they are today. That aside, calculating the terminal value is highly speculative and a controversial proposition. As a result, the NERP subcommittee recommended that PPA resources and utility-owned resources be separately procured, not procured in competition with each other. As I mentioned, CCEBA supports this approach, and I believe Duke does as well. There's also a compelling case to be made that as in other states such as Virginia, Michigan, and Colorado, any utility-owned and rate-based assets should be competitively procured through a build-own transfer model under which independent third parties convey assets to the utility at commercial operation or potentially somewhat earlier in the cycle. In addition to the direct cost benefits of this approach, there very well may be tax benefits. It could be possible to convey at some later point in time and still realize those fully utilize the tax benefits. Finally, let me offer a few thoughts with respect to the questions posed by the Commission in its order scheduling this technical conference. I've already generally described how an all-source procurement process might work. As to who should be involved in creating and administering that process, CCEBA strongly favors a process that is established and overseen by the Commission as part of the integrated resource planning process, rather than one that is separately administered by the utility. As with CPRE, there is a need to involve an independent administrator or independent evaluator in the procurement process, the latter, in our view, being acceptable if the utility and its affiliates are not competing against independent market participants. CCEBA supports the Commission's adoption of rules governing all-source procurement, which could potentially allow such a process to be utilized in conjunction with Duke's 2022 IRP submittal. As stated above, CCEBA also believes it's essential that any such process not delay or otherwise interfere with additional renewables procurement under 62-110.8, subject again to any modification of that statute that may be made by legislation this session. With regard to statutory authority and the need for new legislation on this subject, another question you posed, I've not conducted a thorough review of Chapter 62 with this issue in mind, but I'd share the following preliminary opinions. First, the Commission has very broad powers under GS 62-30 to, quote, supervise and control, close quote, public utilities as it deems necessary. Second, as you know, GS 62-110.8, as currently written, already provides for the competitive procurement of renewable resources, with the Commission having the authority to determine what procurement should be required after this year. I don't see any reason why the Commission, in exercising that authority, couldn't require that the need and cost effectiveness of additional renewables be based on an all-source procurement process. Next, I think the Commission clearly has the authority under current law to deny a CPCN application by a utility if the utility has not demonstrated the prudence of the proposed facility by showing that it has prevailed in an all-source competitive procurement process. Finally, I believe that under current law, the Commission can disallow recovery of the cost of the continued operation of existing fossil fuel plants unless the utility demonstrates through competitive procurement that there are not more cost-effective alternatives for ratepayers. As with any form of all-source procurement, under any of these scenarios, the Commission would need to establish applicable assumptions with respect to the parameters I mentioned earlier: fuel costs, carbon pricing, capacity factors, and stranded asset risks. In closing, let me commend to you the Rocky Mountain Institute's 2020 report entitled How to Build Clean Energy Portfolios, a Practical Guide to Next Generation Procurement Practices. I apologize that I didn't think to submit a copy in advance, but I'd be happy to do so after today. The report contains a wealth of information about competitive procurements around the country and analysis of best practices. And it emphasized three things that I've touched on in my comments: the benefits of linking planning and procurement, the need to design a system for the procurement of portfolios of resources, not just individual generation units, and the importance of considering not just short-term costs, but long-term risk to ratepayers, what RMI and others refer to as a least regrets analysis. And I believe, Commissioner Clodfelter, you may already be familiar with this report since you received a thank you in the acknowledgement section. I also want to say in closing that in order to accommodate my schedule, I'm preceding John Wilson, but I do want to say that CCEBA is very supportive of Mr. Wilson's views on these matters. He's a leading national expert on this subject, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to follow him and have the benefit of hearing what he had to say first, but I've think it's very likely that we would agree on most issues. So thank you again for the opportunity to share these thoughts. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Levitas. Let's see, are there questions from commission staff?
Commissioner Clodfelter, I do not have any questions.
Right. Thank you. We'll turn to the commissioners. Commissioner Brown-Bland.
No questions for Mr. Levitas.
Right. Commissioner Gray.
No questions, but thank Mr. Levitas for his presentation.
Chair Mitchell.
Just one question, and Mr. Levitas, you explained this in your remarks, but I want you to do it again just for my benefit. Explain the linkage, explain how the all source RFP would work in conjunction with the planning process. How do the two go together?
So as I mentioned, I favor the Colorado model, and that is it is by definition an integrated process of planning and procurement. And so in the first phase of the process, the commission does two things. It considers generally what it's trying to solve for with respect to resource needs, which may be contingent on the prices that are obtained through the procurement process. So the commission may say, we think it might make sense to retire these coal plants. We're not exactly sure what pricing we get and whether we'll actually save money for ratepayers, but we have enough reason to think that that the market would support the transition. So we're going to go out into the market and get pricing with the goal of procuring new resources and retiring old ones. As I mentioned, the other thing that has to happen in that first phase of the proceeding is the commission, typically through a litigated process or settlement, would have to have some way of establishing the parameters or certain assumptions to be fed into the portfolio development. A particularly obvious example of that is what assumptions made about gas prices, because the procurement that you're going to do with respect to a gas plant is going to be for the capital cost. It's not going to be for firm gas pricing. So if you're comparing, say, gas to solar plus storage, you're going to need to know about you're going to need to make an assumption about what it's going to cost you to run that gas plant. Similarly, with respect to the solar and the storage, you're going to have to make an assumption about its capacity factor and how much it operates in order to for those resources to be compared. So all that happens in the first phase. Then the utility goes into the marketplace and conducts an RFP. It gets real bids back that are going to lead to real awards, assuming the commission approves the plan, and then the utility, in conjunction, I mentioned, with an independent evaluator, would prepare a proposed portfolio that is based on a combination of the assumptions that the commission has approved and the market pricing that it's obtained through the competitive solicitation, and then present that portfolio to the commission for approval. And assuming the commission approves it, the utility would enter into contracts with the parties that have been identified in the RFP, and it would contract to procure those resources.
So just to follow up there, from a timing perspective, though, I mean, you know, the IRP, it has been a long, you know, it's a forward-looking process. We go out 15 years. So is the procurement that of which you speak, is it a long-term? I mean, are we looking 15 years out? Are we solving for the first need identified in phase one? Help me understand the timing.
That's a really good question, and I believe one of the earlier witnesses talked about this timing issue, and obviously I think Mr. Snyder testified that the new resources have to be procured on a schedule that would allow the existing resources to be retired. So that's the first thing. But I think more directly to your question, Chair Mitchell, these procurements would occur in tranches or stages. So you may do a 15-year plan that gives you a long-term projection of what the likely needs are, but the actual all source procurement would be based on some definition of near-term needs. So if you said, okay, what we're trying to take a look at is retiring Roxborough, and so we're going to look at a portfolio of resources to replace that plant by 2026 or some date. That's all you would be doing in that initial procurement. And you would have a series of procurements. It might be possible that there would be more than one round coming out of a single IRP proceeding if you're having biennial or IRP proceedings, or it may be that the way to think about it is that every 2 years you're having a procurement that is driven by the most up-to-date IRP process. But you would not be committing at day one to procurement of all of the resources that were projected to be needed over a 15-year period.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that.
Anything further? Commissioner Duffley?
So thank you, Mr. Levitas, for your presentation. I just had a follow-up question to Chair Mitchell's question. In this type of scenario where you would be doing it every 2 years, and we heard Mr. Snyder talk about, you know, a time frame that he thought that the need maybe in the 24-25 time frame was going to be pushed out. How has Colorado dealt with that, or has anyone dealt with that if you set up a procurement process and the need does not materialize?
I can't say that I have direct experience with that situation. I think, you know, if it is the case that Governor Cooper's decarbonization goals become the law of the state, it will not be possible to implement those goals without regular procurements occurring almost every year. And so we'll see, you know, what happens in the legislature. I don't want to speculate about that, but and by the way, I should also mention there's federal legislation pending that could also be a driver for this. So, you know, if there is any sort of external driver with respect to specifically with respect to decarbonization, that is going to create a new type of need. So the need is not just from, you know, does the supply meet the demand? It is, we've got an established policy goal in the state, and we have to systematically go about implementing and achieving it.
Okay, thank you. And so that would go along with, we're going to retire this certain coal unit at this certain time, and that's where you kind of see this type of procurement requirement.
That's right.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, I have a question about just transmission costs and interconnection costs. You know, I know how we're doing it with the CPRE, but just moving forward with your approach, who would bear the risk of transmission costs that, say, come in much higher than, you know, the original proposal? It seems like you could lock in, you know, you could lock in the generation costs, but then the transmission costs just seem to be a moving target often.
Right. Well, I guess the first thing that I would say is that where you do have an external policy driver, particularly with respect to carbon, or for that matter, if you had a need with respect to system reliability, if you have a firm need, that is, you've got to have new generation, either because you've got a plant that's got to be retired and you've got to replace it, or because you have an environmental policy goal that has to be achieved under state or federal law, then you know, absent some off-ramp that says you don't have to do it under certain circumstances, then it's necessary to achieve the goal, and the objective is, how do you achieve it in the least cost way, in the least risky way, the least regrets way. And you're absolutely right, Commissioner Hughes, that transmission costs are the the unknown, the question mark. The cost of generation is continuing to go down. That's not the obstacle that we face in our energy future. It is transmission costs and upgrade costs. I think that what I would expect would happen is that if you have an identified portfolio and you have not, and the transmission or upgrade costs, interconnection costs of that portfolio have not been fully studied and fully evaluated, that you may want to have that be a contingency. In other words, I mean, in an ideal world, the decision about the portfolio would be made when those costs are fully known. And I'd need to think about it further, but I don't think that it's impossible to do that. I don't think in CPRE to date, we've seen a lot of shift in transmission costs from the time awards were made until the time the contracts were signed. There's certainly the potential for that to occur, but I think the short answer to your question is that in an ideal world, the selection of the preferred portfolio would be made after the costs were known, so you wouldn't have that risk of cost increases.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No further questions.
Commissioner McKissick.
Commissioner Klonsfelder. Just one question. You've spoken of Colorado. How long-standing is this experience in Colorado, and what's the track record been like?
I believe Mr. Wilson can speak to that in detail, and it's certainly discussed in detail in the Rocky Mountain Institute report I mentioned. My recollection, my belief is that there was they've been sort of working on implementing this for the better part of a decade, but the really successful, detailed, fully fleshed out version of this, they may have only done once. I think it started in 2016 and concluded in around 2019, if I'm remembering correctly. I can tell you that it was wildly successful. They had a huge number of bids. The pricing that came in was incredibly attractive and resulted in significant savings for ratepayers.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Levitas, I want to ask you one question that's really rolling around in my head. And so I want to get your help with how I should think about this. You, in your presentation, urged the commission not to delay continued rounds in the CPRE process under the existing statute after the end of the 45-month period, not to delay that, waiting for a much larger all-source procurement, but to continue to let that model continue to operate. And so this is the question that's rolling around in my head. The statute that authorizes the commission to continue that program says we are to base that continuation upon the showing of need in the utilities' most recent integrated resource plans. And so I look at the integrated resource plans on file and currently under consideration, and in the base case without carbon, no new renewable resources are economically selected. All the additional renewable resources are legacy resources from PURPA or from the existing CPRE program or the South Carolina procurement program. So what's my basis of need if I'm going to say the base case is the reasonable planning case? What is the need that is shown for another round of CPRE procurement?
Well, thank you for that question, Commissioner Clodfelter. The first thing I would say again is that this deck may get reshuffled by the legislature, and we'll see where that lands. So we should be mindful of that. But in the absence of legislation, my response would be, well, first of all, that I do think that given how far along you are with this IRP process, that it would make sense to complete this IRP cycle for the purpose of making that decision. So that's the first thing. So, and maybe that's what you envision, I'm not sure. The last IRP is several years old. You're well into a current IRP process. So that's the first thing I would say. if you should decide to accept the base case scenario and identify no need, then it may well be that you would not be inclined, maybe don't have the authority to order additional renewables procurement as I suggested. Implicit in my recommendation is the positions and testimony that you have received from us and others that the base case is not the appropriate scenario, and as the South Carolina Commission has found, is not the appropriate scenario, and is reflected in Duke's resubmittal in South Carolina. So, you know, I don't want to get into litigating those issues, but there's certainly multiple pathways in front of you that could lead you to a different conclusion.
Thank you for that. I won't press you further on it. I just want you thinking about the same question that we're rolling around in our head, and to the extent you have thoughts to share, we are interested in hearing them. Thank you. That's all I have, and I believe, Mr. Burns, that's going to conclude with Mr. Levitas. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll tell you what, given the hour, and the chair has had to leave us already. So rather than start anything new, we'll break for the day. Thank everybody for a very efficient and well-organized day. I'm looking forward to a repeat tomorrow. So we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And remind me again, who's going to be up next?
It'll be the SACE interveners with a witness that is Mr. Wilson, John Wilson.
Very good. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Check in advance. Make sure you have no technology problems, and we'll resume at 9:30. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.